helping lead the theme within the champions team. So thank you for taking on 2 full-time jobs, Kate. I don't know how you do it. Um, I mean, and today I keep saying the race part of Race to Zero dialogues is really important. This is really urgent, but the dialogue part is also crucial. That means bringing together people with different points of view from different parts of the system, different parts of the world, and listening to each other respectfully so that we learn. Um, our objective is to keep ratcheting up our collective ambition. So by the time we get to Glasgow, we can be confident that we're on track to an entirely sustainable global water sector with ambitious policies and large investments. Some of you will have seen the entire UK water system committing to net zero 2030, all 11 companies. It's that kind of really bold action we need. It's not the time for incrementalism really is over. So we really need that clear long-term goal and then the very clear commitments to short, medium-term actions in the next 5 years. That's why this idea of pathways, which we're publishing for each one of the Marrakesh Partnership themes, is so crucial. With that, let me hand over to my good friend and crazy early morning riser, Gonzalo Munoz, in the middle of the night in Chile. Gonzalo.
Thank you, Nigel. Thank you, Kate, and the amazing water community. And thanks and good morning. It's definitely great to be framing the future of the water sector. As you said, Nigel, this is absolutely critical. I mean, life does not exist without water. And during this year, we have seen even more how much of it it's not only important to sustain life, to allow us to flatten a curve like the COVID one, but also how much of the water crisis is absolutely, unfortunately, embedded into inequalities, and therefore there's so many things that we need to solve. And one of it being, of course, all of the aspects related to climate change. We of course expect that all of the relationships or between water and energy means that all of the water management system should be embedded into emission-free energy, and hopefully not only working towards net zero, but net positive in terms of climate. We know that there is a very concrete challenge that requires us to conserve all of our fresh water sources over the next decades, so we can have half of the fresh water ecosystem and inland water not only protected but healthy and productive by 2050. And meaning it's not only for human life or human productivity, it's also for the other millions of species that live with us in this amazing planet called Earth, right? And we need to do that in a way that also, as Kate has taught you, and we have been learning, water systems increase their capacity on sequester carbon and at the same time protect biodiversity. There's a huge potential that sometimes we diminish, and simply sometimes we don't know that is related to wetlands and peatlands and mangroves that are absolutely a crucial part of any kind of effort that we need to do around tackling climate change. And that valuable resources is something that we have to position in the very top of the pile of the work that we need to do worldwide. And also we have a very concrete challenge around water and sanitation services that need to be, of course, affordable and available for all, but also need to help us, again, as I said, to tackle all of the aspects around equity and fairness, as they are absolutely connected to the climate crisis. So back to you, my friend.
Yeah, Gonzalo, I hope that's something we'll really explore today is the fact that water, equity, fairness, vulnerability, resilience are systemically all intertwined, and we really need to make sure we don't just have a set of Green New Deals or Build Back Better plans in the global north, but we need a blue and green recovery, and it needs to be global. we know that the water industry can provide vast numbers of green or blue jobs in the coming decades. We know that water is the first line of defense for COVID. It's the ultimate form of PPE, is fresh water to wash your hands. But we also know that there's huge opportunity to improve very inefficient agricultural practices. And yesterday on one of the youth panels, there was we had a young engineer from South Africa just reminding us how much in that part of the world water really is making the lives of smallholder farmers much more fragile. So there's a lot of work to be done there. I think also really importantly, I have a sense that there's growing momentum from governments. And again, I know that the EU's passed new legislation to create a 6-fold increase in the amount of water reuse in agriculture. That's a significant multiple. We're all hopeful that a new Biden administration will reverse rollback of water protections introduced by Trump. And we know that China's got water security second only to energy and carbon in their sketch for the 5-year plan coming out, I think, next April. So I think we all need to work really hard next year, of course, as well as the climate COP and the biodiversity COP. We have a UK presidency of G7 and a Italy presidency of G20, and with the US coming back into the multilateral system, we need to make sure that that sort of global blue-green recovery is financed, both public finance, but also mobilizing the vast amounts of private finance that will be needed. So I think we need, part of our job is working with this fantastic community to elevate the importance of water and to make sure it's not a standalone, but it's part of that nexus of health, jobs, climate, and that water is one of the enabling factors for all of those.
Yep, and as you said, it's not only about mitigation; it's also about resilience. We're seeing how many of the governments are taking the lead, but there's also a lot of momentum being built around the non-party stakeholders. They are moving into the right direction. They are understanding that there's no way we can not only produce, there's no way we can live without water, but also understanding that it's so precious that we have to be extremely efficient. So it's becoming more and more a crucial part of any kind of global discussion in any type of topic that we're talking about, the race to zero emissions. We are seeing companies, great growth in the last couple of years, in number of global companies and cities that are reporting on water through organizations like CDP. When it comes to the work of the cities, from Salt Lake City to Dar es Salaam to Berlin, all adopting very innovative solutions to water reuse, recycling, and sustainable water management. We're seeing like it's unacceptable that we continue throwing the sewage to the oceans or to the rivers or to the lakes. I mean, this is something that we have to change dramatically and very, very fast. And also, of course, this year, coronavirus has taught us so much about how to address these challenges in a collective way. It's like, of course, it's related to many of the topics that we work around. Radical and inclusive collaboration is absolutely essential. But wait, in this case, 145 states around the world share river basins so they need to work together. There's no way they're going to solve it without working together, and that means very strong diplomatic collaboration. So this is why we're absolutely excited about opening today's theme of water as part of this incredible series of events, but as we said, as one that enables life, enables everything that we're capable and that we have to do around not only mitigation, but also resilience. So, Kate, thank you, and back to you.
Thank you, Nigel, and thank you, Gonzalo. It gives me goosebumps to hear some of these words coming out of your mouth. I'm so pleased that we've got such two passionate champions of our cause here. I'm really confident that we're going to be able to shift the dial in the year ahead, and I look forward to working with you both on that. So thank you. It's now my job to introduce the next section of our day, which is to hear from the leads of our main partners involved in pulling the day together. Allow me please to introduce Torgny Holmgren, who's the Executive Director of SIWI, or the Stockholm International Water Institute, Stuart McGuinness, who is the Global Director of Nature-Based Solutions at IUCN, and John Matthews, who's the Executive Director of the Alliance for Global Water Adaptation. Please, over to you, Torgny.
Thanks a lot, Kate, and welcome all for this Water Day. It's an honor for CEVI to co-convene this day together with IUCN, AGWA, Seawater Mandate, UN Global Compact, and CDP. And I'd like to thank the high-level champions and the teams we just heard of, Nigel and Gonzalo, and especially to you, Kate, being the water lead, for your leadership in igniting the global movement for climate action on the road to Glasgow next year. Water is, as we all know, the key to achieve all the SDGs and to build a zero carbon future in a holistic and sustainable manner. As we grapple with all the challenges as of today, be they social, economic, or health, it is critical that we build back better, leaving no one behind. And in short, to tackle the climate crisis and also handle the pandemic, we must build resilience faster. And that will also be the theme for the next World Water Week arranged by CEVI in August 2021. So thank you and welcome to this meeting. Thanks.
Thank you, Torgny. Stuart? You are on mute. You would think after, 21 weeks of this, you would get it by now, but so let that be a warning to all of our other speakers.
Thank you very much, Kate, and thanks for the heads up that I was on mute. Hopefully it's better when you can hear me. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all of you, wherever you may be. I'm speaking on behalf of the IUCN Director General, Dr. Bruno Oberle, who would have liked to have been with you today, but is recovering at the minute from COVID-19. And he's asked me to extend his best wishes to all of you. As an intergovernmental union of both state and non-state actors, IUCN is delighted to be a partner for this important day as part of the Race to Zero dialogues under the Marrakesh Partnership. Now, it's been stated many times that the focus now must be on viable solutions. And I'm confident that over the course of today, we will see wide-ranging set of actions and commitments from the water community that signal clear progress towards a zero carbon resilient future. It is now critically important that we identify and promote tangible, evidence-based initiatives that demonstrate the growing opportunity and ambition of commitments by non-state actors and can also be translated into practical lessons for others to replicate, scale up, and further develop. We know that water is a key component to other climate pathways, including land management, restoration of ecosystems and nature-based solutions, energy, and industrial production. In this respect, water management is both an opportunity and a challenge. For example, when water is treated as an unaccounted externality, it is often used as a sink for pollution, and that pollution can directly impact the efficacy of other climate pathways. Pollution limits our ability to reuse water or requires that we use more energy to clean it. Pollution is also wasteful. It means we tend to extract more from existing water sources or tap into fossil groundwater to make up for the shortfall. We therefore have no option but to capitalize on the circular nature of how water flows through our environment and our economies to develop sustainable options for all sectors. Today is not just about ambition. I think this has been highlighted by the two champions, but it's also about connections and synergy. It's now time to work with many others from outside the sector to foster a broad community who can better understand and have the wherewithal to utilize water as a key building block in the race to zero emissions, as well as a key enabler for climate change adaptation. Finally, we must protect our water, our sources of water. Nature provides the water we need, but we often forget our water sources and how they need protection, restoration, and management. They too are directly impacted by climate change, and we hope that the protect and restore focus of the climate action pathway for water drives attention and commitments to put nature centrally in the race to zero. Thank you very much. Enjoy the day, and I look forward to the outcomes.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. My name is John Matthews. I'm with AGWA, the Alliance for Global Water Adaptation. I want to echo the welcome and to all the participants. I see a lot of names of friends and colleagues from around the world. AGWA is very excited and humbled to be participating in this event and to supporting this broader initiative under the Marrakesh Partnership. It's not easy to really tell and show the story about why water is critical to climate change more generally, but I wanted to tell a very brief story. A few years ago, I was in South Asia, and with a colleague from the British government, we were meeting with an energy minister in a province of this country, and the minister was very reluctant to see us. He thought we were going to push something on them that he didn't want to hear. And when he finally let us into his office, he said, "You must be here to talk about greenhouse gases." And my colleague and I looked at each other and we said, actually, we don't care that much about greenhouse gases. We're not here to talk about that. He was puzzled by this. He said, "Oh, then you must be here to talk about the environment." And my colleague and I looked at each other and we said, "Actually, we're not here to talk about the environment either." He said, "Why are you here? I know it has something to do with climate change." I jumped in and I said, "Well, I understand that you're building a very large coal-fired power plant, one of the largest in Asia. Is that right?" He said, "Yes." He said, I said, "It's a thermal plant. How is it cooled?" He said, "Well, it's water, of course." I said, "Where does water come from?" He said, "It comes from a canal." And I said, "No, it doesn't come from a canal. It actually comes from one of the great rivers of Asia. And all of the water that's in that river comes from snowpack and glaciers up in the Himalayas. And they are under very rapid evolution because of climate change. You're sitting in a city that in the past 10 years has experienced a century-scale drought followed by a century-scale flood. There's 67 million farmers in this province. My question for you is, when those farmers during the next drought come to the Prime Minister and they ask for water, and you need water for your facility, who's going to get it? And he was very quiet and he leaned back and he said, "Now I know why you're here." And I think that highlights the clear gaps that we have, the interconnection that we need resilient water management as a systemic solution across sectors, across public and private, and across adaptation and across mitigation. Thank you very much. I think you'll see some really good examples of these kinds of cross-cutting examples over the course of the day.
Thank you, John. It's really great and very powerful storytelling there. I hope we'll have some more like that throughout the day as well. Thanks for joining us so early. Now we have a couple of videos. I would love to hear from Cardinal Turkson from the Holy See.
We'll try one more time.
Okay, I think while we're waiting for our colleagues to see if we can get these videos working, we'll jump straight over to our wonderful colleague. Oh, we have it. Wonderful. Thank you.
Good morning to all of you and all of you participants at this event on water. And very grateful for having been invited to participate in this event. We're very grateful for your invitation. Conversation about water is always a very significant, very meaningful thing to us. Not simply because, for example, I come from Africa, but it's because of what water is for all of humanity. It's the one element that we cannot live without. And so when people go into space to other planets, the first thing they're looking for is a sign of water. If there's water there, then there's the assurance of life and all of that. So it's very crucial for us. But it's also very important that in a conversation about water, as for example, the popes have always been reminding us, it's good that we come to this conversation with the wisdom of our very many traditions, including religious traditions. And that's why, for example, I'm happy to quote again from the teachings of the popes that water as a created element is not limitless and it's not inexhaustible, and it should not be used with absolute sense of dominion, which we tend to exercise over a lot of created things, because the nature of water is not that. It's rather something that calls for very judicious use, recognizing that even its spread over the surface of the earth is not even. Some areas of the earth are more endowed, other areas are deprived actually of water and live in very dry conditions. Therefore, the recognition that water exists in such a character on the surface of the earth invites us to, in this case, the SDGs call for equal access to water, potable water for all, and we try to pursue that. But it's also good to recognize that when, for example, Pope Francis in his encyclical Laudato Si talks about integral development, he draws attention to this. It's an invitation for us to recognize that the elements of nature and the elements of human life are interrelated. To support human life, we need a healthy nature, healthy creation, healthy ecology. And for healthy ecology to also continue to survive, we also need human conduct that's also saintly and godly. So the two go hand in hand. On account of this, I'd like to congratulate you to holding this in Siwi in Stockholm, where you've been holding a lot of events on water. And I'd like to refer to the 2016 conference that was held over here, at which we drew attention to the concept of integral development, and at which it was observed that most of the contribution of water to integral and sustainable development is something that we cannot overstate, and it should not come to us as an afterthought or an oversight. Indeed, the water cycle, water function within the water cycle, its variation within the water cycle is a big factor in our climate change. Climate change is essentially, if you want, an issue of water. Okay, it's an issue of water, its variation within the water cycle, its absence or its presence, and all of that. Therefore, it is good we are coming together to make this conversation to recognize one thing which Pope Francis has later written about in his encyclical Fratelli Tutti. There he says that those who enjoy a surplus of water and yet choose to conserve it for the sake of greater human family have attained a moral stature that allows them to look beyond themselves and to look at their brothers and sisters. And the key word over here in the Pope's quote is conservation. And I'd like to make 3 observations about this. We conserve water not simply for the future, but we conserve it in terms of its quantity, its quality, and its access. Access not only to us, but access also to those who will come after us. So intergenerational use of water. We conserve water also for its use within our own, the group within which we live. And inclusive access to water is also very important and a good thing. Then thirdly, we conserve water also because of what the very many uses of water and religious functions motivate us to do. It's used in a lot of purification rites, in a lot of rites of passage, but for us Christians, it's also the greatest symbol of the Holy Spirit, the power of God, which enables us to develop virtuous disposition, virtuous qualities, and which enable us precisely to respond to the call to conserve water and to save it in the light and in view of those who will come after us. So we thank you, dear, sincerely for this invitation and trust that you have a good conversation. Thank you.
Thank you. And now over to a video from Matt Damon, who is in his part-time when he's not acting as the co-founder of water.org and Water Equity.
Thank you for your patience, everyone.
Okay, I think we're still waiting on Matt. He's clearly very busy at the moment. So we will move over to one of Matt's colleagues who has been instrumental in enabling water.org to have the impact that it does. I'd love to introduce Vedika Bandekar. She is water.org's Chief Global Impact Officer, and we'll be hearing from her for a brief few moments before we have the video available to you. Thank you. Thanks, Vedika.
Thanks, Kate. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, all. Many thanks to CIWI, IUCN, AGWA, and other organizers for inviting water.org to this very important and timely conversation. I would like to focus my brief remarks on the link between the ongoing pandemic and climate justice. The COVID-19 pandemic has underscored the importance of water and sanitation to the health and resilience of both the global community as well as the global economy. The entire world today understands how hand washing is the primary weapon to prevent the spread of the virus. However, hand washing is of course impossible without access to water. Today, 2.2 billion people, which is 6 times more than the population of the United States, live without a household water connection, meaning that their ability to protect themselves against this pandemic is severely constrained. Similarly, social distancing or physical distancing, another requirement to keep yourself safe, is that much harder to practice without a toilet or indeed a water connection at home. Meanwhile, we cannot talk about such safety precautions without considering how a changing climate impacts both the existing sources of water as well as people living in water-stressed environments. It's deeply disturbing and really sad that those who contribute least to climate change are suffering the first and are suffering the most. People living in poverty are among the most vulnerable to the impacts of climate change because of their reliance on unstable water and sanitation systems, on weaker institution protections, as well as on limited access to finance. Compromised long-term water supplies are a, if not the critical factor in climate migration. The impacts of climate change on water and sanitation systems are undermining progress towards achievement of SDG 6 by pushing communities down the ladder from safely managed to basic or even limited service and increasing the financial gap for the world to meet our targets. Not only do we need new climate resilience solutions to water and sanitation problems, we also need to have many more actors involved in solving these problems. And we need to find new ways to pay for these solutions. The status quo is just insufficient to meet the challenge we face. Innovating financing approaches, including new forms of bonds, such as green bonds, blue bonds, catastrophe bonds, micro-lending, micro-insurance, favorable taxation strategies, all of these need to be adapted to the context and put to work for the people, communities, and cities that are threatened. The pandemic has underscored that you cannot separate water and sanitation from health or the prevention of disease, or indeed even from healthy economies. When one person is at risk, we're all at risk. In summary, addressing the unequal access to water and sanitation in ways that are resilient in the face of climate change will ensure that we maintain the needed balance between people, ecosystems, and the economy. Thank you very much, and back to you, Kate.
Thank you, Vedika, and thank you for your really hard work. I know it's a wonderful job that water.org do. So thank you. We're going to try that video again from Matt Damon. We'll see if it works. If not, then we'll head straight over to Martha.
Hi, everyone. Matt Damon here. Drought, food scarcity, extreme weather. That's not just the stuff of science fiction anymore. It's our current reality. And unless we act now, it's only going to get much, much worse. Around 15 years ago, I got some great advice from President Bill Clinton. He said, "Turn toward the problems you see." And that idea is important now more than ever. The problems we face today are many, and it's a whole heck of a lot easier to put your head in the sand and go about living your life than actually confront them. Hanging over it all, both in terms of the scale of the problem and the potential it holds in solving many of society's biggest problems, is climate change, which is an existential threat to the planet and humanity, and why we're gathered here today. Now, the good news is I've seen firsthand that it is possible to make progress when you turn toward the problem, even when it seems impossible. Here's an example. More than 2 billion people don't have access to safe drinkable water, and as a result, over 1 million people die per year. But the problem is actually much bigger than that, because it's also robbing millions of women and children of their future potential, their true potential. And with climate change, water sources are drying up, and those walks are getting longer and sometimes simply futile. Now, I've been on those walks with kids who should have been in school. And through the organizations I co-founded, Water.org and Water Equity, we've empowered more than 30 million people with safe water or sanitation. And that progress could be wiped out if we don't get serious about climate change. The scale of the climate crisis is just staggering, but you can't let that be an excuse for doing nothing. So to fight climate change, we can't be overwhelmed by the seeming impossibility of the task at hand. We don't have the luxury of ignoring it if we want to build a better future for our children and grandchildren. And the potential impact of making even incremental progress cannot be understated. Every decision we make now, every action we take, and every commitment we make has an impact on the world that the next generations are going to inherit. And it is incumbent upon all of us to ensure that it's as good of a world as the one we enjoyed. The key to solving any of the problems we face, but especially climate change, is working together to find and implement solutions that can make a difference, both in the near and long term.
Thank you. Now we're going to hear from Martha Rojas Orrego, who's the Secretary General of the Ramsar Convention on Wetlands, one of those amazing potential solutions that we're going to shine a light on today. Thank you, Martha.
Thank you very much, Kate. And thank you to the high-level champions for organizing this event. And thank you for this introduction, Kate, which actually says what is the focus of the messages that I'm going to share today. So as we know, the ambition needs to be raised substantively, and we need to find solutions that are concrete, feasible, and effective. And some of these solutions we find in nature. And we know that there is research that shows that we could achieve 1/3 of the emissions reductions needed to achieve 2 degrees Celsius using these solutions, but we are using only 1%. And within these solutions, I would like to focus on a particular type of ecosystems, the water-related ecosystems or wetlands. So these include freshwater and marine and coastal ecosystems, such as rivers, lakes, peatlands, marshes, mangroves, and coral reefs. So I would like to explain why these ecosystems are so important for the race to zero. First of all, these are the most effective carbon sinks that we have. And take an example, peatlands. Peatlands cover only 3% of the surface of the land, and they store twice as much carbon than all the natural forests in the world. Mangroves, they store 5 times more carbon than other tropical forests per hectare. So these ecosystems are really hotspots for mitigation. Secondly, and Gonzalo mentioned that as well, they are very important in terms of resilience because wetlands act as sponges that keep water and release them, and thus they prevent droughts and floods. They also protect the coasts from extreme events, which we know have become more frequent with climate change. And this is particularly important as we know that 90% of natural disasters are water-related. But wetlands are also the source of fresh water. It is the most important source of fresh water that we use for consumption. They also clean water, and in that respect, they are very important for adaptation and for a healthy human life, which as we know today is absolutely essential. So we also know that they provide other services in terms of biodiversity, in terms of the source of food, etc. However, despite all these values, wetlands are also the most endangered ecosystem today. And I don't think that we are, and the public is aware of that. So we have lost in the last 300 years, 87% of the global wetlands. And we're losing them today 3 times faster than forests. So this means not only that we are losing these amazing sinks of carbon, but it also means that this carbon is being released. So we are creating more emissions as these ecosystems disappear. And to give you an example again with peatlands, the peatlands degradation today is responsible for up to 5% of the global emissions. So to finalize, we have here a great opportunity, and Gonzalo mentioned that this should be on the top, to have a ready-made solution. We know that it works, we know how to do it. So it's really a very important solution to use the conservation and the sustainable use and restoration of wetlands as part of the climate change action plans. A key action is to include these ecosystems within the NDCs. And some countries, not many, are doing it, but we are seeing that countries such as the UK, Spain, Chile, Uganda are already taking efforts, seeing that there is a win-win opportunity to conserve these ecosystems as part of the climate change policies. And in this way, we are thus accelerating our efforts for climate change, at the same time reversing the biodiversity loss and ensuring that we are building back better and that we achieve zero carbon, sustainable and a resilient future for all. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Martha. It's encouraging to hear that there are reasons to be cheerful, but we certainly can't be complacent when it comes to wetlands. So I'm really looking forward to diving more into this topic later today. Thank you for such an impassioned speech. Now we have a video from Ulrika Modia, who's the UN Assistant General Secretary at UNDP.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to address this important forum of the Race to Zero dialogues. And I want to commend the team of organizers for ensuring to highlight the important role of water in addressing the global climate crisis. Climate change affects water in so many ways. Threatening basic human needs, it has implications on the human rights to water and sanitation, the status of vital ecosystems, as well as economic development. Some 4 billion people face severe water scarcity for at least 1 month per year. And when disaster strikes, it often strikes through water, floods, landslides, storms, and droughts that are becoming more frequent and more intense, as we know. Most countries are well aware of the risks and the importance of building adaptive capacity. Among the 137 countries that included adaptation in their intended national determined contributions to the Paris Agreement in 2016, water was the most important area for adaptation action. And many of the largest water-related programs of UNDP are also found in the climate change adaptation portfolio. Water management also relates closely with climate change mitigation. But this reciprocal relationship has been given less attention. Few institutions and actors responsible for updating and implementing national climate change strategies have fully taken water-related mitigation issues into account. The importance of water for climate change mitigation does not only relate to the way that mitigation measures like nature-based solutions for carbon sequestration or updated energy mix towards hydropower or biofuel rely on water. There is also the greenhouse gas emissions of the water sector itself. And water and wastewater utilities are reportedly responsible for between 3 and 7% of greenhouse gas emissions, relating to both energy consumption and emissions from wastewater. UNDP and partners, not least the Stockholm International Water Institute and other co-organizers of this day, are actively supporting countries to purposefully consider the interactions with water in their endeavors to enhance their national determined contributions to the Paris Agreement. And UNDP's Climate Promise, which is the largest and boldest global initiative on climate change, is helping 115 countries to deliver stronger commitments under the Paris Agreement. We are, as UNDP, supporting dozens of countries who have chosen to strengthen water-related emissions reduction and adaptation measures. All this needs to happen while we are also fighting the global crisis of the COVID-19 pandemic. And with over 100 million more people being pushed into poverty in 2020, the COVID-19 crisis has painfully, as we know, exposed the deep inequalities and fragilities of societies. And while hand washing remains one of the most critical lines of defense against the spread of the disease, UNICEF points out that 40% of the world's population, or 3 billion people, do not have hand washing facilities with water and soap at home. And 1 in 4 healthcare facilities lack basic water services. So among the priorities of multi-sectoral crisis management, UNDP calls for improved access to basic services. World leaders, coordinated by the Sanitation and Water for All, have called for a making water, sanitation and hygiene available to everyone, eliminating inequalities and leaving no one behind. Now, on the ground in 170 countries, UNDP will continue to work closely with partners to pool resources and know-how to end the exclusion of the poorest and most vulnerable from the most basic services, and to build forward better a green recovery that ensures cross-sectoral collaboration in a way that puts our future on a sustained path towards carbon neutrality. Let's race to zero. Thank you.
Thank you, Ulrika. I hope you've all got your running shoes on today. I'm about to hand over to our final speaker of this plenary session. It gives me great pleasure to give the floor to Professor Johan Rockström, head of the Potsdam Institute for Climate Impact Research. He's going to help us understand better the evidence base for acting on climate through water. Thank you, Professor Rockström.
Yeah, thanks, Kate, and hello, everyone. Basically, what I'll do is provide scientific support for all the voices that have already been expressing the urgency and the need for a transformation towards sustainable water for humanity's future on Earth. Matt Damon put forward the expression, we're facing an existential risk. I just want to emphasize that this is scientifically supported today. We are at risk of destabilizing life support systems on Earth, fundamentally fresh water being a precondition for the stability of the planet. As Cardinal Turkson and Nigel Topping and Torgny Holmgren pointed out, this is not water playing a single sector role. It is interwoven in the fundamental fabric of social, ecological, and health and security across the world. Now, what I'd like to do is just walk through a few of the latest scientific advancements in our understanding on the role of fresh water as the bloodstream regulating the state of our future on Earth. The number one is that for the first time, we've been able to run climate models over the last 3 million years. You may wonder, is that of relevance? Well, it is for 2 reasons. One is that even though our planet is 4.5 billion years old, it's only in the last Pleistocene era, the last 3 million years, that we've had a planet with a global hydrological cycle, with the phosphorus, nitrogen, carbon cycles, with the biosphere composition, ice sheet compositions, as we know it and we depend on it today. Now, for the first time, a climate model has been run based on our physical understanding of how the Earth system works. And it shows that despite all the climate forcing and all the volcanic eruptions and earthquakes, the planet has kept itself within an incredibly narrow corridor, never exceeding 2 degrees Celsius. So despite all the punches through natural variability, -4 degrees Celsius compared to pre-industrial mean temperatures means deep ice age, 70-meter lower sea levels, tremendous droughts across the entire planet. Plus 2 degrees is the maximum warm level we've seen on Earth. And the planet has been oscillating within this corridor for the past 3 million years. Do we really need more scientific support that it's dangerous to go past 2 degrees Celsius? Well, we are on a journey that has taken us to 1.2 degrees Celsius, and we are moving towards 3 to 3.5 degrees Celsius, a point we haven't been in for the past 10 million years. Now, what has this to do with water? Well, we know today that the reason why the planet is able to stay within this incredibly narrow corridor, -4 ice age, +2 warm interglacial, is thanks to all the biosphere feedbacks that keeps the planet stable, meaning all the carbon sinks, for example, the wetland sinks that Martha just shared, all the abilities of the freshwater cycle to keep carbon stocks intact and to suck up and absorb and dampen when stress occurs, and releasing when we have periods of shifts in the forcing on the Earth system. So we can say with very high degree of scientific certainty today that if we have a stable hydrological cycle, we stand a chance of having a stable biosphere, which is a prerequisite for a stable planet. 50% of the global emissions of greenhouse gases today are absorbed by the natural biosphere in the oceans and on land. So freshwater is fundamental. The second insight is that the global freshwater cycle is a global common. We all depend on it. The latest science, which my colleagues at the Potsdam Institute for Climate Impact Research published just a few weeks back, showed that global warming has now reduced rainfall to an extent in the Amazon rainforest, one of the big biomes that regulates the state of the Earth system, with so much that 40% of the forest can today exist both as rainforest and savanna. Not that the rainforest has crossed the tipping point, but it can, because we have the hydrological conditions now for it to be either in savanna or rainforest state. As you may know, the latest assessments show that if we lose 20% of the rainforest due to deforestation and continue global warming, we are on a pathway towards irreversibly losing the Amazon rainforest, this massive system for freshwater supply to cities like Sao Paulo and also regulator of global climate. The second key insight is that water plays a role in interconnecting different tipping elements on Earth. So when ice melts on Greenland, it affects the ocean heat circulation in the North Atlantic, which affects the monsoon systems in West Africa, which affects the temperature on surface water in the southern hemisphere, which in turn makes the surface water so much warmer that West Antarctica melts faster. So there's an interconnectivity through fresh water from the Arctic via the Amazon and West Africa to Antarctica. You can really talk of an intertwined system. I want to close here, Kate, by just giving 3 tracks of how water can help solve the climate crisis. Track 1, which is actually building on what Martha just shared, safeguard the irrecoverable carbon sinks in the living biosphere. We have recently mapped this with colleagues at Conservation International. 139 gigatons, billion tons of carbon are stored in what we now call irrecoverable carbon in living ecosystems. These are defined in a very conservative way. These are the living systems that we have a chance to manage, which if we lose the carbon cannot be recovered in the next 30 years, the decisive period when we are to decarbonize the world economy. Now, 139 gigatons is equivalent to 15 years of global emissions. If we lose these carbon sinks, we can no longer have any chance of delivering on Paris. Now, the second, so that is a climate solving strategy to connect the climate agenda with the water agenda, with the biodiversity agenda on preserving those standing carbon sink systems. And we know them. These are the temperate forest, the boreal forest, the wetland systems, the mangrove systems, the large tundra, permafrost stocks. We have them well mapped today. The second track is the massive evidence today that nature-based solutions or natural climate solutions can be scaled. Investments in soil carbon sinks, in biomass systems, all of them depending on freshwater investments, shown to be possible, able to contribute up to 30% of the climate mitigation pathways between now and 2050. Nature-based solutions can be scaled, and it's all about working with nature through water. And third and final, Kate, is the strategies of building resilience in food production systems, which is also automatically a way of reducing risks of pandemics into the future. Because now we've come to a point where we can no longer expand agriculture into natural ecosystem, because that raises the risk of creating pandemic risks such as COVID-19, which is a zoonosis, a virus spillover from wildlife through domestic animals to humans. Now we know, for example, in Africa that 95% of the food production is rain-fed among small-scale farmers. Here, global warming is undermining the life support systems for small-scale family communities across the continent. Investing in resilience building is about investing in water. We have so much experience here. Sweden, through SIDA and SIWI, have invested over the years in water harvesting strategies, which can now be scaled as a way of drought-proofing small-scale agriculture. Let me tell you a little story. 20 years back, we started to transfer over water harvesting experiences from India with Sunita Narain, one of the Stockholm Water Prize laureates, over to Africa. That has started to build up a momentum on an experimental research basis to start with. I was back in Machakos in the eastern part, just 100 kilometers east of Nairobi, just a few months back, meeting with the farmers there 20 years after the investment. And can you imagine the water harvesting ponds today with locally made lining, serving both drought proofing of maize cultivation, but also as a women-led off-season cash-making vegetable garden source, have now become so precious that what 20 years back, when you married your son or daughter, the dowry paid for that was generally some livestock. Today, the highest price for dowry when you marry away your daughter to another family is a water harvesting pond. A water harvesting pond is what you want as your most precious capital when you combine families through marriage today in Machakos. This is proof that water harvesting is a pathway to drought proofing under climate stress. So in summary, water is a precondition to reach the Paris target. Water is a precondition to reach the United Nations new targets on biodiversity. And the water is a precondition, as has already been emphasized many times, to reach the Sustainable Development Goals. So it's really time to start scaling the solutions. Thank you, and back to you, Kate.
Thank you, Johan. It's really inspiring, and thank you for your great stories. Now, if those of us on the call today, if you haven't quite figured out why we're here, then maybe you need to go back to the beginning. If this hasn't convinced you of the need to act on our issues, then again, go back to the beginning and watch again. Please do join me in thanking all of our inspiring speakers in this opening part of our Water Day. It's really been a powerful start to the day, I'm sure you will agree. So virtual claps, please, for everybody. I'd now like to start with the actual substance of our Race to Zero Water Day. My colleagues, Jennifer Junn and James Dalton, working alongside myself since the summer and as part of the Climate Champions team, have charted out a pathway for action on climate through water. And the purpose of our session together today is to showcase this pathway with you and hear back from you about how it can be strengthened and improved. The Climate Action Pathway for Water is built on the best available science from the water community, informed by the likes of Johan's work, and outlines a sectoral vision for a 1.5 degree climate resilient world by 2050, and sets out the science-based actions and milestones needed for systems transformation to take place within water. It's built around 3 pillars, and the 3 pillars are the main thematic areas of our day today. Protecting people and restoring wetlands and water-based ecosystems, transforming the ways in which we use water in agriculture, energy, and the infrastructure required to deliver water. And then the 3rd pillar is triggering a wastewater reuse renaissance. We are about to hear our vision of the future that we believe this pathway will allow us to achieve.
Thank you so much, Kate. So as Kate mentioned, we do have this pathway, and behind it, we've also worked on a vision statement. This vision statement acts as kind of the first contours of what we see as the future in which by 2050, we will have reached successfully a 1.5 degree resilient world, and that we will be using, reusing, and valuing water in service of that vision. And to narrate that vision for us, we've invited a very special guest. Livia Pinasso is a 2019 Brazil finalist for the Stockholm Junior Water Prize, one of the most prestigious prizes for youth scientists, engineers, and inventors from all around the world, solving the global water crisis as well as the climate crisis. So we have a video of her narrating our vision statement.
It is 2050, and the full 10% contribution of the water sector to the global mitigation goal of the Paris Agreement has been attained through the protection and restoration of freshwater resources for ecosystems and people. The sustainable use and distribution of water for agriculture, energy, industry, and human settlements, and the reuse of freshwater and wastewater at a global scale. Our activities to extract, store, deliver, use, treat, and reuse water have been fully decarbonized in environmentally sustainable ways. And these activities have transitioned from being largely non-renewable and carbon-intensive to becoming a source of net positive renewable energy. This has been achieved predominantly through harnessing the embedded energy, water, and nutrients content of wastewater, which is used in singular models of urban and rural development. Water infrastructure and services, both man-made and natural, have been planned, adequately financed, and built to be robust and flexible across a range of possible climate futures. They are providing reliable service for all, tailored to local management capacities and municipal and community needs, while eliminating water overuse and losses. In cities, the provision of water and energy has been combined and optimized into decentralized, mutually beneficial, circular, and resilient systems. Half of all freshwater ecosystems and inland waters, particularly those that have the greatest potential to sequester carbon, such as wetlands, peatlands, and mangroves, are protected and restored, maximizing their transformative potential for carbon mitigation and sequestration. Bending the curves of biodiversity loss, boosting resilience for communities and livelihoods, and preventing the spread of pandemics due to deforestation and the destruction of ecosystems. Up to 2.07 gigatons of carbon emissions have been reduced or sequestered from agriculture and food systems, thanks to the widespread deployment of smart and efficient irrigation technologies. Regenerative agricultural practices are now the norm, practiced on farms the world over, safeguarding farmers and their livelihoods. These result in multiple benefits, including water and energy conservation, improved soil health, carbon sequestration, and prevention of environmental pollution and degradation. A further 13.8 gigatons of carbon emissions have been reduced thanks to, among other things, the application of alternative wetting and drying cycles in rice production. Water and wastewater used to reduce energy have been fully optimized, carefully designed, and installed in order to reduce maladaptive impacts on water-dependent ecosystems and services. Business and financial decisions from the public and private sectors prioritize and align with the protection, smart use and reuse of freshwater resources and ecosystems, providing direct finance, green jobs, market signals, and incentives that continue to drive the innovation required for the water transformation we have achieved. Despite achieving our goal of limiting global warming to 1.5 degrees, 380 million more people live in regions of water stress in 2050 than in 2020. These people are thriving, however, thanks to universally accessible, safe, and adequate water supplies and sanitation services, effectively preventing and containing pandemics such as COVID-19, while raising our people out of poverty and ensuring the human right to water is respected and fully realized. Thanks to adequate and effective cross-sectoral institutional, legal, and regulatory frameworks and resources to implement and promote sustainable and resilient water management, sustainable water provision and allocation, and protection of people and places, while providing appropriate government initiatives that ensure water is directed to societies
Crucially,
different civil society organizations are actively engaged in spurring cross-sectoral innovation and collaboration and are holding Keystone stakeholders accountable of maintaining the water transformation that have been achieved.
Great, thank you for that. I just want to, my name is James Dalton, I'm the Director of the Global Water Programme at IUCN and part of the team behind this process. And I just want to raise attention to the pathway that we've just heard spoken through, and also from Kate and Jennifer earlier on. I think it's important to understand that we're only starting on this journey with the pathway, that the executive summary is online and available for comment and feedback. But this is not the end point, this is the starting point. Next year, in the first quarter of 2021, we will be sharing online the larger document that details how we will achieve the ambition that the pathway sets out in the structure of it on protect and restore, reduce and reuse. Please engage in this process, either as individuals, as institutions, as industry bodies, as roundtables, irrelevant of your water experience or your knowledge around water. The key thing is for us to gather that feedback and to help embed water within the other sectors and the other pathways that exist. As we've heard from our amazing plenary lineup, water is part of the bedrock of building resilience, but it's also key to also help us mitigate the impacts of climate change in the race to zero emissions. So please also take on board the actions and the recommendations that you've just heard about and see how they can be integrated into your plans on a daily business, on an industrial basis, on a business case basis, so that we can see how the pathway can be used in practical application in the lead up to COP26, but also far beyond COP26. This is not just a 1 year or a 2 year process. We're trying to set the pathway off here that will help shape the future trajectory of climate change mitigation and adaptation. The consultation needs to grow. And this is the chance for you to help engage with that process and to shape the pathway going forward in the lead up to COP26 and to help us build more ambitious, science-based milestones and goals to help achieve net zero emissions and to help us build resilience to climate change. Thank you very much. Back to you, Kate.
Well, actually, James, it's back to me. Yeah, oh, actually, starting with me. Thanks, James. Thank you, Kate, also for taking us through the first session of this morning. Very exciting to hear all of these amazing experts and decision makers also that can really open the pathway here. Now, we're going to dive deep into the climate action pathway for water. My name is Maggie White. I am the Senior Manager for International Policy at CIWI, and I will be your MC for the next 3 thematic sessions and 3 spotlight sessions that will give meat, stories, insights into what is behind the climate action pathway and how we would love to have all of you engage with us. Because as James just said, this is just a starting point. And we have COP26 ahead of us, but we also have our global agendas to reach, whether it's the Paris Agreement or the SDG global agendas as well. First of all, some housekeeping information for those that have just joined us. They will be shared with you also in the chat box. The event is recorded and live streamed on YouTube, and the Zoom platform will run continuously throughout the day. We also would love for you to engage with us and spread the wonderful solutions, ideas, statements that were coming out from the session today. So please check out CIWI, IUCN, AGWA's, CDP, and UN Global Compact's Twitter handles, and don't forget the hashtag of Race to Zero. Of course, we are delighted to offer to all of you French and Spanish interpretation. Don't hesitate to use the global icon that's at the bottom of your screen to switch languages. And now, to start off with the meat of the meat. The theme of this session will be protecting people and restoring water resources and ecosystems. This is the first pillar of the climate action pathway for water. And I'm very excited to have very inspiring keynote speakers that will present and lay out the foundations of this. And then we'll go into 3 parallel breakout sessions in which you will have the opportunity to choose from. And then we'll reconvene here on this platform for a very exciting Q&A with my colleague, Daniela Lalario. Now, our first speaker, as you have probably heard her speak many times, and is really a spearheading champion in the environmental space, is Inge Andersen, who is Executive Director of the United Nations Environmental Program. Inge, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Maggie, and my great appreciation to all the good work that CIWI and the other partner organizations are doing here. I have to say that this was a session that I just could not miss. We are busy with the Finance and Common session. Today we're launching the One Health initiative, so I'm afraid I'm sort of popping in and popping out here, but I could not be in this session of that really focuses on the intersex between water and climate. So I really want to express a strong thanks to Stockholm International Water Institute and to the co-conveners, and just recall that water is our most precious resource, and it is under this growing strain. We all know that, and just those numbers that we've all heard, it sort of bears very quickly repeating. 20% of the world's aquifers are overexploited. 1/3 of all rivers in Latin America, Africa, and Asia suffering from pathogenic pollution, and of course climate change changing all of this right before our eyes. Storms, droughts, desertification, etc. 2 billion people already living in water stress. So we know the numbers. 700 million people could be displaced by water scarcity. So that's just a highlight of what we know. So I want to mention, I mention these problems because, yeah, it sets the stage, but also it sets the stage for the solutions, which is what you're all talking about today, because sustainable water management is the way to get to the solution, both to mitigating and to adapting to climate change. And in fact, when we think about adaptation and mitigation, both are reliant on strategies that will require water to succeed, right? An integrated view on water, land use, environmental flows is really required to devise agricultural, industrial, and economic systems that are sustainable and that will allow us to de-accelerate climate change, protect us from the extremes, and to adapt to what we know are the realities of climate change. And so we at UNEP, together with all the partners here, are working on standing up that knowledge and on impacting that. It's probably worthwhile stressing that the IPCC states that, and I quote, the relationship between climate change mitigation measures and water is a reciprocal one. So that means that there is a relationship and a responsibility on water managers to be mindful of this. Measures to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, such as hydropower development, have a direct implications for water resource usage management, and conversely, water extraction and management have an impact on carbon emission due to the energy intensity of water treatment and the distribution infrastructure, but both are critical to livelihood, sustainability, and equity, and in leaving no one behind. So we've got to get it right in these measures, right? The SDGs and the NDCs both acknowledge the role that governments and private sector and other actors have to play in water stewardship, but we still see that very few of the NDCs have fully taken water-related mitigation issues into account. So that's a to-do item for all of us around this virtual table. So not only do we need to mitigate climate change, we also need to adapt to the current and predicted climatic changes that will come. And we need to create a much healthier relationship between people and nature to meet the Sustainable Development Goals and to provide stability and peace in fragile contexts. So I put it to you that there are three priorities that should guide our work as we move forward. First, we need a new contract with nature that tackles climate change and ecosystem loss. A new contract with nature. If we reduce climate change, we reduce the severity of water scarcity, we reduce the severity of droughts, of desertification, etc. If we conserve nature, we boost the healthy ecosystems, forests, rivers, waters, wetlands, lakes. All of these are critical for providing clean and abundant water. As many have said, the green pandemic packages, the stimulus packages, offer real opportunities to invest smartly for the future. Surely we are not going to not only give the next generation our pandemic debt from the stimulus packages and also a broken planet. Surely what we are going to do is to ensure that those stimulus packages make the right investments, the green investments that we need to make. So just as important is providing strong backing to the new biodiversity framework that we are negotiating as we speak, and the post-2020 framework, and seeing water in that context, and to the UN Decade on Ecosystem Restoration. So the first thing then is finding that new contract with nature that tackles climate change and ecosystem loss. But the second thing that we must do is to ensure fair and efficient water use, particularly in arid and conflict-prone areas. When resources are scarce, we must use them wisely. This means changing how we allocate, store, and optimize water use. For agriculture, this means more crop per drop. This means smarter intensification without polluting the soils. This means smarter irrigation, smarter crop choice for the highest value, the highest nutrients, the highest productivity. We need to put R&D into that aspect and scale up technology transfer, especially in water scarce regions, which are particularly vulnerable to climate change. Access to water or lack of access to water can also contribute to local conflicts, especially where governance is weak. We have not seen interstate conflict based on water, but tensions are likely to increase in water scarce regions. And we've seen this on the map and in the news before us. So transboundary water management, inclusive water management becomes critical. So that is an area where many are working, including UNEP, to proactively find solutions. And the third area that we need to do is to tackle water pollution. Because if we are driving water scarcity due to climate change, we better not spoil the waters that we do have. We better make sure that they remain pristine. Water pollution puts our health at risk. It also drives up scarcity by the implication that other water is taken out of consumption use. And clearly what we're seeing now in the COVID-19 pandemic is the imperatives of water accessibility. Water pollution is also impacting our economies, freshwater fishing industry, water for irrigation industry, and other productive uses that cannot be put into use. Agricultural runoff, however, also has massive downstream implications, harmful algae blooms, nitrogen flows, antimicrobial resistance, and endocrine disrupting chemicals are raising health concerns across the world. And of course, especially during storms and floods, which in all likelihood, or which are increasing in a climate changing world. So water pollution, making number 3. Number 2, fair and efficient water use, leaving no one behind. And number 1, a new contract with nature. If we do this, then we will be using resources wisely. This means we need to change how we allocate, store, and optimize, as I said. So colleagues, we need to use every tool and every solution that we have in the toolbox to tackle these challenges. Boosting water and energy efficiency through investment, through technology and infrastructure can help a great deal. We can look at combined power and desal plants, combined heat and power plants, using alternative water sources for thermal power, which anyhow we need to exit from, and so on and so forth. There are a number of options that we can do here and now before we even make the green switch to reduce the impact on water. And then we need to be expeditiously moving towards green solutions in the energy space. Water management decision tools and early warning systems will help governments plan and implement policies that can head off water shortages and extreme events such as droughts and floods. This becomes all the more critical in a climate changing world. These are just a few options. I know that today you will be spending lots of time getting many more of these together and really elevating these into action. We cannot talk inside the bubble of water resource management. We need to actually take this into the field. This is why it's so good that this has a blended composition. So colleagues, water is a prerequisite for life. This we all know. Without water, we will all die within a few days. So we need to grow that collaboration. We need to ensure that we collaborate. We need to move forward on climate, on biodiversity, and on integrated water management. If we're really serious, then our aspirations can actually make an impact for climate change, for biodiversity, and for sustainable development. And we can't do that without you. So back over to you. It is a great pleasure, Maggie, to be here with you today. I have to apologize that I run away because I'm going to another thing, but I'm so pleased that I got this opportunity to speak. All the very best. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Inga. And a champion, but also very inspired and very passionate about all the work you're doing and making also the transition so easy, because this new contract with nature that you mentioned is also a new contract with water. And what better transition to introduce to you Marjoon, who has developed a new contract, a new relationship when it comes to water and valuing water, and especially into the field. I had the honor of meeting him last year at World Water Week, and I'm very excited for him to share with you and others here the amazing work that he's been doing in China. He is the founder and director of one of the most influential environmental NGOs in China, the Institute of Public and Environmental Affairs. And Marjoon, it's really, really a great honor and pleasure for me to give you the floor today here. Thank you.
Thank you, Maggie. Thank you for inviting me, and distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I am honored to address the most important annual gathering on water governance. More than 20 years ago, the water pollution, shortage and degradation that I witnessed in many parts of my country have prompted me to write the book, China's Water Crisis. In 2006, we established our organization, IPE, to launch the Blue Map database based on the recognition that those who are impacted by pollution and damage should be heard and be involved in environmental and water governance. One of those who approached us in the early days of our organization was the wife of a local fisherman who lived in a small town in East China, with many bottles of wastewater samples in all different striking colors, and a water pollution diary. She documented the suffering of the river they depended upon, as well as the suffering of the local villagers. Through research and on-site investigations, we realized that region is the largest concentration of the global dyeing industry. Large number of dye houses and dye staff manufacturers, those chemical plants, discharge into the river network, and the emission often tip the color of the season, not just in Shanghai and Beijing, and quite often in New York, Paris, I believe in London. We try to engage with the local factories, but they argue that as the suppliers of the global networks of supply chain, they would lose their business because the buyer only pay attention to the cost. But one by one, brands started comparing their list of suppliers with our Blue Map list of violators. In one case, first it was Gap, and then H&M, then Uniqlo, Marks & Spencer, and finally Walmart used their sourcing power to motivate one of the top 10 dye houses to spend millions of dollars to ensure that every year up to 12 million tons wastewater properly treated before it was discharged into the river. That was the very river the fisherman and his wife depended upon. To expand information transparency, along with our NGO partners, we managed to motivate the government to require tens of thousands of largest air and water emitters, those polluters, to disclose their online monitoring data every hour or every 2 hours. Then we developed the Blue Map app that enabled the people to access water quality data of rivers, lakes, drinking water sources, and coastal seas, and to visualize the performance of 5 million companies on a cell phone map. The applications of our data through green supply chain, green finance, and micro-reporting via social media have motivated so far 16,000 factories to openly address their environmental issues and violation records. We have seen significant improvement in air quality, and to a lesser degree, but still very encouraging, improvement in water quality in many regions in our country. Yet we still have 1.8 million violation records in our database. The groundwater and coastal sea pollution remain persistent. The freshwater biodiversity is still in a critical condition, with young fish and fish eggs of the Yangtze River dropped by 90%. The third largest waterway in the world, of course. Our carbon emission is about 28% of the global total. Upon all this multiple set of environmental and climate challenges, we're going through the global pandemic, which may have brought some short-term relief on the environment, but by putting the production on halt, but will create massive tension when economy trying to recover. At such a critical moment, it is inspiring for us to see enhanced climate targets set by Europe, a carbon neutrality pledge made by China recently, as well as the election result in America. We're expanding our data-driven solutions to help China, hopefully the world, to build back better. The garbage sorting map means to tackle the ocean plastic waste issue from the sources. The biodiversity map means to put all red line zones and protected zones, which cover 1/4 of China's landmass, on digital map. The carbon map we have just launched means to consolidate the long-term pledge by distributing the carbon picking targets city by city and facility by facility. The global brand map means to document how major multinational and local brands set environmental and climate targets and take actions to clean up their supply chain. Just like on water footprints, many of the brands have over 70%, sometimes 80% of their carbon embedded in upstream value chain. We're happy to see top brands from US and Europe taking the leadership role to pledge. We're helping local brands in China to catch up at this moment. Ladies and gentlemen, the pandemic have highlighted how much a global risk, when materialized, may derail the world with devastating consequences. Let us seize the momentum of all the net zero commitments and turn them into a race to zero competition globally, a race that will empower a broad range of stakeholders to participate, a race that taps into the vast development of information technology, a race that will further unlock the enormous potential of innovative power, a race that will restore the climate, wetlands, rivers, forests, and biodiversity of our common, beautiful planet home. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Marjun, for not only bringing us very, very concrete ways of how we move forward. And I'm so impressed that you actually have 1.8 million recorded violation records. I mean, that's enormous amount of database, and it shows mobilization because it's citizens also that are putting that information in there. So I think what Inga was saying about this new contract that we have with nature, first of all, it's about having a new contract with ourselves and how do we want to build and transform for the future generations and for the world we want to be in today. So thank you so much again for sharing.
Thank you.
Inga and Marjun have really set the scene for us. And I do feel that with your insights and the ideas that you've laid out, we can move now into our breakout discussions, which will be centered around transformative solutions that showcase the power of water in climate action. We will have 3 breakout sessions. The first one will be presented by WaterAid, and it's featuring a solution on clean water and sanitation for climate justice. We've heard a bit about this from water.org also in the plenary. The second one will be presented by the International Water Management Institute, IMI, and will dive into how high-tech insurance is helping farmers survive floods. And last but not least, our third breakout session will be presented by Wetlands Internationals and will discuss scaling up the power of wetlands for ambitious climate action. Now, each of these breakout sessions will be running in parallel and will take place in virtual meeting rooms outside the Zoom platform. You should be showing up now are the links to those breakout sessions. Please join them, and then we will reconvene here on this platform in 45 minutes. Thank you so much, and see you soon. maybe tell people. Exactly, like don't click on that. So they have to create a new link now. Oh.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back from our breakout sessions. Our apologies for the disruption in breakout room 1, and also a reminder to put mute when not speaking. I hope you enjoyed the discussion. My name is Daniela Lorario, and I am with the High Level Climate Champions team supporting the Water Day at Race to Zero November Dialogues. It's a pleasure to be here. Today, I'll be guiding you through the Q&A portion of the session, and we'll be trying out some creative ways to bring you back out of the deep dive conversations you just had in the breakout sessions and reorient you towards your own individual and organization's commitments and action. First, I'd like to invite each of the breakout session spokesperson to take the floor and share with us in 45 seconds or less what solution was presented and some of the key takeaways from your conversation.
Daniela, this is Jennifer. I think some of the session presenters are coming back as we speak, so we might have to just give them about 30 seconds to a minute.
Okay.
Shall we, I wonder,
Apologize.
yeah, shall we move maybe in the meantime directly to the Mentimeter poll?
Yeah, sure. Okay. Okay, so to bring a little bit of levity into the session, before we hear the summarization points of the breakout rooms, we've prepared some Mentimeter polls for you in the audience. When was the last time you visited a wetland? Well, the pandemic here doesn't help that one, right? But you see that 5 of you have visited last week. Good. So just a reminder about the Mentimeter platform. So it's very easy. You just go online to www.menti.com and use the code 7621089, and you have access to this poll with us. Okay. Last week and last year. Yeah, sure. We can write the code on the chat. It's just a reminder, 7621089. For those of you coming back, we're on Mentimeter poll. Please log into www.menti.com and use the code. It's also written on the chat, 7621089, on when was the last time you visited a wetland. So now we have more newcomers and they've never been to a wetland. I'm glad that everybody knows what a wetland is. So this one's a tricky. When was the last time you had to take a, I think I'm not allowed to say that, in the street? Okay, there's a last week there. 2 of you. For those of you joining late, we're on a Mentimeter poll. Please go to www.menti.com and use the code 7621089 and answer us, when was the last time you had to take in the street? So just, you know, if you answered never on the last question, be mindful how privileged we are, right? Now, how much more carbon do wetlands save compared to forests? This is a tricky one. Twice as much, the same amount, 3 times as much, or 10 times as much? Okay. We already have a lot of answers. So they save twice as much, and still wetlands are being lost 3 times as fast as forests. So there you go. I gave a spoiler, but 10 of us got it right. When was it the last time you came face to face with someone who didn't have access to a toilet in their home? Sadly, as we mentioned on the chat, according to WHO, 2 billion people don't have access to toilets in the world.
Danny, you're on mute.
Apologies. So we have those 2 questions that are left open and flagged all day. One of them is, what concrete water actions have you or your organization taken to achieve net zero resilient water use? Please include name in your answer. Good. We see some action here. Stop eating meat, going vegan, go Julia. Research on the transition to renewable energy and reducing water-related energy. Capturing using rainwater in our offices for toilet flushing and a constructed wetland for water treatment. Rainwater collection. Good. New plant-based products. Planning a goal campaign race for resilience. Where water is. Thank you. An impact area. Thank you, David. Renew Our Earth has water initiative in Lom, Togo. Rainwater for agriculture. So as a reminder, Kate told us that this question will be open all day, so we're waiting for more commitments from you and your organizations. Now I think we head back to what I said in the beginning. Welcome back, everyone. I'm Daniela Arroyo, and I'm with the High Level Climate Champions team, and I'll be guiding you through this Q&A portion. So I'd like to invite each of the breakout sessions spokesperson to take a floor and share with us in 45 seconds or less what solution was presented and some of the key takeaways from your conversation. So for the transformative solution on water and sanitation for climate justice with water aid, I will invite Jonathan, please, to read out the summary points.
Good morning, everybody, and thank you very much. So we had a really good session. Unfortunately, we were slightly interrupted, but we still had some good thoughts from Kathleen from the OECD and also Evie from the Minutia Foundation. And what we were stressing was the need for capacity and action on the ground, both to monitor and manage crises, the overlapping crises of the water and climate change and now the pandemic. But also this local action means that people are empowered to respond to these and also think of innovative solutions that work for them and build a low carbon and sustainable future. And the key points were about making sure that we did this in line with the need to respect human rights and diversity, but also, of course, to link up global international institutions to get both finance and resources, but also attention where it matters, and to make sure those we never forget about the needs of the most vulnerable communities. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jonathan, and also our apologies to the disruption on your breakouts. So now for the third transformative solutions on ecosystems and nature-based solutions, scaling up the power of wetlands for ambitious climate action with Wetlands International. The presenter is Jane. Jane, would you read out some of the key takeaways from your conversation to us?
With pleasure, Danielle. Yes, we had a group which spanned from big business to civil society organizations operating in Chad and Ethiopia. The main conclusion is that healthy biodiverse wetlands, which store and regulate water in the landscape, should be considered as critical infrastructure to mitigate and adapt to climate change. And in this sense, they're also critical for underpinning green recovery. And we reflected on the fact that whilst even if emissions are reduced, resilience for the most vulnerable people will still depend on putting back wetlands in good condition in the landscape to reduce these water hazards and disasters. And that those communities themselves are key to making those solutions happen, bringing their local knowledge in to help transform their own landscapes. We focused a lot on the need to value wetlands properly and the potential for safeguarding and recovering wetland systems to deliver a triple win in the sense of reducing and avoiding carbon emissions, but also building resilience of vulnerable communities, benefiting their health and livelihoods. And that valuing the financial, social and natural capital is vital to underpin policies and investments in this direction. So in this sense, we also pointed to the importance of the NDCs and enabling countries to properly build in the role of ecosystems. So first to recognize the anthropogenic emissions from degraded wetlands and then to build in ecosystem-based solutions. And we think that countries need some help to bring this knowledge in the right way. And lastly, maybe most importantly, we want to flag up the need for ambitious targets for wetland recovery to be set and adopted at the country and the global level. And everyone felt that this is really needed to drive partnerships, investments and action between business, government and civil society. and connecting back to this issue of building in the metrics and the values into that process. So this is maybe something for the upcoming climate COP and other relevant COPs.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Jane. Now for the transformative solution on flood and drought management, how high-tech insurance is helping farmers survive floods with EME. Please, Rachel, would you read out the summary points?
Thank you very much. And if only we could have been in all the other sessions as well. They sound superb as well. So we shone a spotlight on a particular project. Well, this project, or it's a program really, that spans the area of Bangladesh and India and focuses on floods. And this project is highlighting how we can use satellite data as well as mobile phone payment, many different sorts of payments, and then link that through with other forms of payout. So when a flood comes along, if you're a smallholder farmer, you want to be able to recover quickly. So what is needed to that? So we need to be able to find out where the damage is, and then what is needed in the payback. And we heard from the chairman of Bahar State talking about what is needed in his state in terms of the insurance and where we can scale it. We heard from the CEO of Green Delta Insurance in Bangladesh, where this solution is being used, and there were some fantastic ideas about what we can learn from the experience from this to take it to other areas. And then we had the head of agriculture for Swiss Re talking about the role of reinsurance companies. So it's not just the local insurance companies or the government officials, how reinsurance companies can bring in their expertise. But in every single one, we heard about the need to co-design those solutions with farmers. What do farmers need as and when? We also heard about the role of microfinance and microinsurance as part of that, and how there are ways of using microfinance to build resilience measures like different crops, different water systems. So using microfinance to ensure that when the next flood comes, the farmers are better prepared, so they need less reliance on the insurance. So it was a fantastic link across that. And then the last speaker was talking about how we can bring inclusion into the design of insurance products to make sure we are able to, different castes, different gender, different age groups, different literacy levels can be used to design those insurance products. So it was a very practical session, but lots to learn to take through as we think about using financial risk management instruments to manage droughts and floods going forward. Thank you very much, Daniela.
So thank you so much for the presenters and partners, Jonathan from WaterAid, Rachel from EME, and Jane from Wetlands International. Maggie, now I pass it to you.
And thank you, Daniela. I know you've been up very early to join us also, so thank you for that. Now we're going to go on to our spotlight session. First of all, I would also like to thank all of you that have been sharing with us some of your fantastic ideas and initiatives and commitments in the Mentimeter. Please keep on doing that all day long. We will be collecting them together and sharing them. But this is the moment when we actually will discover some fantastic initiatives and commitments that will harness water's potential in delivering the global climate agenda. In this session, UN Water, the Source to Sea Action Platform, and CDP will be highlighting to us what is their engagements and how they're moving forward in reaching the net zero carbon emission target. First of all, I would like to offer the floor to Federico Popezzi from UN Water to deliver on us on the SDG 6 Accelerating Global Framework. Thank you. Federico, over to you.
Thank you, Maggie. Hello, everyone. Hi, can you hear me? Yes? Good. Okay, thank you. First of all, thank you so much for inviting me to the Race to Zero. Very, very interesting, very, very nice. So I've been invited to speak on behalf of UN Water, as you know, it's a big multi-stakeholder coordination mechanism with a base in the UN. So it's a UN platform multi-stakeholder mechanism. As we know, in the minds of most people, maybe not the politicians and negotiators, but climate change is certainly linked to water. The floods, droughts, fires, melting ice, and rising sea levels, they make headlines news somewhere in the world, basically almost every day. It is obvious to everyone that as climate change gets worse, we must protect water under threat and protect ourselves from the threat water poses to us. And of course, in the short term, adapting water supply systems and water management will save lives and protect communities and economies. However, more than that, using water more efficiently will reduce greenhouse gases from treatment and delivery systems. So improving the way we manage and use water is both part of our reaction to climate change and a certain part of the solution to climate change. Back in March, we made this case in the World Water Day campaign, which was supported by the messages coming from our UN World Water Development Report and from our policy brief on water and climate change. And just very soon, next Thursday, 19 November, it's World Toilet Day. And we are championing the same message in relation to sanitation. But what have toilets got to do with climate change? Well, much like water resources and water systems, sanitation systems are under threat from the effects of climate change. Floods damages toilets, septic tanks, and treatment plants, spreading human waste everywhere. Droughts reduce the functionality and safety of toilets and hand washing facilities, and many people end up practicing open defecation. So adapting sanitation to the effects of climate change is a no-brainer. But what is not well understood is that making sanitation more sustainable involves safer use of human waste, which in turn saves water, reduces energy spent on treatment, captures biogas, and can provide agriculture with a reliable source of water and nutrients. So we have clear opportunities to seize. But what is the current state of affairs? We know the numbers. I'm not going to repeat the billions of people and water scarcity numbers, etc. But we are alarmingly off track to hit sanitation, the Sustainable Development Goal 6, which is to ensure availability and sustainable management of water and sanitation for all by 2030. There is not enough funding, not enough good governance, not enough collaboration, not enough human and institutional capacity, and not enough urgency. The global water and sanitation situation in 2020 is the definition of the crisis. But the impacts of climate change are likely to pose even more serious threats in the coming years. So what do we need to do? First of all, we need to learn the lessons that are being taught very harshly right now by the COVID pandemic. Water, sanitation, and hygiene underpin health and every other critical aspect of society, from business and industry to agriculture to the integrity of our environment. Climate change will be felt primarily through water, and the sanitation and hygiene services completely depend on it. To respond to these challenges, the SDG 6 Global Acceleration Framework, developed in partnership with over 30 UN agencies and 40 international organizations, including SIWI, is driven by the country demand that will unify the international community's support to countries to achieve water and sanitation for all by 2030. In this framework, we are highlighting 5 key accelerators: financing, data and information, capacity development, innovation, and governance. Optimized financing is essential to get resources behind country plans. Data and information target resources and measure progress. Capacity development creates a better skilled workforce, improves service levels, and increases job creation and retention in the water sector. Innovation in smart practices and technologies will improve water and sanitation resources management and delivery and service delivery. And better governance and collaboration across boundaries and sectors will make SDG 6 everyone's business. Now, this last point is particularly important. I would like, if you have one take home from this short intervention, is this: achieving SDG 6, water and sanitation for all people, for all purposes, and all parts of the world is everyone's business. When I say we will drive rapid change through this framework, I mean you and me, all of us listening today, and many thousands of organizations beyond. SDG 6 really is a matter of life and death. It is the foundation of our health, wealth, and security. Climate change will hit all of us, our work operations, our neighborhoods, our own families, hardest through water. Because of this, let's use the SDG 6 Global Acceleration Framework. And recent history proves that dramatic gains in water and sanitation are possible in just a few years, when civil society, private companies, governments, and the multilateral organizations all pull together. We have no time to waste. The clock is ticking towards the 2030 deadline, as you know. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Federico, and thank you and UN Water for doing such an incredible job in coordinating the different water actors and organizations engaged at the UN and putting together also frameworks where we can work together and cooperate. I would now like to welcome my wonderful colleague, Ruth Matthews from CIWI. She is the coordinator of the Source to Sea Action Platform and will give us some insights on solutions around connecting land-based activities with coastlines and the impacts that we can have on sea and oceans. Ruth will start with a video, I believe, and then she will give us a bit more insights. Over to you, Ruth.
We all know that governments and corporations are facing very difficult decisions at this time of planning and managing the economic recovery from the coronavirus pandemic. We must face the fact that prolonged global economic slowdown runs an associated risk of reduced commitment to climate action. Such reduction cannot be allowed to happen. And surely by now everybody realizes the existential reasons why that is so. Without a net carbon world by 2050, we'll be placing future generations of humans in great jeopardy. In a pandemic world, it may be tough for decision makers and breadwinners to think long term when the short-term exigencies of crisis and supply management are priority. But this is the time when decisions on massive financial commitments are in train. And before the seal is set upon them, we have to ensure that the consequences of taking the low road back to the global warming, fossil fuel dependent, plastic polluting world that we knew are understood and avoided. In the name of our children, we must urge governments, development banks, agencies and corporations to think of our long-term responsibilities and invest now in clean, blue-green infrastructure for a better future for all. The source to sea ethos must be an integral element of investment for a better future. If we do not better manage the pollution that we're willfully sending seawards, there is no way we can claim to be fulfilling SDG 14.1's internationally agreed demand that we prevent and significantly reduce marine pollution of all kinds. It's almost a truism that there can be no healthy ocean's health is under threat, and that the source of those threats is humankind itself. The chief culprit, of course, is our anthropogenic greenhouse gases, the common enemy of life on this planet. Now more than ever, we are called upon to faithfully implement humanity's internationally agreed plan for a better future, the Paris Climate Agreement and the UN's 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda. Around the planet, from small islands to great continents, SDG 14.1 is our global call to halt marine pollution by 2025. So I close my remarks today by commending the efforts of all of those committed to spreading the truth on marine pollution and to taking the action required in the cause of the source to sea ethos. And I thank you all for your attention.
I would like to thank Peter Thompson for those opening remarks to this spotlight session. And he mentioned the the source to sea ethos. And so what I'm going to do is give a little introduction to a solution that we have been developing here at CIWI, the Stockholm International Water Institute, and the Action Platform for Source to Sea Management. I'm Ruth Matthews. I work at CIWI as a senior manager and am also the coordinator for the Source to Sea platform. When I think about climate, I think about the phrase "death by 1,000 cuts." What we see in this case is that it's many, many different actions that are leading to the climate crisis and are acting in a cumulative way. And these are some of the most difficult problems for us to find solutions to, because there are so many actions that need to be modified, to be changed, to be brought together to be able to solve the crisis. The water community has other issues other than the climate change that are also issues that I call death by 1,000 cuts. We've seen the rise of interest in marine litter and plastic pollution over recent years. This is definitely one of those problems where actions and human activities almost everywhere on the planet are contributing to plastics getting into the environment, moving into the waterways and going into the oceans. Next slide. Another issue that is very much death by 1,000 cuts is nutrient pollution coming from untreated wastewater and from agricultural runoff. And we see more and more waterways slowly dying because of the excessive contributions of nutrients from many, many different sources. Next slide, please. So what we also see as we look at these kinds of death from 1,000 cuts problems is that often one of the fundamental aspects of them is that governance is fragmented across different boundaries and sectors. So what we see is that there isn't an ability to create a coherent, integrated, holistic approach to solving these problems and to address the fact that there are a multitude of actions that need to be undertaken to be able to solve them. Next slide. So we at CIWI and in the Source to Sea platform have come up with this Source to Sea approach. And this is the solution that I'd like to highlight. The Source to Sea approach addresses and recognizes and considers those linkages between the land, the freshwater, the coastal areas, and the oceans. And it does this by looking at those upstream and downstream connections, the ways that stakeholders in different parts of the system have different viewpoints, different experiences, experience benefits and costs in different ways, impacts in different ways. And it also brings in the need to coordinate across different sectors. Next slide, please. And so when we look for Source to Sea solutions, we're looking within this solution space, this upstream and downstream perspective, the cross-sectoral coordination that's needed, the local to global. So we have solutions that cascade from global to national to local to individual actions, and also cascade up from individual actions and address that cumulative impact that we're always trying to needing to face. And we also look at our patterns of production and consumption and how can we make those more circular, less resource wasteful and resource intensive. And so when we are using the Source to Sea approach, we bring together these elements of Source to Sea solutions to be able to create holistic, collaborative, and prioritizing actions. And the reason why this is so important is because it is without looking across the source to sea system, upstream and downstream perspectives, cross-sectoral issues in relationship, the different scales and aspects of the problem, we will have solutions that will maybe create a climate impact, a positive climate impact in one portion of the system, but will ultimately lead to damages and detriments in other places. Next slide. And so I want to encourage that through the source to sea approach and through the climate crisis, that we have a chance to join hands on these variety of problems and issues that we face that are a death by 1,000 cuts. And so I encourage us to come together and solve these problems in a coherent and holistic way. Next slide, please. And with that, I want to indicate that the Source to Sea platform and CIWI have resources to help you, have ways to support you in taking actions that are decided in a holistic and cooperative way so that we really do invest in the most important solutions, the ones that will have the most effective impact across the entire system. Thank you.
Thank you, Ruth, very much. And I was delighted to see Peter Thompson in your video. It reminded me when he came to World Water Week in 2017, and we started talking about the interconnections between SDG 6 on water, of course, and 14 on oceans and 13 on climate change. And today also, during our Race to Zero Water Day, in parallel is also happening the Oceans and Coastal Zone. And we're working very closely with the other organizations working on that theme within the Marrakesh Partnership Action Agenda. Thank you so much for sharing the methodology and the solutions and ways forward. And I'm delighted to invite Kira Appleby from CDP, who will be showing us how CDP is working with engaged mayors and cities to disclose and enhance their water solutions. Over to you, Kira.
Thanks, Maggie. So we're going to start with a short video.
My city is called Monrovia, capital city of the Republic of Liberia. Most of our coastal communities continue to be swallowed up to the rising sea.
Fortaleza é uma cidade
This is the city of Iskandar, Malaysia. Essentially, it's 3 times the size of Singapore. We have more frequent flooding per year and major extreme heat.
Disclosing the CDP does empower local government's action on its climate crisis. You know, it is like putting on a pair of glasses with a climate lens. I now ask questions such as, how green is our city? We're looking at issues of the emission of carbon dioxide. What does that mean for our city?
Dá uma visibilidade para novos negócios sustentáveis. Quando um município vai pedir algum empréstimo, vai solicitar algum empréstimo a um banco de fomento, sempre busca dados. Então, reportar as informações sobre a cidade é muito relevante.
Disclosing information to CDP has opened up my mind in terms of how we look at climate change in a different way, not only through adaptation, mitigation, but more importantly in terms of how do we work together more deeply with our stakeholders who are very important in our city.
Working with other cities, it helps them identify where their strengths and weaknesses are. And also by disclosing, they are also helping to inspire innovations and change.
Seeing how other cities around the world are tackling their own climate change issues. They can learn from us, at the same time we can learn from them.
Na verdade, eu acho que o maior benefício de você tratar e de enfrentar, né, os efeitos das mudanças climáticas é proporcionar uma melhor qualidade de vida ao cidadão fortalezense.
A more beautiful world, for me, is a world that is conscious about what its challenges and prospects are. A world that is aware of its environment and doing what it takes to preserve it. And by disclosing to CDP, it has helped me as a person and also as a city and what we can do today and tomorrow.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. I'm Kira Appleby. I'm the Global Director of Cities and States and Regions at CDP. CDP is a mission-driven nonprofit organization that runs the global disclosure system that allows companies, cities, and states and regions to report, measure, and manage their environmental impacts. I'm really proud to be part of the Race to Zero Water Dialogues today. Thank you so much for inviting me to join. And I loved the Mentimeter questions that you organized. It was really thought-provoking and it was really fun. So a huge congratulations to Siwi, Agua, IUCN, the CEO Water Mandate, and to Kate Lamb, our high-level water champion, for arranging this terrific programming today. CDP has been working with city governments, sending them an annual invitation to disclose their climate targets, plans, and actions for the past 10 years. We've seen enormous growth in the number of cities sharing their climate information with us, from just 48 cities in 2011 to now, in partnership with ICLEI, Local Governments for Sustainability, nearly 1,000 cities and states and regions worldwide. Cities are integral to realizing a zero carbon, water secure world. It cannot be achieved without them. Although just 2% of the world's landmass, cities are home to 55% of the world's population. Cities are hubs of consumption, but also hubs of amazing innovation. Securing a clean and adequate water supply is fundamental to the prosperity, vitality, and health of a city. Protecting the city, its people, its infrastructure, and its business within the city from the most severe effects of climate change, like flooding, storm surge, heat, drought, is crucial. Disclosing through the CDP ICLEI system gives cities a framework to examine issues of governance. As you heard from our video, it gives them a lens on climate and water to look at their planning and strategy. Standardized metrics allow data to be compared and shared across cities and their partners to uncover insights and drive action across the globe. The data collected through the CDP ICLEI system is made freely available to cities, researchers, and to the public through our open data portal. In 2019, nearly 60% of cities said they face substantial current or future risks to their water supply. Cities report increased water stress and a decline in water quality. And importantly, only 1/3 of cities have a water management strategy to safeguard this vital resource. As more and more people move to cities, and cities are projected to house 70% of the world's population by 2050, the demand for clean water will grow, placing more people and more cities at risk. But around the world, cities are innovating. We can look to Singapore, where they've built a robust and diversified sustainable water supply through its 4 taps approach. As well as using local catchments and importing water, Singapore recycles water and desalinates seawater. Desalinated seawater meets over 65% of the city's water demand. And through this innovation, Singapore has become known as a global hydro hub, housing a thriving cluster of 180 water companies and over 20 research centers. Following cholera outbreaks in 2018, Dar es Salaam, the largest city and former capital of Tanzania, is investing in 16 water security projects to expand and re-engineer the city's water distribution network. Financed from user fees, the project will provide DAR's 5 million citizens with safe and clean drinking water, advancing public health and securing the city's vibrant tomorrow. The cities of the future are on the race to zero. They are resilient, healthy, and prosperous places to live and work. But this cannot be achieved without a water management strategy and an inclusive, whole of society approach to tackling climate change and water security hand in hand. We cannot tackle the climate crisis without addressing water security. So with that, we invite you, if you're a city, if you're a company, set a science-based target, develop a water management strategy, and join all of us on the race to zero. Thank you.
Kara, thank you so much for sharing that with us. And actually, as you were talking, I remember that COP22, it was the actual first water day that actually took place in the COP processes. And when we were so excited about starting that day, and then we heard that Trump got elected. So it kind of overshadowed the water day. But what it did do, and here's a link to what you were saying, is that there was such a strong engagement from cities and the private sector in the state saying, even if the country steps out, we will be engaged, we will continue. And I think it's amazing that the work that you just showed that CDP is doing, ICLE, other city networks, really shows that that engagement was kept and is continuing. And the cities have really stepped up in that game when it comes to combating climate change and making decisions at the local level for that. So thank you so much for highlighting that to us. Now, let's start with another area of the climate action pathway. This is the beginning of session 2, which is on producing food, energy, and infrastructure. And in this session and around these hot topics, we will discover some of the additional key elements of the water climate action pathway to reaching a net zero carbon emission future. For those who have just joined us, I am Maggie White, I'm the Senior Manager for International Policy at CIWI, and your MC here and in that capacity, would like to share with you just a few housekeeping elements. The event is recorded, live streamed on YouTube. The Zoom platform that you are on right now would run continuously throughout the day. And we really, really hope that you do engage with us via social media, through the CIWI, IUCN, AGWA, CDP, and UN Global Compact Twitter handles. And don't forget the hashtag Race to Zero. I'm very happy that we're able to offer you French and Spanish interpretation also. And just use the globe icon at the bottom of your Zoom screen if you'd like to switch to another language. Now for this session on producing food, energy, and infrastructure, we actually have 3 high-level speakers that will be joining us, and then again 3 parallel breakout sessions that you have the opportunity to join and to choose from. And the links will be posted again in the chat box. And after that, we will reconvene on this platform for another very exciting Q&A and Mentimeter session that will be managed by my colleague, Daniela Lolario. Now, in wanting to lay the scene when it comes to water resilient solutions in relation to producing food, energy, and infrastructure, I would like to welcome Etharian Cousin, who is a visiting scholar at the Center on Food Security and the Environment at Stanford University and former executive director of the World Food Program. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and good morning to the CIWI family. And I'm so honored to be a part of today's Race to Zero. And it's not just today, it is the work that we must continue to perform together to ensure that we address the issues of food security as well as water and energy security. Our industrial agriculture system globally has never been more productive, more efficient, and some would even say more effective. But the reality is it is not sustainable. It's not, nor is it agile. And the challenge is that the water communities, the food community, and the energy community, we all work in silos when all of our issues are interconnected. The resolution of the water issues, as was just described for cities, is directly related to the resolution of water solutions as it relates to agriculture and a more sustainable and productive agriculture. And so our challenge, and what I am hoping that as I leave with you here today, is the challenge of recognizing that it's not WASH or agriculture, it is both. That we must remember that today, in fact, fuel for tractors, transport, and energy for fertilizer and other agricultural input production accounts for 10% of all greenhouse gas emissions. And that our food system accounts for approximately 70% of the clean water draws annually. Meat production alone uses 25% of all clean water on an annual basis. Food security, defined by the 3 pillars of food availability, food accessibility, including affordability, and food absorption. And absorption is also, of course, consumption, consumption, as we know, requires an adequate food digestion, which in turn requires access to clean water and sanitation. It's all connected. And today they're all under stress. Each of those systems are under stress. 2.4 billion people live with chronic water stress, more than 1/3 of the global population. And 690 million suffer from chronic hunger. And before COVID, some 135 million suffered from acute, severe food insecurity. And now with COVID, that number has doubled. And rising incomes have resulted in an increased demand for livestock and other nutrient-dense foods, including fruits and vegetables, which require more predictable sources of water. Total agricultural food production must increase, some would suggest, by 50% by the year 2050 to meet the food nourishment demand of a population projected to become 9.5 to 10 billion people. And if we continue to produce our agriculture the way we do, what that will mean is a global demand for water that is expected to increase 30 to 50% for agricultural production, and because it's driven largely by that increased demand for agricultural production. And at the same time, just today as we sit here, pollution and lack of infrastructure leave more than 880 million people without clean water access near their homes. And let's not forget that an estimated 1.3 billion tons of food is, or 1/3 of the global food supply, is lost or wasted each year. This food loss wastes energy, water, and nutrition produced by the world's farmers. The challenges of water security and food security are not isolated to the poor and vulnerable or only to developing countries. Right here at home in the United States, we've experienced more acute and frequent floodings in the Midwest due to droughts and climate-affected green water reductions. And in the West, water access and stresses create ever more water security challenges directly related to our production, particularly of produce. So, and some would suggest that the solution to our sustainable food, our sustainable energy problems are increasing biofuels. But we know that approximately today, 40% of US corn is used to produce ethanol. And that agricultural production of soy and corn raises additional issues of sustainability. Because then we're using petroleum-based fertilizer. Those monocrops have increased water consumption, and we have the impact of monocropping on soil degradation. So creating of sustainable food water secure and food and water security, as well as an equitable access to sustainable energy across all three of these issues requires working together, requires moving beyond our siloed past, recognizing the blind spots inherent in single issue solutions, which fail to consider and compensate for all the externalities of each of these silos. The nexus and climate change present yet an untapped opportunity that the advancements in data sciences can unlock to address these challenges. The ability to turn data into actionable insights and a better food system management is within our grasp. The academic, activist, and policy communities agree the way forward will require ag tech, food tech, and innovation. But we're challenged in agreeing upon what those solutions mean today for across all three of the subject areas. And we know we must create, it's not just about the technology, it's about also creating an enabling environment to support the growth of enterprises that can ensure the necessary financial return and multifaceted sustainable impact. And that policy environment, we must create the global policy templates supporting national policy management between all three of the sectors with local shared implementation plans. With that policy framework, then technological advances, and we will have the critical platforms to address the nexus of the challenges between our food, water, and energy systems. Creating a more equal and more sustainable food system is not a choice. It's not a choice with our water systems. The future of food, water, and energy is the future narrative of our humanity. Thank you.
Varian, thank you so much. And I know it's very early in Chicago for you right now, and you have just shaken us up with so much passion and very, very eloquently show that interconnectedness that we have between water, food, and energy. And one cannot be submissive to the other. They all have to work together and share each other. And it's in looking at that interconnectedness that we can address not only the trade-offs, but also the co-benefits that we can have, and that the importance of that cooperation. And you used to work for the World Food Program, but I also would like to remember here that this year the Nobel Peace Prize went to FAO. And I think that's also something that we need, the World Food Program, to your organization. And we also need to remember that it's not only about big conflicts, it's also about local conflicts. A lot of the conflicts in the world, that is where it's happening, and very much related to water and food security issues. So thank you so much for putting this on the table and allowing me now to go towards Mechtilde Woodsdorfer, who is the Director on Sustainability, Technology and Outlooks at the International Energy Agency, and who previously has held several senior positions at the European Commission to bring in the energy perspective. Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Maggie, and thank you very much for inviting me for that important Water Day and the discussions so far. And I'm delighted to join you here from Paris. It's lunchtime, so it's a bit easier for me during the day. And I will concentrate on the water energy nexus, but I was also delighted to hear from Catherine just before me that it's a much more complex. There are a lot of interaction, not only between water and energy, but there's agriculture and other sector. So what you are looking in today, all these interactions and interrelations is quite important. So the International Energy Agency is based in Paris. We are working as a global energy organization, and I have a few slides to share, and I think you will set up the slides for me. So if you could eventually start, I have 6 slides.
Mechtilde, I'm very sorry, I didn't receive the slides. So if you have them on your laptop, Please do go ahead and share your screen with us.
Okay, then I need a few minutes. I was told that you had got them, but let me find them on my screen.
Wonderful. Thank you, Mechtild.
I'll try now.
Wonderful. We see them. Thank you.
Okay. Do you see them in full?
Not yet. So you have to go to presenter mode. Exactly. Wonderful.
Okay, sorry for that. So I will say a few words today about the impact of the COVID on energy demand and greenhouse gas emissions. Then I will underline what are the sustainable pathways to go to net zero. And the International Energy Agency has done multiple scenarios, but there are a couple of things we need to take into account, because often we think about net zero pathways that we are only looking at the future, the new power plants, the new things. But we have done also some analysis, and it will be shown very briefly that a lot of emissions right now are coming from existing infrastructure, from existing power plants, from existing work and things we are doing. So we are looking at, in the agency, on the energy transformation, not only in the power sector, but also industry and building. And in order to get to net zero by 2050, it's very clear we need to get everyone on board. We speak about our governments, but also companies, citizens. It's really a joint effort. And in the clean energy transition, we can see even an increased linkage between energy and water. And in order to make it a joint exercise and a success story, it needs to be really properly managed. So because a low energy pathway, a transition to a low carbon economy, that can also put stress on water, and if it's not managed well. So in order to, I will show the linkages, climate, energy, water needs to be properly managed, that we all get the benefits from it from a climate and economic point of view. Just a short background. We all experience a very special year from an economic health point of view, but also from the energy sector. The COVID-19 pandemic has, year by year, and our estimates are for 2020, that energy demand will go down by nearly 6%. That's oil, gas, and coal. And to a lesser extent, there's some good news, for example, that renewables are more resistant to the pandemic, and they are doing slightly better than others. But also investments are going down in energy to nearly 18% this year. And as we can see, as a matter of fact, we see a drop in CO2 emission expected to be by -7% worldwide by the end of this year. So this hasn't been seen since World War II. So it's linked obviously to what I said before, energy demand going down, transport is really airplanes and others where oil is mainly used is going down. And that is a temporary thing. What I want to underline here, that we need structural changes to cut emissions, and we need to put our sustainable recovery plans high on the agenda and include clean energy transitions in these recovery plans to make this drop in CO2 emission a permanent peak in 2019 and 2020, and learn from lessons before that there is no rebound of emissions. So this is really very, very important. when we look at our scenarios, the World Energy Outlook came out a few weeks ago. We have a standard scenario where we see, which is called STEP, Stated Policy Scenario, where we see a plateauing of emissions over the next decades. But we also have a sustainable development scenario, which brings us to net zero by 2070. That is basically using energy efficiency and material efficiency to its full, deployment much more of renewables and all other technologies. And as you can see, a number of governments have already pledged net zero, more recently China, Japan, Korea, but this is not enough. And we have done, first time in this year's World Energy Outlook, a new scenario which is called net zero by 2050. And that means we need even go beyond and have much more dramatic investments in technologies, in buildings, but we include also behavioral change. And now let me come, why is that so important? The clean energy transitions and the way, the water and the climate change priorities. We have done a special report on water energy nexus in the World Energy Outlook in 2017, and we have updated it since. So this is analysis quite recent, but pre-COVID, where you on one side see energy sectors, water consumption 2014 and the preview for 2040, which is seeing increased water consumption, which is underpinned by more increase in biofuels production, in nuclear power, but also there is a shift to advanced cooling technology in thermal power plants that withdraw less water, but that consume more water. So this is going in the direction of more water use for energy. The same is true if we speak about water sector energy consumption. The need for water gets more energy intensive. So we can see, as you see here, by 2040, global energy use in the water sector more than doubles. And this is mainly due to desalination, water transfer, and more demand for wastewater treatment. The good news here is that there is also a huge untapped potential for energy savings in the global water sector. And that's what we need to focus on. We need to look at how to reduce leaks, increase efficiency of water waste treatment, and energy recovery. And let me go to something which was discussed during the day already, how climate change impacts water and energy security. We have done some work here and also some regional work, like we have done a report on climate impacts on African hydropower capacity factor, where you can see there are different scenarios depending if you're in Morocco, West Africa, Congo, or in the Nile Basin, where we see the climate impacts going ahead. But as I said in the beginning, the key issue here is that we need to manage that energy water linkage in a way that it can cope with climate impacts and enhance resilience. And there are many ways of that. How can that be felt through water and energy, and how we can have solutions here around looking at new technology applications, more efficiency, and look at this interaction. So let me conclude. While we know there is no single pathway to a zero carbon future, the water and energy way is one thing we have to look and be integrated in our transition strategy. That is a very critical factor, and that is not done enough. So the day-to-day and giving all that discussions around how to do it is absolutely welcome and needed. We need to diminish water resources, and that can lead to greater reliance on energy-intensive sources of water supply, while water scarcity can impact energy production. And we saw that in India, that they have lost 14 terawatt hours of thermal power generation 2 years ago due to water shortages. So they couldn't produce as much. So we have to have a coordinated action on our sustainable goals. And we need to look at current and future water availability to take into account. We need to look at leakages to use water more efficiently, and we need to add new technology. And that all together, we are working with different organizations around the world and happy to interact more. My colleague is staying for the rest of the breakout sessions to go into much deeper what can be done to help this energy water nexus to be on the positive side as we go ahead. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Mechtil, so much for sharing that with us. And I think we're really moving well along. We often say that water is for adaptation, what energy is for mitigation, but actually that's a very sectorial divided view of looking at things. And both you and Erwin have really highlighted the interconnectedness and the importance of that. And through water, we can actually address adaptation and mitigation solutions also. So thank you for bringing that to the table. And I would now like to allow us to listen to Jennifer Morris, who is a Chief Executive Officer at the Nature Conservancy with over 25 years of experience in protecting the environment for people and nature. Let's listen to Jennifer.
Hi, everyone. I'm Jennifer Morris, the CEO of the Nature Conservancy. 25 years ago, I started my career as a volunteer, living in northern Namibia, working with a local women's organization. And during those 2 years in Namibia, I learned the interconnectedness of a healthy ecosystem and access to critical water. Living in this community, one of our tasks was to dig deep boreholes in the hard ground to try and find water from the aquifer. This is especially difficult during the years that I was there, as it was during a period of prolonged drought, exacerbated by climate change and deforestation. But water in that region wasn't always so difficult to find. My friend Ria had shown me pictures of her home 25 years prior, filled with lush trees that had since been removed for precious, essential firewood. Nearly 3 decades later, impacts from the climate emergency continue to reshape our world and stress the natural systems that support access to fresh water. Today, 40% of source watershed areas show significant land degradation, which is changing water flow patterns across landscapes, just like it did for my friend Ria in northern Namibia. Half of the world's population already lives in water scarce places, a figure that will increase as populations grow and climate change continues to impact our shared planet. As we think about how to address these challenges, one thing is clear. The path to water security is not exclusively paved in concrete. We need systems to deliver clean water that are more adaptive, more restorative, and more resilient. What we really need is more nature. When decision makers incorporate nature-based solutions to protect source waters, they can address downstream water security challenges and take active steps to address the climate emergency. And what's more, at least for decision makers with a balance sheet to consider, this type of green infrastructure can be very cost-effective. For example, in Cape Town, which was dangerously close to running out of water in 2018, investments in invasive tree removal throughout the watershed are now helping to deliver significant water gains for the city at 1/10 of the cost of gray infrastructure interventions like desalination and groundwater expansion. And this isn't an anomaly. TNC's research estimates that 1 out of 6 large cities can pay for nature-based solutions through savings in water treatment alone. One of the mechanisms we use to drive investment in nature-based solutions is water funds. These water funds organize downstream water users like cities, businesses, and utilities to invest in upstream land management practices that protect water at the source. Activities including forest protection, reforestation, and improved agricultural practices work to promote water filtration, produce more reliable downstream flows, and deliver important co-benefits to biodiversity and local economies. The key to a successful water fund is collaboration. TNC has helped launch 41 water funds with our partners in farming, utilities, city management, corporations, and community groups, from Cape Town, South Africa, to China's Zhejiang province. In Nairobi, Kenya, for example, agricultural expansion in the upper reaches of the Tana River, which supplies 95% of Nairobi's water supply and half the country's electricity, has led to increased soil erosion and decreased dry season water flows to the city. The Upper Tana Nairobi Water Fund, set up by TNC, the Nairobi Water and Sewer Company, local government, and other partners, is helping thousands of farmers adopt more sustainable farming practices that can address these challenges. So far, the initiative has helped reduce soil erosion during the rainy season by planting 3 million trees on farms and increasing vegetation along local riverbanks. Rainwater harvesting activities are also supporting farmer productivity and increasing Nairobi's water supply during the critical dry season. The very activities that help protect source water have also enormous potential for climate change mitigation. Reforestation efforts that are part of water funds in São Paulo, Rio de Janeiro, and Belo Horizonte are expected to sequester 2 million tons of CO2 in the next 10 years alone. One recent study found that fully implementing reforestation, forest protection, and agricultural best management practice across all source watersheds could deliver 16% of the 2050 emissions reduction goal set by the Paris Accord. The challenge now is taking this to scale. It's on all of us, a community, to champion and elevate the role of nature in source water protection around the world as a key tool for achieving water security. We must continue to make the case for nature-based solutions and provide the technical assistance, policy leadership, and financial mechanisms that will get more of these projects off the ground. With the right support, there is an enormous opportunity for local and national governments to move this work forward, to prioritize nature in their water infrastructure planning, and deliver multiple benefits to communities, biodiversity, and our precious climate.
Etherian, Mechtild, and Jennifer, thank you so much for these inspiring insights and for laying the ground before we go into our breakout discussions. Those will be centered around one transformative solution that showcases the power of water in climate action. For the breakout sessions that are listed now in our chat box, you have the choice of going to session 1, which will be presented by CIWI's Africa Regional Center on building climate resilience through rain-fed agriculture. The breakout session number 2 will be led by WWF and will look into how to keep rivers healthy with low-cost, low-carbon energy solutions. And the third breakout session is led by John Matthews from AGWA, who will present the fascinating story of climate bond standards and water infrastructure. Again, each of these breakout sessions will be running in parallel and will take place in virtual meeting rooms outside the Zoom platform. You can click on the corresponding link in your chat box, and we will reconvene here again in 45 minutes. See you very soon.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back from your breakout sessions. I hope you enjoyed the discussion. My name is Daniela Lerario, and I'm speaking from São Paulo. And I'm with the High Level Climate Champions team supporting the Water Day to Race to Zero November Dialogues. It is a pleasure to be here. Today, I'll be guiding you through the Q&A portion of the session, and we'll be trying out some creative ways to bring you back out of the deep dive conversations you just had in the breakout sessions and reorient you towards your own individual and organization's commitments and actions. To bring a bit of levity into the session and make sure we give enough time for people to reconnect, we have prepared some Mentimeter polls for you in the audience. For those of you who never joined or used Mentimeter, just go to www.menti.com and use the code 9653834. It's on the top of the slide and also on the chat. So the first question is, how many gigatons of carbon could be saved by changing the way we use water to grow rice? Nobody went from 0. That's good. So we have 2, 14, and 110. Only 3 people. Come on. How many gigatons of carbon could be saved by changing the way we use water to grow rice? For those of you just joining now, we're coming back from the sessions. I'm Daniela Lerario. And please go to www.menti.com and use the code written on the top of the screen and on the chat, 9653834 for a little bit of interaction. There you go. So 14 is the right answer. Only by changing the way we use rice paddies. It's not always about being disruptive. Now, what proportion of global GHG emissions does the use, storage, distribution, and treatment of water approximately account for? Welcome back, everyone. For those of you who are joining now, I'm Daniela Lerario, and we're going through a Mentimeter poll question to test your knowledge on the theme. So just go to www.menti.com and use the code 9653834 and give us your answer to what proportion of global GHG emissions does the use, storage, distribution, and treatment of water approximately account for? Most of you saying 10%. Yes, and you're right. Okay, so the next one is the answer to a water secure zero carbon future lie in green hydrogen, solar, hydropower, or nuclear. Let's see what you guys think of that. We have 2 for solar, 3. Green hydrogen. Seven for solar. Hydropower and green hydrogen are a tie. So great. I guess most of you think that a water secure zero carbon future lie in solar. So now Agriculture consumes what volume of the world's fresh water? For those of you joining, just go to www.menti.com and use the code 9653834. Most of you with 75%, and you are right, it's 75% of the world's fresh water. Okay, water consumption of low carbon energy production in 2030 will disappear completely, increase by 50%, or decrease by 50%. Take your guess. I see someone saying disappear completely. That's good. Increase by 50%. Yeah, so the challenge is to ensure that we transition in the nexus water energy in harmony, right? So we have another one. In rural areas, how many of those who lack access to electricity also lack access to clean drinking water? None, 2/3, 3/4, or all? Two-thirds, 3/4. And it's 2/3. Can you imagine not having access to electricity and drinking water? What would your life look like, right? Now, we have 2 Mentimeters that are currently open for you to answer. So what concrete water actions do you or your organization have planned in the future that aligns with Water Climate Action Pathway? So for this one, please go to www.menti.com and use the code 9653834. We will love to hear your actions. Microhydro 52 annually available. Very good. Pursuing policies and catalyzing investment in power systems that are both low carbon and low conflict with communities and natural resources. Low carbon pathways that are consistent with resilient communities and rivers. Develop off-grid micro head solutions, IWA support for climate smart utilities, resources, capacity development, and community of practice. Thank you for the interactions. We look forward to seeing more and more in that Mentimeter. So now I'd like to invite each of the breakout session spokesperson to take the floor and share with us in 45 seconds or less what solutions was presented and some of the key takeaways from your conversation. So for session 2, producing food, energy, and infrastructure, the transformative solution on agriculture and food Building Climate Resilience Through Rain-Fed Agriculture. I invite Shanani from SIWI Africa Regional Center to please read out our summary points.
Thank you. And yes, our session was on building climate resilience through enhancing rain-fed agriculture systems. And our main points were to explore how we can leverage climate financing for rain-fed agriculture. And one of the takeaways in this area is that projects need to work at the national level, working with accredited agency that would help with the project preparation and also presenting this project at the funders like the GCF. And also we looked at other ways of attracting investments into this rain-fed agriculture is to bundle it up with other components like land management, catchment management, the jobs issues around river basins, because there's a tendency, or it seems like a lot of people may not be interested in rain-fed agriculture or wanting to stay in practicing rain-fed agriculture, but then building this up around the jobs, around other benefits that are related. So coming up with a basket of how to address other issues around livelihoods in the river basins is one of the important issues. Yes, I think I have summarized the main points that came out of our sessions.
Amazing. Thank you so much. So for our second transformative solution on energy, keeping rivers healthy with low cost, low carbon energy solutions, please, Jeff of the World Wildlife Fund, I invite you to present your summary points to the audience.
Great. So we're focusing on this water energy nexus and thinking about water not just in terms of volume of water, but water in the form of rivers and the benefits that rivers provide, including their food security benefits. And we discussed visions for future energy pathways that are low carbon, low cost, and low conflict with communities and rivers. The forecasted amount of hydropower to meet energy targets would result in the damming of the majority of remaining free-flowing rivers and the benefits they provide to people, including fisheries and sediment that support deltas. So we explained how we've done analyses that show how we can achieve low-cost, low-carbon grids that avoid the kinds of hydropower that would have those impacts. And then we had a case study from the Mekong illustrating that further, and we had several respondents who chimed in with their own examples of how this vision of a low conflict, low carbon energy pathways are possible. Examples from Ghana and Australia and Cambodia, and also the tools and computational tools we can use to help decision makers identify those pathways.
That's amazing. Thank you, Jeff. And finally, to present our last breakout transformative solution for this session on infrastructure, unleashing climate finance for critical water infrastructure, green bonds and beyond. I please Ingrid from AGWA and with Alliance for Global Water and Climate Bonds Institute. Please, Ingrid, could you read out some of the key takeaways from your conversation to us?
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Daniela. So we had a great conversation. We heard from the opening remarks by the high-level champions earlier in the day that water is really kind of this key systemic link for solving the climate crisis. And so if we understand that water is that systemic link, then water infrastructure is really the vehicle through which we will build a low carbon and resilient world. And so thus we need to ensure that water infrastructure, and by that, of course, I mean both gray and green infrastructure, right, is itself resilient. And so we talked a lot about different financing options. We know that finance is necessary to fund adaptation and mitigation, but finance instruments really need to include effective and transparent climate and water risk assessment as a condition for financing. This is because the long life of much infrastructure means that climate exposure is very high, and existing and new infrastructure should be designed to be robust to known risks and opportunities, as well as flexible for uncertainty and potential risks and opportunities that we don't know about yet. Our economic analysis approaches for infrastructure resilience should be adjusted so that the cost-benefit analyses can accurately reinforce robust and flexible adaptation options. And so John gave a presentation then on one such solution, which is the climate bond standard. We also heard from the OECD that despite intense and growing interest in nature-based solutions, or NBS, like green infrastructure, most of the funding thus far has been directed towards pilot programs. And so we really need to be starting to move to scale. There are some challenges and barriers to that, but there's also a lot of opportunities. Like, for example, adding NBS to policy vehicles like the NDCs and NAPs to help kind of mainstream at the national level. And then we also heard from the ADB, the Asian Development Bank, about some of the work that they're doing to make sure that their water investments and that their clients' water investments are resilient. They're working very hard to build country capacity, but there are still a lot of challenges related to kind of capturing the adaptation, additionality, and benefits of projects. And then finally, we heard from the kind of project scale from Sarah Freeman, who is working in Mexico City to build water and climate resilience for their water infrastructure. Today, more than ever, we have the opportunity and obligation to address current development challenges while also ensuring solutions. We need to make sure that we do not expose communities to additional long-term risks associated with climate. So with that, I will stop and hand it back to you, Daniela.
Thank you, Ingrid. That's great. Some interesting messages coming through. So I'd like to thank you all, the presenters and partners and the audience, for the great discussion. CIRI Africa Regional Center, thank you, Shanani, WWF and Jeff, and AGWA and Climate Bonds Institute with Ingrid. We need to ensure a zero carbon resilient future through water. Maggie, back to you.
Thank you, Daniela. Once more, let's move into a spotlight session where you can discover more commitments to harness water's potential in delivering the global climate agenda and contribute to the water climate action pathway. Today, we have the pleasure of soft launching the Water Adaptation Community that is a part of the Water Action Track within the GCA, the Global Commission for Adaptation, Global Center for Adaptation, and hearing great solutions from the winner of the UNDP Equator Prize. But we also want to continue hearing from you, so please don't forget to also share your great ideas and commitments to reaching a net zero carbon emission future by sharing your water solutions on the Mentimeter. Now, for the soft launch of the Water Adaptation Community, we have a video that's been prepared by the partners of the Water Action Track, and that is the Global Center on Adaptation, the Ministry of Infrastructure and Water Management of the Netherlands, the World Bank, and the World Resource Institute.
Welcome to this session of the Water Action Track. First of all, I hope everyone is healthy. With COVID-19, we're all in the middle of a health crisis. We're all watching the race to an effective vaccine and hoping for a good result. Today, another race brings us here. The race to adapt to the climate change. The race to achieve the National Adaptation Plans and the National Determined Contributions, the NDCs. 10 years left. Time is ticking, but our view on how to get there is more clear than ever. Especially when it comes to water. Many people take water for granted. It's always there, it is clean, and we never have to deal with floods. But we know reality is different. More places in the world know floods or severe droughts. Many people are deprived of clean water. Climate change is making this worse. We really need to speed up and scale up water adaptation. More than 80% of climate adaptation is water related. Water is a vital resource for health, food, gender equality, energy, industry, human well-being, sustainable cities. Without water, we will not reach the NDCs in 2030. The Water Action Track facilitates that speeding up and scaling up. We want to strengthen what is already happening. like the large water buffering activities in several Horn of Africa countries to ensure water availability outside of the rainy season. Or Accra, where climate risk assessment is integrated into urban spatial planning to deal with flooding and coastal erosion. And there are many more projects where we can learn from. Therefore, we're starting a water adaptation hub, a central place where we bring knowledge, experience, political will, cultures and more together, from in and outside the water sector. My ministry, the World Bank, the Global Center on Adaptation and the World Resources Institute are core partners in this initiative. In this session, the partners will explain how it works. Let's join the Water Adaptation Hub. Let's connect the dots and make the best of the race to adapt on climate change. Thank you.
Good day, everybody. My name is Andy Roby. I'm the Senior Water Security Advisor in the Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office of the UK Government. I'm really sorry that my seniors are not available. This is not a reflection of UK's lack of interest and commitment to water and the Water Action Track. Rather, it's just such a busy period of time with the US elections, with new legislation going through Parliament, and of course the COP26 Ambition Summit coming up on the 12th of December. And within that, we are really strong supporters of adaptation and the Adaptation Summit coming up in January. We have made adaptation one of our 5 COP26 campaign themes. And we have just joined the Global Center on Adaptation board, and we're very committed to this work. And that's because we know that getting water right has a massive trickle-down effect on all the SDGs, adding significant value across all sectors. We therefore fully support the partnership approach and the Water Action Track. It is about partnership, driving action through summits, such as the Ambition and Adaptation Summit in January, and of course leading up to the big UN Water Summit in 2023. But we do need more practical case studies, such as Malta and Chennai, and perhaps this is something that the community water adaptation practice can help with. This is a very exciting initiative that, again, we're very keen to support, and it is most important that we do combine international best practice with local knowledge, particularly of the political economy, to strengthen water adaptation in the NDCs, NAPs and long-term strategies of developing countries. So I'm looking forward very much to working more with you on the Water Action Track, and thank you again for the chance to speak.
The Community on Water Adaptation. A joint effort to exchange knowledge and to bring initiatives together. Climate adaptation challenges are in essence water-related challenges. Water is a connector. Water is everywhere. Water is an enabler of sustainable human and economic development. But time is running out and climate change is here. There are many communities, networks and groups out there doing great things in water adaptation. But to accelerate and scale up, we need to connect, join, integrate. Worldwide, across organizations within and outside the water landscape, beyond fragmentation. Our vision: a global inclusive community on water adaptation, a platform to exchange knowledge, a hub to organize actions, a connector for initiatives and people to strengthen current activities in water adaptation, bringing together existing networks, groups, communities. Key elements of the community: an engaged facilitator, cooperation and mutual strengthening, knowledge exchange and learning, a connector, trust and commitment, modesty. Our facilitator will actively broker, facilitate and connect initiatives, and proactively compile, consolidate and use political leverage of the Water Action Track partners to achieve commitment, continuity, consistency. bringing outputs such as good practices, evidence, challenges and insights to the global climate stage through SDG stocktaking events, UNFCCC annual COPs, the NDC Partnership and Development Banks. Our envisaged joint impacts: more integration and cooperation, which means scaled up actions. Water adaptation implementation strengthened, which means acceleration. A coordinated global water adaptation agenda, which means political commitment. Our call to dialogue and action. How can we strengthen your efforts? How can we connect your initiatives? How can we support what you are doing? Let's connect, let's share, let's accelerate and scale water adaptation efforts together. Supported and facilitated by the partners of the Water Action Track.
community of practice is very important because all organizations are working on social inclusiveness, but none of it can achieve it alone. Therefore, we have to work together with NGOs, private companies, governments and knowledge organizations. In the community of practice, we create an enabling environment where people can learn from each other, trust each other and pick up collaborative action. And we use case studies to learn from. In a recent meeting of the community of practice, we used the Manila-based Sustainable Development Master Plan as a case study. And this master plan is one of the most recent and impactful initiatives of the Dutch water sector. And together with stakeholders, we learned from this project and defined actions to improve social inclusiveness. For example, how to improve on stakeholder engagement, on process design, and also on making inclusive terms of reference. So we can improve future initiatives of the Dutch water sector.
The Netherlands has been working across the globe for decades, even centuries, on solving water challenges. These challenges have been mainly treated over the years as technical problems requiring technical solution. However, there's an increased realization over the years that these challenges, these water challenges, are affecting people. Often affecting many people, because in the areas where these challenges arise, they are highly populated. Therefore, these water challenges are also having strong social, cultural, economic and political connotations. There's a realization that the sustainable solution to these water challenges require inclusive solution. Social inclusiveness is about improving the terms for groups to participate in society. Now, if we relate that to water challenges, we want to engage the voice of local communities, of local governments and other stakeholders in the local environment to hear their voice in solving local water challenges. We need that to mitigate risks, but also to use local knowledge and use local creativity.
Cities face two big challenges in the next decades. One is urbanization. A second challenge is climate change. And resilience and sustainability are the two goals they really have to reach for.
Mexico City is one of the most thirsty cities in the world. We are in the same position of scarcity than any country in the Sahara. This special watershed hosts about 30% of the GDP of the country. So water security becomes a matter of national security.
In the last 100 years, we have had 23 reported floods. So we all knew that flood is a recurring phenomenon. 2006, I still remember, it was 6th of August and Monday, and a flood was to come. People were anxious, and what is going to be the intensity of the flood, we never knew. By 4 o'clock in the afternoon, almost 50% of the city was flooded. And on the following day, we found out that 75% of the city was underwater.
The world is a world of cities. In the future, 2/3 of the world will live in cities. In cities, everything comes together. So it's despair, but cities are places of opportunity. Resiliency means that we grasp those opportunities in this mix of people, projects and places to invest in an innovative way and build a resilient future together.
The future is important because we have to continue moving on with this movement. It's about resilience, and resilience is the most important quality in this era.
The main impact from this network has been the fact that we have peers. We have people we can ask about almost any topic, any problem we're having, somebody else has dealt with it.
Are climate change is leading to too much, too little, or too dirty water. More frequent and severe droughts are exacerbating water scarcity. The World Bank has found that certain regions could see their growth rates decline by as much as 6% GDP by 2050. At the Global Center on Adaptation, we understand water is the critical resource that underpins all our social and economic activity. Without it, food production stops, cities cease to function, economic activity halts, and forests turn to desert. We see how recognizing the value of water can catalyze climate adaptation strategies. That is why this community on water adaptation is so important, not only for stakeholders in the water and climate arena, but for everyone, to ensure we work together to find the best possible solutions to adapt to a water unpredictable world. We invite you to connect to this growing community. Whether you are a practitioner, a researcher, a policymaker, or someone directly affected by climate change. Only by coming together, sharing solutions, we can make sure efforts in water adaptation are scaled up and accelerated for all of us and for future generations.
Wonderful. Now, the next part of this spotlight session, we really wanted to highlight the local and indigenous people's knowledge and all the traditional know-hows that go around it. The UNDP Equator Prize is one of those initiatives. It's an award that recognizes local communities' efforts to reduce poverty through the conservation and sustainable use of biodiversity and nature's resources. The video that you will see now is a community statement of this year's winners, Boon Ruang of Wetland Forest Conservation Group and Alianza Sebo.
Wikit dan สภาพภูมิอากาศ
Una crisis de la naturaleza.
El coronavirus ha puesto nuestro mundo de cabeza.
Change is happening.
We now see the fragility of our planet.
Et la profondeur des inégalités comme signe d'une économie mondiale brisée.
But we see something else.
Bahwa kita semua saling terhubungkan. Kemampuan kita
ความเป็นน้ำหนึ่งใจเดียวกันเพื่อต่อสู้วิกฤตการณ์โลกเผชิญอยู่ครับ Una solución basada en la naturaleza.
A local solution.
Una solución indígena.
Qui a aidé à guérir notre planète.
Restaurar nuestro futuro.
Somos una solución a la crisis de la desigualdad.
4.785 km² d'habitat.
74.400 hectáreas de bosques.
5,000 acres of a critical wildlife corridor in the Masai Mara Serengeti ecosystem.
Nous assurons l'avenir de nos grands singes et de nous-mêmes.
We are reversing poverty while staying true to our culture.
Nuestras comunidades están trabajando juntas a través de prácticas ancestrales y sustentables, defendiendo la vida y el territorio.
Manteniendo vivo el conocimiento tradicional a través de nuestra relación con la naturaleza, generando puestos de trabajo bajo el liderazgo de mujeres
y recibiendo los beneficios justos por nuestros productos.
We are a solution to our climate crisis.
Protegemos nuestra tierra local e indígena.
By co-managing 26,000 square kilometers of boreal forest.
Hutan primer seluas 20.000 kilometer persegi.
Salvaguardando 20.000 kilómetros cuadrados de selva primaria.
And as equal partners, we are helping nature thrive while keeping carbon in the ground.
Kami yang menjaga agar tidak terjadi kerusakan parah akibat perubahan iklim.
Saya fauna krisendan.
Kalau banyak orang mereka gompote, tem pinente, que mate, mana que ima wata pemai.
Amdelalang samblikas, amdelalang ni maisha ni runjava baru varian rampi saya.
เขากำลังปกป้องป่าชุ่มน้ำ
Saya memirnam lon yalanai, ni tundunai, sakafnai, ni kenanai.
เขากำลังฟื้นฟูอนาคตของเขา
Recuine henuna oko baihna nyeren ne kai kwaya.
Custodiamos el 80% de la biodiversidad del mundo.
Nuestra mayor riqueza es nuestra sabiduría y nuestro conocimiento colectivo.
La partager, c'est notre culture, notre métier.
Somos indígenas.
ทางออกภายใต้ฐานทรัพยากรและสิ่งแวดล้อม We are protecting and restoring our planet.
Our lives.
Masa depan kita bersama.
You pick a money, you wapuni Germany van Domini, Waget Germany, why you bongo, giga than came for under that, gumbo money. Letting everyone get a gig and PN and get the money you money on the phone.
Y somos la última generación que puede resolver esta emergencia.
We are the Tsutsugedene First Nation.
Alianza Sebo.
National Maasai Conservancy.
Israel Tatam Rayana Champe.
Mujeres y ambiente.
Mohau, anurak pa chumnam bunluang.
Comunidades Uche.
Isso vai e la forêt depende do nobu.
Kami Poma, Forum Musyawarah Masyarakat Adat, Taman Nasional Kalimantan Utara.
Join us.
Work with us.
Conviértense en nuestros aliados.
En travaillant ensemble.
Somos la solución.
Para la prosperidad.
Nature for life.
Naturaleza para la vida.
La nature pour
Para la vida.
Hello, my name is Ana Giulia Medre, and I'm a program analyst at UNDP's Equator Initiative. What you just saw was the community statement delivered by the 10 diverse indigenous peoples and local communities initiatives who won the Equator Prize 2020. The Equator Prize recognizes and celebrates indigenous peoples and local communities from all over the world that advance nature-based solutions for sustainable development. Nature-based solutions are a key part of achieving climate change mitigation and adaptation goals, including in the area of water and wetlands. In fact, nature-based solutions are a third of our climate solution, and wetlands are a significant part of that solution. Indigenous peoples and local communities are leaders in protecting, restoring, and sustainably managing ecosystems for the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals. And their role is pivotal in addressing our climate crisis. Their approaches and solutions are not niche or artisanal, they are globally relevant. The Equator Prize is a starting point to scaling up and to ensuring that local leadership is not only included, but also recognized as essential to our joint agenda. It is now my pleasure to introduce you to two of the Equator Prize 2020 winners from Thailand, Boon Wang Wetland Forest Conservation Group, and from Ecuador, Alianza Febo. For more information, please visit our website at www.equatorinitiative.org or follow us on social media. Thank you.
เราโตมาแล้วก็มีส่วนจากป่านี้เหมือนกันนะเพราะว่าคือเราเกิดมาก็เจอแล้วไงเจอคือณทุกวันนี้เราก็ยังหากินอยู่จากตรงป่านี้ค่ะหน่อไม้เห็ดบ้างหาปูหาปลาผักทุกชนิดไม่ว่าหน้าไหนเราจะรู้หน้านี้เราควรผักอะไรบ้างอย่างนี้ค่ะมันเหมือนอยากกินเราเข้ามาเราก็ได้เลยอ่ะธรรมชาติเนาะถ้าเราไม่มีตรงนี้เราก็แย่อะผลที่ทำให้เราก่อตัวขึ้นมาก็เพราะว่านี่แหละก็มีนายทุนเนี่ยแหละค่ะที่เขาจะมาเอาพื้นป่าเราก็เลยช่วยกันค่ะแค่เหมือนเราต้องมีทุนอ่ะคือเราไม่มีทุนตรงนี้ไงมันต้องใช้ทุนอยู่แล้วไงเริ่มจากก็คือเรื่องเสื้อที่เราช่วยกันใส่แบบต่อต้านพวกนายทุนอะไรอย่างเงี้ยค่ะและหลังจากนั้นก็สมทบทุนให้พี่น้องอะไรญาติบ้านหมู่บ้านเราเนี่ยค่ะพี่น้องเราช่วยกันเนี่ยค่ะ
เมื่อเจ้าบ้านหมานตัวกับที่นี่ก็เริ่มมีการเคลื่อนไหวแล้วก็สื่อสารไปตั้งนอกเนาะเปิดห้องอย่างคือคนตั้งนอกนะครับฮู้และก็เปิดห้องอย่างเขาก็ได้ฮู้ว่าเปิดว่าปลาเสื่อมโทรมเนี่ยจะได้ทำให้ปัญหาว่ามันสมบูรณ์กว่าปลาเสื่อมโทรมเนี่ยถึง8 เท่าเนี่ยเขาก็เอาข้อนี้ไปฮักไปล่างกับหากลัดเป็นน้องในภาคบางส่วนสมัยก่อนเนี่ยค่าว่าการปลูกป่าเขาบอกบ่ต้องปลูกก็ได้ไม่เขามีไปเลยว่าแต่เดี๋ยวนี้เมื่อมีกลุ่มขึ้นมาเนี่ยเขาก็พยายามเนี่ยหึงปัญหาว่าในส่วนที่มันเว้ามันแหวงบางเตี้ยป่าที่มันบ่สมบูรณ์เขาก็ไปหนุนเสริมหาต้นไม้หาอย่างไปเพิ่มตอนนั้นคือมันมีเป็นห้องอย่างสีเขียวนักที่สุดอะฮะ
ผมนายทรงพลจันทเลืองประธานกลุ่มอนุรักษ์ป่าบุญเลืองแล้วก็แหมตำแหน่งก็คือประธานของน้ำตัวนี้ก็คืออันดับแรกก็ต้องมองหันว่าเป็นข้าวสีเขียวนี่เพราะข้าวสีเขียวเนี่ยต้องการน้ำพอน้ำมาจากไหนก็ต้องมา2แหล่งจากเขาตรงนั้นแล้วก็เขาลุงนี่เพราะน้ำจะไปล้วงมาช่วงที่นี่ลงไปตีน้ำอิงแล้วก็สูบน้ำอิงย้อนก็มาใจในนา2ฝากนี่ถ้าเปรียบไปกับเหมือนหม้อข้าวหม้อแกงวันนี้ก็เปรียบเหมือนซุปเปอร์มาร์เก็ตดีๆนี่เองพออย่างน้อยเขาได้กินได้ใจเหมือนเขาย่าให้นาเขาก็ต้องมีข้าวมีป่าแล้วก็สามารถไปขายเป็นเงินเป็นทองลูกหลานได้หับในเฮียนมีรถมีลาขี่มีบ้านมีจ่องอยู่กันงบประมาณนี่ส่วนมากจะบ่มีคือบริหารจัดการอย่างชั่วโมงหนึ่งเขาเคยตั้งไว้สมมติว่า80เขายกยอดขึ้นมาเป็น100แต่ต้องทำความเข้าใจร่วมประชุมกับผู้ใจน้ำทุกคนคือขึ้น100เอาส่วน100หรือ20นั่นนะมาบริหารแม้กระทั่งยาซ่อมแซมของแล้วก็อันอย่างที่มันซึกหล่อต้องใจเป็นเงินส่วนที่ว่า20 บาทส่วนต่างที่ว่าเขาคิดจากกาไฟขึ้นไปก็มาจากเจ้าบ้านที่ใจน้ำมันต้องเชื่อมกันครับมันต้องประสานกันเข้าไว้ป่ามันต้องมีน้ำพอมีน้ำก็ต้องมาใจบริหารจัดการเราจะบริหารจัดการจะได้เหมือนอย่างผมรักป่าผมก็ต้องบอกว่ามันมีคุณทางน้ำนะเพราะน้ำนั้นก็สามารถมาใจภาคนี้เขาสังเกตได้จากหน้าแล้งเดี๋ยวเขาบอกมีน้ำพอเขาบริหารจัดการกันว่าบอกวันน้ำมาสูบละบอกคืนน้ำมาสูบเขาสูบเฉพาะวันเขาก็เอามาจุนเจือกันนี้แต่ต้องแบ่งกันให้ได้ว่าเมื่อมีปัญหากันทำงานทุกอย่างก็มีอุปสรรคมั้งเนาะปัญหามีไว้แก้แต่เขาช่วยกันแก้ไขก็คือส่วนใหญ่ก็เป็นห้องอย่างมันเหมือนหัวอกเดียวกันมันจะหุ้ง่ายน้อยในการบริหารก็จะบอกว่ามีอย่างยุ่งยากส่วนใหญ่เนี่ยมันต้องมีคำว่าโปร่งใสเสียสละเข้าไปเพิ่มในตัวนี้แล้วความเชื่อมั่นมันถึงจะตามมาก็เคยมีอันนี้อย่างผมนี่ก็อย่างสมมติว่าจะสูบน้ำหน้าแล้งเท่ากับ1 ฤดูผมก็เคยมาเลี้ยงที่ศาลตรงนี้เจ้าที่เจ้าทางเหมือนเจ้าที่เจ้าทางที่เขาดูแลตรงนี้แล้วก็บอกช่วยเขาเรียกอะไรอย่าให้เครื่องอะไรมีอุปสรรคเลยในการทำงานพอถึงฤดูสมมติว่าไปถึงหน้าเราจะทำนาปังผมก็มาเลี้ยงอีกรอบนึงแต่วันเวลานี่จะกำหนดไม่ได้จะกำหนดก็ตอนที่ว่าสมมติว่าเราจะเริ่มทำนาแล้วครับตอนนี้ช่วงเผชิญอยู่เขาสังเกตได้จากน้ำที่ว่าปกติทั่วไปน่ะตรงนี้มันจะมิดหัวเขาละน้ำตรงนี้นะที่เขาอยู่นะแต่วันนี้มันกำแห้งคอดอย่างนี้ปัญหาหนึ่งสาเหตุหนึ่งก็คือจากน้ำโขงที่ว่าถูกบริหารจัดการอ่ะมันน้ำตัวนี้มันไปไวไงพอไปไวปั๊บน้ำนี้ก็แห้งไวปัจจัย2ก็คือฟ้าฝนอากาศทางบนเนี่ยมันบ่เอื้ออำนวยจากที่มันแห้งแล้งปัญหาคือมาไฟแล้วที่เขาจะช่วยกันปัญหาเป็นความท้าทายตั้งนานท่านหญิงจะได้ที่อยากผมว่าอยากได้พืชชนิดใดที่สามารถเสริมรากเสริมอย่างแล้วไปเป็นแนวกันตะลิงกันอย่างเนี้ยพอมีก็แต่เขาเหมาคอนกรีตนะคอนกรีตเบาก็คืออยากช่วยกันเป็นห้องอย่างมีประชากรที่ว่าช่วยกันลักษณะนี้ขึ้นหนักขึ้นไงจะได้เพิ่มนี่มันจะว่าเพิ่มเฉพาะประเทศไทยหรือเฉพาะบุญเรืองอยากจะเห็นทุกประเทศทุกทวีปทุกอย่างขึ้นไปขึ้นลักษณะนี้มันเกิดขึ้นนักที่สุดนะแล้วธรรมชาติแต่ละอย่างเปิดจากคืนน้ำกำหอเองด้วยจำเป็น
Aweri arobai wa umuni bai e pembete ke nanipa monito con ve ate imunipa e peri tono omeri nanite
memeri ke minyomo meren tomenani oromonanita pa ve gompote ke mingi ante
si aja da huanyere
son kuta nenyani jejau
wa inte ke mingi ante onowoka
nyowo waron ba pompa kompanea vinwa baron pompa monito bimo monito ingairi monito aweri
petróleo ama de ancho ikutsu ingi ndeshende ka pahifa ingi ya yakashende hukui hechutsa ka tayupia ka nyotsibitsu por eso hemos decidido unirnos somos AI
somos Yona
somos Yekobay
somos Wow
somos la Alianza Seibo
Epemo baron tamonipa monite girinani beye 1000 epemo anoba in 70 ganka nani kiminyomo ome kita munipa, pentono nenki aki, orani oncone.
Desarrollando alternativas económicas sostenibles al extractivismo y revitalizando las prácticas culturales ancestrales en generaciones más jóvenes.
Anabai, ome, mapa, barontamunipa, pikenani, nani pone, evanon kete, ome gompote kiwimoni, goro menke antiketamunipa.
Y compartiendo historias con el mundo a través de películas y medios digitales.
Ha sido declarada victoria para Sinangué, para los pueblos indígenas.
Haje audeoji, haje paiju.
Monito yekene arubain pentono ome ne amoni monipa.
Do you see me? No. Sorry, it took a bit of time to come back to you, but I've been very moved, as I think quite a few of you have been, by this video. It really made me think about what Inga Andersen was sharing with us at the beginning of the day, actually, about this contract with nature. And I was thinking about the contract that we have with ourselves and with others. And it's all about finding solutions together. And I do believe that what we heard is really about recognizing and valuing all the aspects of water and what it has to offer and deliver for the people, the planet, and our shared prosperity. So very strong messages and illustrations, actually, very much about solutions and how we can move together collectively and sharing our endeavors and all the co-benefits we can have. And this will avoid the trade-offs and the conflicts and the issues that we've been having to face. Now, going on to the third thematic session of our day. This is actually a very exciting part of the Water Climate Action Pathway, and it's a vision of how to reach the net zero carbon emission future through the water reuse renaissance. And the third session is dedicated to this shift. And we will dive deep into how major cities in India and in Mexico are innovating in this space. For those of us who are just joining us, I'm Maggie White, Senior Manager for International Policy at SIWI, the Stockholm International Water Institute. And as your MC, I would just like to remind you of a few housekeeping elements. You can refer back to the chat box for many of the things that I'll be sharing with you right now, that the event is recorded and live streamed on YouTube. The Zoom platform that we are on will be running continuously throughout the day. And don't forget to engage with us on social media through SIWI, IUCN, AGWA, CDP, and UN Global Compact Twitter handles as the co-organizers of this day. And of course, the hashtag Race to Zero. Delighted that we have French and Spanish interpretation to offer you, and you can change the language with the globe icon button on the right-hand side of your screen. We will start this session again with two inspiring keynote speakers that will share with us their story. And then two parallel breakout sessions where you will have the opportunity to choose from, and then reconvene here again for another exciting Q&A session with Daniela, who will be moderating that part. I would now like to welcome Dr. Prabhushankar, who is the Executive Director of the Chennai Metropolitan Water Supply and Sewage Board, and which is a pioneer city also in the wastewater reuse. The floor is yours, sir.
Thank you, Ms. Maggie White, for the wonderful introduction. And I've attended a few sessions of yours, and it's been a wonderful day. And it's really a privilege to be a part of this session. So, just to introduce myself, I'm the Executive Director of Chennai Metropolitan Water Supply and Storage Board. We are the water utility that deals with the water supply and sanitation for around 8 million people here in Chennai. So, Chennai, we are a South Indian city. We are in the state of Tamil Nadu. We are the capital of the state. And here I am. I've joined you just to share what we've been doing over all these years, because we are a drought-prone part of the country, and we have been facing droughts on a cyclical manner. And we have tried to do something about it. And let me do that with the presentation. So I'm going to share the wastewater reuse Chennai experience. So this is Chennai for all of you. We have the distinction of being the second oldest urban local body in the world, only next to London. So that's a very unique trivia for us. And this city is spread over 426 square kilometers. And the area as such is a very flat pancake-like topography. We are a coastal city with a population of 7.5 to 8 million now. And we have the potential to supply only up to 830, of which we are supplying 700 million liters. So, we have around 1 million consumers. And these are the some positives about our utility. We have been doing it for 100 years of treated pipe water supply. In fact, the earlier it was taken up by the urban local body, Chennai Corporation of Chennai. And now for the last 42 years, the utility was formed, and we've been taking care of it. We are the first city in the country to make rainwater harvesting mandatory. So every household in this part of the country is mandated to have a household rainwater harvesting system. So we were the first city to do it. We have done it with a fair level of efficiency. We are the only utility in India with 2 large-scale desalination plants. So that's something very, very new for this for our country, and we have been operating it for a decade. We are the first to achieve 10% reuse of wastewater, and we've had a lot of accolades. We've been the recipient of Global Water Leaders Award 2015 for successfully managing consecutive droughts. And very recently, we won the Global Water Awards for the wastewater reuse plant at Coimbatore, which we commissioned quite recently. So you might be wondering why a city in India went for options like desalination or options like wastewater reuse, and why are we doing so much of these things? The problem is all because of our geography, and we are a drought-prone metropolitan city, and there are no perennial water sources in the vicinity of the city. It's completely dependent on rainfall, and we've had severe droughts like even recently in 2017 and 19. And this is a recurring pattern. As you can see, this graph gives you the rainfall pattern in the city, while this blue line tells you how much rainfall it needs to get in the southwest, because we get monsoon in 2 seasons. One is in the middle of the year, from August, September, July to July and August. And then towards the end of the year, we get bulk of our rainfall in a very short window of 55 days. So as you can see, every alternate year, while our average rainfall is 1,200 millimeters, every alternate year, the rainfall has been disappointing. So what happens? The subsequent year is a drought year for us. So this has been a recurring pattern over a lot of decades. And this picture actually tells you how bad the situation is. Though we have 5 storage reservoirs which can store up to 12 TMC, 12.7 thousand million cubic feet, this has been the worst. So you can see the reservoirs are bone dry. So this again happens in a regular manner. And to counter this, the city has responded by taking up a lot of initiatives and we have sort of tried to diversify the sources of water supply and not dependent just on rainfall or surface water. In fact, we have had interbasin river transfer projects. One is from the Krishna River. And then we made, as I said, rainwater harvesting is mandatory. That was one option. We have done it with a lot of efficiency. And then we had a second interbasin transfer project from Kaveri to the city. And then in 2010, we started our first desal plant, which was a B-boot plant. In 2013, we had the second plant. And in 2020, we've had two wastewater reuse plants of 45 million liters capacity each. So this is the city's unique, among the Indian cities, we are the only city with such a distinction of having a diversified basket of water supply, wherein 65% comes from reservoirs, 16% comes from desalination, 10% from reuse, and 9% from groundwater. Our endeavor in Chennai has been to increase the components of water supply from these two and reduce our dependence on these. And I just tried to summarize the manner in which climate change affects water utilities like us. So we are both a cause and a victim of climate change. And how do we cause? Many similar comparable utilities across the world have centralized systems, and we do have one. And the processes are quite energy intensive. The entire chain from water supply to water source to the supply, and from the collection system for the sewage, wastewater, it's all a very energy intensive process. And water use efficiency is very, very poor. And fossil fuels are used for most of these processes. And the climate change affects us in ways more than one, both acute and chronic. Extreme, we are prone to extreme weather events on a regular basis. We are prone to chronic impact because rainfall variation, groundwater depletion, land use changes, they all happen. And we try to respond to them by a combination of various interventions, like designing disaster-proof designs and systems for the ward of the acute events, and going for decentralized system of supply and sanitation. Also by having a circular economy of approach, which is the wastewater reuse. This is what we have been trying and do a lot, and reducing the carbon footprint. This is just a few things among a lot of things which can be done, and we have been trying to do a lot more on the circular economy approach. And as I said, to meet the supply-demand mismatch in Chennai, we have a six-pronged strategy wherein we intend to go for desalination big time. As I said, we have 200 million liters per day capacity of desal, and we are trying to bring in another 550 million liters. And wastewater reuse is a very core strategy for our water supply problem. And rainwater harvesting. Then we are identifying decentralized supply by sourcing water from new lakes and quarries. So abandoned mining quarries are being used as reservoirs, and we have sort of done some pioneering work in India on this, in Chennai especially. And lastly, demand management. Again, apart from these supply side interventions, demand management has been our focus over the last few years. So let me come to the topic proper. So this is the Chennai city, wherein we have been having collection systems since 1917. Even in the pre-independence era, and this whole city is divided into 5 zones, and we have 12 sewage treatment plants at 4 locations. So as you can see in the map, we have 5 treatment plants at 4 locations. And so this is overall treatment capacity of Chennai. And at present, we have 727 MLD treatment capacity in our sewage treatment plants, and we are constructing new ones. So that our net capacity in another 3 years will be 960. So this slide gives in a nutshell what are all the various approaches to reuse which Metro Water is doing. So we are a pioneer in promoting reuse of wastewater, and in Chennai we have 550 MLD of sewage which is available, and we've already achieved the 10% reuse norm, and we do energy generation from waste. And since a long time, since 1993, 36 MLD of secondary treated sewage is being given to industries. The municipal wastewater, the secondary treated water, is given to industries, which in turn is used by them for their for the industrial use. And the more important, and then we've been using secondary treated sewage for other uses like landscaping, for urban forestry and maintenance of sewer lines. And the most important, the focus in reuse will be on these two aspects where we have done some work, which is the wastewater reuse for TTRO, tertiary treatment reverse osmosis plants for industrial clusters, and tertiary treatment ultrafiltration, wherein we are trying to go for indirect potable reuse model to solve the water supply problem of Chennai. So I'll dwell upon them in a bit of detail in the coming slides. Yeah. So as I said, these are the 6 ways in which we've been trying to reuse the secondary treated effluent for industrial use, secondary treated water for public garden maintenance, power generation from sludge used for manure, and TTRO for industrial use, and TTUF for lake recharge. So as I said, we've been supplying 36 million liters of secondary effluent for since 91, in fact, and at the rate of 25 cents per cubic meter. And this has been bringing us revenue around 2 million every year through this sale. And around 0.3 million liters of this secondary treated effluent is supplied to the Greater Chennai Corporation for watering of plants and lawns at public parks and traffic islands. It's free of cost because the urban local bodies are sister organization. And likewise, Chennai Metro Rail, the subway is using it. The road corporation uses it for maintenance of the parks in the median. And the third important thing wherein we reuse and have a very sound expertise is in using biogas for power generation. In fact, 97% of our power needs comes from the gas engine, which we have installed in all our wastewater reuse plants and wastewater treatment plants. And this has resulted in a cumulative cost savings of more than $10 million over the last decade. And again, we use the dried sludge is used for manure at less than $1 per ton. And yes, this is the focus of my presentation. Chennai has a very dense industrial cluster, and it's a traditional investment destination for industries. So ensuring uninterrupted water supply is vital for their viability. But Chennai, because it checks a lot of boxes, other than water supply, we have a big talent pool. We have a very vibrant port, and there are a lot of factors which favor Chennai for investments. But then this water supply was always a weak link. And that is when we decided to use this municipal wastewater to solve this problem. And as I said, conventional service, as I just demonstrated in the previous slides, our conventional sources are unsustainable. So reused water was seen as a solution. And that is where we constructed 2 wastewater reuse plants, TTRO plants, one at the western part of the city and one at the northern end of the city, with an installed capacity of 45,000 cubic meters each. And both of them add up to 90,000 cubic meters, and wherein 120 MLD, I'll just use the words MLD because that is how we call here, million liters per day capacity of STEW is converted to 90 MLD. So both plants can produce 90,000 cubic meters. And this,
Dr. Prabhushankar, as much as I'm very, very interested and inspired by everything that you're sharing with us, we are running a bit over time. So I'd like you to wrap up, please. Thank you.
I'll do that.
Thank you.
Just another 2 minutes. So this water is supplied to the industries through 2 long pipelines, 60-kilometer pipeline and a 28-kilometer pipeline. So this benefits more than 500 industries. So this is the concept. I think I'll just say that this TDS of less than 70 milligrams per liter is achieved through this and all other parameters as well. So this has impact. This has really had a tremendous impact, because whatever water was being supplied to the industries, fresh water, is now being diverted for domestic consumption. And this uninterrupted supply of water has made Chennai the investment destination for companies from across the world. And the groundwater exploitation has come down. And Chennai is the first and only Indian city to recycle and reuse 20% of the sewage generated. So when it comes to the economics of it, this is a classic case of waste to wealth intervention, and wherein the capex and opex put together cost $0.50 per cubic meter, and we sell it at around $1 per cubic meter, and the revenue is around 30 billion per year. So this is a tremendous boost, because this helps us to subsidize the other areas and help us to make investment to improve the water supply and sanitation in the city. And we could break even in 4 years at full capacity. And it's been a huge incentive, as I said, and it's already shown, because we've conducted some investors meet, and the results have been tremendous. And the last one I would like to say is the tertiary treatment ultrafiltration with lake recharge.
Sorry, Dr. Prabhushankar, we really are very, very short on time, and I need to give some time for our next speaker also. I'm very sorry about that.
Right. I think I have only 2 more slides. If you can allow me to make it, I'm gonna wind up, because this was the only thing I wanted to say. Maybe I took some time in the initial part. Can I take some time? A minute?
No, not a minute. 30 seconds, please, to wrap up.
So herein we just plan to do this. Basically, we plan to send wastewater into the secondary treated water will be treated with tertiary treatment ultrafiltration, sent to the lakes, and then subsequently it will be there's the water treatment plant close to the lake, and then it is supplied to the households for domestic consumption. So this has been we are planning to do it on a large scale and produce 260 million liters per day from this wastewater reuse. And to end, so this is a plan, a strategy to reduce the deficit in our water supply, and this will be a major plan to ensure water security of Chennai. Apart from generating a lot of revenue, and water should be judged by its quality and not its history. And with these words, I thank you, and I'm really sorry for overshooting. Thank you.
No, thank you, Dr. Prabhushankar. It's always difficult to stop somebody who has so many great solutions and so much enthusiasm. And thank you for highlighting the approach you've had when it comes to circular economy, for really finding the solutions for Chennai around reduce, reuse, recycle for water and wastewater. I would now like to hand over to Jessica Hernandez, who is the Manager of Studies and Projects for Drinking Water and Sewage Networks of the National Water Commission, CONAGUA, in Mexico. Jessica, please.
Hi, Maggie. Hi, everybody. Good afternoon, I think is over there. Well, thanks for inviting us to talk a little bit about Mexico experiences on wastewater and wastewater reuse. I would like to start talking about the term waste. No, waste. We shouldn't call waste water anymore. No, now we're trying to move forward to reclaim water, just water reuse. So we started changing our vision about how we approach to the different uses of water. In this case, Mexico has faced several challenges, and we are working on different fronts. The first one for us has been to increase wastewater coverage. You know, like we need to supply water, and then we need to provide sanitation. So one of the main efforts that this country has been working on the last 20 years, it is to increase this wastewater coverage. We have gone from 30 to 70 to 60, 70%, and it continues to be a challenge for us how we maintain this infrastructure, how we operate it properly, because some of the key elements to move forward to the wastewater or reclaimed water use is quality. So we need to, so that's, we're working, let's say, on wastewater coverage, and then wastewater quality, and then water reuse. So in this case, Mexico has been working also in parallel, as we have different regions with different levels of advancement on some solutions related to water reuse. We have basically we have divided on 3 main approaches. Indirect reuse. This water use, this waste or reclaimed water use has been moved, is directed to irrigation purposes. 60% of the water use of the sweet water or fresh water use in Mexico is dedicated to agriculture and irrigation. So we see an opportunity there to do exchanges, to continue providing water, drinking water for our communities, and at the same time continue maintaining the production levels and the needs to attend the agriculture sector. So a lot of efforts have been doing with the agriculture sector to reuse water and to exchange water. You know? We have a system where we provide licenses or concessions for water uses to the different users, and given the different stresses and how we're approaching to well, as the population increase to increasing water demands, we need to find solutions to balance all these different uses. And one of our first approaches, and what we've been doing for many years, is this exchange of wastewater. We have in Mexico City, for example, a wastewater treatment plant at Totonilco, one of the largest one in America. It's 35 cubic meters per second what it treats. 100% of this water is directed of the wastewater or treated wastewater is directed to agricultural purposes, which that release some stress on the needs to attend agriculture and also release the pressure on freshwater sources. One of the main challenges, of course, I mentioned, is to keep up with the quality that we provide for these purposes. It's not a drinking water level, but we still need to work on drinking water, on quality parameters that are safe for the population and for all the different needs that need to be attended. Another effort that we've been doing is aquifer research. As we, like Mexico, the north side of Mexico is one of the regions with most water stress. The south doesn't have as much as water stress, and of course Mexico City, due to their population, is always on stress. So basically we have focused a lot of our efforts on the Mexico City area and on the north side of the area to figure out how we can optimize water uses, and is where we find more opportunities for water reuse. In this case, aquifer research has been also one of our approaches to optimize water use. In the north side, we have some indirect research to aquifers, and in the south side, and the Mexico City, we have direct injections to aquifers. So this is one of the efforts that we've been doing. And the third effort is to start figuring out how we reuse water in cities for urban purposes, for industrial purposes. One of the main challenges there is how you convey this wastewater. Like, we have already invested a lot of money on infrastructure, on drinking water distribution, and now we're trying to figure out how you start all over again to distribute now reclaimed water. So this is some of the dialogues that are occurring within our cities, within the different levels of government, to figure out how we can distribute better this type of water. And for example, in Monterrey, it's one of the most industrial cities in Mexico, there is models to sell wastewater to this is a large industrial city, and we have found opportunities to sell water there. So we are there working on financial structures and ways to create incentives for industries to come and become users of this wastewater. Sometimes we need to negotiate on if I deliver to you the water with certain quality, or if I just deliver to you the water and then you start doing the treatment that you require. So this is another model that we are also starting working. Is we're in early stages, but we see a lot of opportunity moving forward forward that type of solutions. So in general, this is the type of approaches that we've been learning. It's been challenging. Water reuse, despite of having so many benefits, is not cheap, and is one of the main challenges that we have faced as countries, as local government, to figure out how to find these also financial opportunities to provide and to have a better use of water, and at the same time do not become a competitor. It doesn't become a competition for drinking water sources as well. So it's one of the things that we are looking to. So in general, this is one of the ways that Mexico has been approaching. We believe wastewater is something that we continue to work for, and we're open to, if anybody has questions, to talk on detail on each of these different projects that we are moving forward.
Jessica, thank you so much. And I found it very interesting to have the presentation you did on Mexico and the different stakes and issues you have there, also comparing it to Chennai, because we can really see that you're both taking into consideration the basin, the watershed, the recharge of the aquifers, the environment in which the city is also, in order to preserve the resources, but also that, as you said, waste is a resource also. We often see waste just being waste, but it's actually a resource for others, for other sectors, for other needs. And how do we make a business case out of it also? And sometimes it can be very quick and easy, and others it takes more investment, and it actually needs us to rethink our urban planning also. So thank you so much for highlighting that and sharing that with us. I would now like to dive into our breakout discussions so we can continue to discuss the transformative solutions when it comes to municipal wastewater and the transformative solutions for industrial wastewater. We have the pleasure for breakout session number 1 that will focus on decarbonizing urban water and wastewater management through the WACLIM roadmap, and this will be presented by GIZ and IWA. You have the link to that breakout group in the chat box now. And the second breakout session will be led by World Business Council for Sustainable Development and CDP on wastewater, zero business action and commitment. You also have the link for that breakout session in the chat box. So please join us in the breakout session. They will be running in parallel, and we can meet up again on the Zoom platform in 45 minutes. See you soon. Chat.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back from your breakout sessions for Water Reuse Renaissance. I hope you enjoyed the discussion. This is our third session today. My name is Daniela Leradio, speaking from São Paulo, and I'm with the high-level climate champions supporting the Water Day of the Race to Zero dialogues. It is a pleasure to be here. I'll be guiding you through the Q&A portion of the session, and we'll be trying out some creative ways to bring you back out of the deep dive conversations you just had in the breakout sessions and reorient you towards your own individual and organization's commitments and action. To bring a bit of levity into the session and make sure we give enough time for people to reconnect, we've prepared some Mentimeter polls for you in the audience. So for those of you who never use Mentimeter, this is a simple interaction tool. You just need to access www.menti.com and insert the code shown on the screen and also share it via chat. So our code is 7670411, and the question is, when wastewater is untreated or poorly treated, what proportion of a utility's GHG emission does it make up? We have 10%, 45%, 78, and 95. Make your bets. You have only 3 people. Come on. Access the Mentimeter and let us know what you think. Good. 78 is winning. But 2 of you got it right, 95%. A reminder that 85% of wastewater leaves homes, farms, and factories untreated. Now, how much more water can be reused for agriculture under the new EU rules? 2 times, 3 times, 5 times, or 6 times? Five times. It's 6 times. We have this huge resource available at our fingertips, but it's currently being wasted and as such contributes to GHG emissions. We see a future where the resource is harnessed and used across a range of sectors, including agriculture. It's therefore great to see the EU implementing policies to enable this on a huge scale. For the next one, of the 186 NDCs, how many mention water? That's a tough one. 67, 130, 186. And it's 130. It's great to see such a high proportion mention water, and it's now time to see these mentions turn into management plans that include water treatment and reuse. The next one is safely managed water is an affordable and sustainable source of water, energy, nutrients, all of the above. Yeah, right. So it's an amazing source of all of those things. That is why it's so important to keep finding new sources of water as the climate changes and reduces the amount that is naturally available. For the last one, which actor, oops, sorry, don't have a last one. Okay, let's go. So now I'd like to invite each of the breakout session spokespersons to take a floor and share with us in 45 seconds or less what solution was presented and some of the key takeaways from our conversation. A reminder to please mute when not speaking, and a request from the interpreters is for speakers to slow down a bit because it might get difficult for them to interpret if you speak too fast. Thank you for our interpreters making sure the message spreads out in other languages. So for the transformative solution on municipal wastewater, decarbonizing urban water and wastewater management through the WACLIM roadmap with GIZ and IWA, I invite Corinne of Water Cities to present some of the key takeaways from your conversation.
Hello, thank you. So the key takeaways we had was that, first of all, moving towards carbon neutrality requires us to drive the action, to motivate it, and be able to assess, so know where you stand and then monitor how much you progress. Then we really had a good discussion on wastewater as a resource rather than a burden or a threat as it had been seen in the past. But wastewater as a resource does not mean that we do move towards carbon neutrality. And we discussed the importance of keeping a holistic approach, a multi-objective approach where reducing the carbon footprint is one aspect, but also recovering resources such as water, energy, nutrient, or using wastewater as a resource for COVID early warning, as it's been seen in the recent months, is undertaken. We have technologies to support that transition towards carbon neutrality. Some of them are very complex, some of them are more simple, like nature-based solutions. And the transition to carbon neutrality is a lot easier to do in new systems than in existing systems. So with the opportunity we have today of all these untreated wastewater, there is really something that we need to seize and make sure that we rethink the way we handle wastewater before we invest. There's a strong need for political drivers to set the mandate to reduce the carbon footprint. As we said, it's the energy driver and the return on investment, for example, is not enough to drive towards the carbon neutrality, because not all of those carbon neutrality goes beyond just energy production, for example. And in order to set these political drivers, we need the national level, the urban, the metropolitan level, but also we need local leaders, the utility leaders. I'd like to finish with a statement on the pillars for action, which were stated very well by one of our speakers. It's policy, technology, and financing, making sure that we work on those three angles and that we don't take things for granted. One of the reports that were shared during our session is also stop floating, start swimming. So this is just an inspiration for all of us.
Great, amazing. Thank you, Corinne. So finally, our last Water Reuse Renaissance thematic session discussing the transformative solution on industrial wastewater, wastewater zero business action and commitment. I invite Tom Williams of WBCSD that presented the solution together with CDP, pardon me. Tom, would you share with us your summary points?
Yeah, happy to, Daniela. Thank you very much. And just to say that I think our discussion complemented a lot of what Corinne mentioned in their breakout session. So as you mentioned, our breakout was on wastewater zero. So this is about business action and commitment on wastewater management. We had good stakeholder representation in a response panel. So from business, intergovernmental agency, investor, and we had some specific experience from South Africa, particularly talking about private and public sector partnerships for wastewater management. So some of the key highlights coming out, wastewater should be part of a holistic corporate water stewardship strategy that supports climate and nature goals. I think the coming together of those two spaces is really emerging as a critical aspect for corporates. Partnerships are critical, for example, private sector using municipal wastewater and vice versa, and sharing costs and operations of infrastructure around this is a big opportunity. We recognize there are significant data gaps at a local level, for example, effluent quality data, the need for it to be disaggregated to understand its source. And from an investor's perspective, business is not doing enough in terms of disclosing meaningful data on wastewater, particularly its materiality and its risk impact. Data will inevitably drive better decision-making by government, by business, and by investors alike. The price of water was highlighted as a key enabler. We simply need to reflect the value of water in the price to incentivize reuse. So in summary, from an industry perspective, as well as treating and reusing its own wastewater streams, they can provide solutions for municipal wastewater and make a significant contribution to limiting wastewater GHG emissions, and particularly, as we heard earlier, methane from untreated wastewater. So thanks a lot for all that took part in our breakout, and back to you.
Thank you, Tom. Again, some interesting messages coming through and more to come. So I would like to encourage you guys to just put your cameras on for a moment and wave to everyone. It's been a long day, and it might be nice to see somebody else's faces and just to see that we're still here, and all the people there, you know, supporting, and the team supporting these amazing sessions. Thank you so much. Maybe it would be interesting also to stretch a little. You guys, or some of you, are after lunch. I haven't had lunch yet because here in São Paulo it's just before noon, but it could be good to energize and go to the last parts of our water day. Thank you for those who put the camera on. So
we'll do a little dance session later on, Daniela, if you want.
That would be good. Great. So to scale the wastewater reuse renaissance, we think all of these actors have a vital role to play, and they must stop faffing and start acting. Thank you so much to the presenters, Corinne and Tom, to the partners GIZ, EWA, WBCSD, CDP, and the audience for this discussion. And Maggie, back to you.
Thank you, Daniela. We're going to again be inspired by more great commitments and initiatives that are taken by non-state party stakeholders. And I always have an issue with this non-party stakeholder, because we're all involved in it. We are all part of the same challenge, and we are all sharing the same motivation and enthusiasm to reaching this net zero carbon-free future. So hopefully one day we'll find another term for non-party stakeholders that's more inclusive. But in any case, we're still doing the work. And I really have the pleasure of sharing with you initiatives that are taken by Water UK and Aguas Andinas of Chile. For Water UK, we have the pleasure of welcoming Christine McCurdy, who's the CEO of Water UK, who will share with us what they have been undertaking. Christine, it's over to you.
Thanks very much. I hope you can hear me okay. Really good to join you. And I'll just explain, first of all, who Water UK is, and then I have a few slides and a very short video. First of all, Water UK represents the water companies in the UK. So all of them together come together through us, the key trade association in the UK. As you all know, water runs our world, but in our day-to-day lives, we barely give it a second thought, and I'm sure that's the same in many countries. In the UK, I would say we have had some warnings from some key stakeholders about challenges ahead for our water supplies. The UK Environment Agency, for example, said that there could be a shortfall of around 3.4 billion litres of water per day. That's in England alone by 2050 as a result of climate change and population growth. So some real challenges ahead. Our members are very acutely aware of the challenge and determined to act to address it. So as part of this, we have made a commitment to get our whole sector to net zero carbon emissions by 2030. That's 2 decades ahead of the UK government's legally binding target, which is for 2050. So actually this morning, we presented publicly for the first time details of our route map and how we're going to get there in this groundbreaking sector-wide plan. So it's really great to be here today and have the opportunity to share some of this with you. But before I do that, I thought I'd just share with you, first of all, a really short film that will give you a flavour of the work that we've been doing so far.
The world is fighting a battle against climate change.
An increase in global temperatures is causing extreme weather events that can lead to storms, flooding and drought.
Water is critical to all our lives, and yet it's estimated that England alone could see a shortfall of at least 3.4 billion litres of water a day by 2050 as a result of climate change and population growth.
In the UK, water companies are responsible for almost 1/3 of industrial process and waste management emissions as we work to ensure our water supply is safe to drink, wash, cook and clean, and that wastewater is treated before being returned to the environment.
Now, we've committed as an industry to reach net zero operational emissions by 2030 and have built the world's first detailed plan on how we're going to get there.
By joining forces in this way, we've estimated that we could achieve savings of up to 10 million tonnes of greenhouse gas by reaching net zero 2 decades earlier than the UK government's legally binding target for 2050.
To do this, we'll be supercharging efforts to drive down emissions and deliver even more efficient services and performance for customers.
We'll be more efficient with our wastewater processes and energy use, reducing emissions from pumping, treatment, maintenance and transport.
Producing more of our own renewable electricity.
Managing leakage from our networks.
And unlocking the power of technology to turn biogas into a grid-ready fuel to power homes and vehicles.
We'll also be working to reduce the strain put on water networks by helping customers to use less water and encouraging the development of new standards for housing that make saving water just as important as saving energy.
We'll be doing more to embrace solutions that are rooted in nature, planting 11 million trees, restoring 10,000 hectares of peatland, and breathing life into a further 10,000 hectares of grassland.
We'll be working with farmers and landowners to prevent the pollution of our rivers, streams and aquifers at the source rather than relying on carbon-intensive water treatment processes.
And we'll be supporting the further development of local carbon markets to reach net zero whilst also delivering improvements in biodiversity.
There will be no silver bullets, but by working together, we can all play our part in tackling climate change. So hopefully that gave you a very high-level flavour from our members of what we're trying to achieve. And over the course of the next few slides, I'll be providing a little bit more detail and context to that. If you don't catch all the detail, please don't worry. There's plenty on our website. There's more detail there, the full net zero route map and a summary for policymakers. So there's a lot of detail there if you don't quite catch everything I cover in the rest of this presentation. But just giving you some more context. So we're bringing all our members together. Clearly, it's been a very challenging year in many ways. The COVID-19 pandemic has been a challenge for us in the UK as everywhere else. And we saw some really surprising changes in water use patterns, which has given us something to think about and some new challenges because we are trying to to keep water consumption per capita down, and that challenge is only going to get more difficult in future. So the need to develop solutions that ensure a green recovery on the road to net zero is now really critical. And that's why we believe the water industry and all our stakeholders have a really important role to play. So in the UK alone, we've seen some record-breaking temperatures, storms, flash flooding. All these things have put our water supplies under pressure and really brought the challenges of climate change into very sharp focus. So we're tackling the issue head on. As well as cutting carbon, we're building the resilience of our supplies through work to cut all the water that's wasted through leaks at the moment, and through some bold projects to move water around the different parts of the UK. And we're also preparing for floods with new investment plans that set climate-ready standards for drainage. So that's some of the context. I'll move on now to the next slide, which has some more detail about our route map. We commissioned consultants at Ricardo and Mott MacDonald, who are experts in all of this, to draw up a sector plan to guide our journey to net zero and build on the work that we've already been doing. And there are 4 principles set out here that guide our work. First, above all else, we must protect customers, reflecting on their perspective with an eye to bills and ensuring we enable the lowest cost transition to ensure maximum benefit and ensure the transition is a just and a fair one where no one is left behind. That's an absolute priority. Secondly, we're drawing on data from what we call our carbon accounting workbook. And that provides us with over a decade's worth of data on the operational emissions from all companies in our sector. It's a really useful tool. And we're using that to look at the areas that we directly control in terms of carbon emissions, and also develop approaches for the areas we don't directly control, but where we can exert influence, such as embedded emissions. So we also asked our consultants to create a highly credible route map that was aligned with the Paris Agreement and the Oxford Principles, ensuring that we put reduction before offsetting, in order to match our stretching ambition with a suite of really credible measures. And we asked for a plan that matches the challenge and targets the most effective and efficient solutions, maximizing the co-benefits for both climate and biodiversity crises. Just moving on to the sector emissions and performance on the next slide. So in joining forces to set the net zero target of 2030, we expect to cut 10 million tonnes of greenhouse gas emissions by reaching net zero 2 decades ahead of the UK government's own target. And we've already made some significant progress, as you can see on this chart, having reduced our gross operational emissions by almost 45%. Through a combination of investments in energy efficiency measures, renewable energy generation, and the implementation of new technologies such as biomethane. So in 2018-19, our baseline year, our net operational emissions were 2.4 million tonnes of CO2 equivalents. And the majority of those were associated with the consumption of electricity. That's pumping water to customers and treating waste, which consumes 2% of UK electricity. A quarter of our emissions reported in our workbook are methane and nitrous oxide associated with the treatment of sewage and recycling wastewater from over 28 million homes across the UK. So our first step in developing the route map was to establish a business as usual trajectory for the industry, taking into account all of the policies currently in place. And here it became clear to us that doing nothing simply was not an option. And we then identified decarbonisation interventions and assessed their effectiveness in terms of carbon benefit, their maturity, whether the enablers that were required were in place or still needed, and how we could use the measures to protect customers. So we applied reductions first before looking to renewables, and finally removing any residual emissions as a last resort through offsetting. So that's how we went about it. I'll move on to the next slide now, where I'll talk a little bit about the main interventions that we propose. So as you can see here, the main interventions in delivering net zero transition are mapped out in our pathway, and they rely on a challenging set of changes across two groups. First, we will tackle reductions and the generation of more renewables. Low emissions vehicles will transform our passenger and commercial fleets to run on alternative fuels. We will deliver water and energy saving through a combination of leakage and energy efficiency programs within the industry to reduce the energy intensity of water. And we'll then tackle the process emissions challenge. That's a big one, starting with monitoring and research to inform innovation before tackling reduction pathways. For renewable power, we will meet as much of our own demand as possible, up to 80% in some of our pathways, and produce biomethane from sewage that can be used to heat homes or to mitigate those hard to abate areas such as industrial heat. And our next step will be to look to sequestration of carbon and offsets as a critical part of the journey to net zero by 2030. I'll just run through some of these now. There are nature-based solutions that will be needed that sequester carbon and provide those important co-benefits for other stakeholders. At least 11 million trees planted at densities that enhance biodiversity, restoring peatland, restoring grassland across thousands of hectares of our land, also to reduce flooding and improve water quality. And we'll take a catchment-based approach. That's really important. Delivers the best benefits by working with a wide range of partners and controlling pollution at source. Finally, a UK offsets market. Water, like other sectors, will require a framework that supports obtaining net zero through the purchase of credible offsets. So moving to the next slide, there's a lot to be done, as you've heard, and as I'm sure you're all aware. It won't be easy, but our ambition and determination to deliver net zero is clear. And we hope that we can set the bar for other infrastructure, utility and energy intensive industries. We're talking to all of them with the aim of pursuing a cost-efficient route to decarbonisation for society today, rather than leaving future generations to deal with the consequences. And we estimate investment of between £2 to £4 billion will be needed over the next 10 years into a variety of opportunities, including the production of biomethane from sewage waste, allowing green gas to be injected into the grid to heat up to 150,000 homes, or to use as an alternative fuel for transport. The development of 3 gigawatts of new solar and wind generation capacity, enough to meet up to 80% of the sector's demand in the UK. The restoration of 20,000 hectares of owned peatland and grassland that we have here, planting of 11 million new trees, and of course the electrification of 100% of passenger vehicles we're targeting, and transition of 80% of commercial vehicles to alternative fuels. Finally, moving on to the next slide, many of the easiest measures to cut our emissions have, of course, already been taken. So it's critical that we now increase the speed of work, increase innovation across the sector and our supply chain, and across the whole global water industry, enlisting the support of partners to help us cut through some of the most complex challenges. And we have launched an innovation strategy that we intend to help us meet some of these challenges. To this end, we've published a 10-point plan for decarbonisation that includes our own commitments on leadership, on acting with urgency, on doing all of this efficiently and transparently, and with a view to supporting green jobs and skills. But we only succeed by all working together, as you know, all working towards the same goal with all of our stakeholders. So we've got recommendations for policymakers and regulators to help us move fast and keep the costs down. We also need to forge new partnerships with our supply chain, who play a critical role in the journey to net zero, both here and in the UK, and I hope with many of you on a global basis too. It won't be easy, but we're already on the journey, and we intend to deliver it together in collaboration with others and swiftly. We don't have all the answers. There's no single solution, but delighted to be joining you here today to talk about how we're approaching the challenges, and look forward to collaborations with many of you in the years ahead. And I'll just conclude by saying, if you do want to find out more, please go to our website, www.water.org.uk, where you'll find a lot more information about everything I've discussed today. Thanks very much for listening and for the opportunity to talk to all of you about this here today.
No, really, thank you, Christine. I really salute this initiative, but the ambition and the vision that you are sharing with us, and really leading the way, showing us that an industry and a sector can come together with all its stakeholders and push a country, push its country also to do more, to be more ambitious. And I really like your emphasis on that this can be done only if we come together, if we have that interconnection, if we coordinate. And it's not about countries and cities and the private sector and the industries and the citizens, each other, looking at each other. It's really about coming together and working together, and the we is really predominant. And I hope that this will be picked up in the UK's nationally determined contribution. They are supposed to be enhanced, and they can be enhanced. You're proof that that is possible. And really, this could be a flagship to COP26, and showing that the water sector can really be ambitious and leading the way forward. Thank you so much for sharing that with us. Now on to Aguas Andina of Chile, who will also inspire us with their ambitious vision and the different actions that they have been undertaking in Chile. It will be a video that will be presented to you.
Hi, how are you? It's a pleasure saying hello from such a distance and being part of this Water Day, sharing with you the journey we have traveled at Aguas Andinas, fighting against climate change. Our operations are focused in Santiago, the capital of Chile, where we offer environmental services to roughly 8 million people, from production and distribution of fresh water and wastewater collection and treatment. On this context, we made a strong commitment to watch over the care of the environment and fight against world climate change, because we are fully aware what we are dealing with, a planetary climate emergency that has to be addressed by the civil society and authorities, where we, as companies, have an unavoidable role. This awareness took us to take decisive measures in our corporate strategy, because we know we don't face a temporary situation, but a full-speed crisis, depleting the availability of this planet's natural resources, with water as an unmistaken need.
We are living in a complex time. Today, more than ever, it's necessary to make progress in caring for the environment. Our planet is taking a breath and calling us to take action to protect biodiversity, our natural environment, and ourselves. At Aguas Andinas, we work day after day to deliver environmental services for a sustainable, resilient city. That was our commitment when we transformed Santiago in the first capital in Latin America with full coverage of drinking water, sewage, and wastewater treatment. Through our campaign Clean Yerba Mapocho, we clear up these major river corridors, getting rid of unpleasant odor and claiming back public spaces for the people of Santiago. We transformed the San Juan de la Aguada into the Victor Jara Intercommunal Waterfront Park, preventing flooding during the winter rain season. In 2018, we placed the first green and social bond issue on the Chilean stock market, and in 2019, we continue with the second bond of its kind. We are pioneers on these initiatives, target to fund new projects with positive environmental and social purposes. Our biofactories, true factories of life, are known as worldwide icons of circular economy for its importance to planetary health. With them, we conceive energy sustainability, autonomy, on zero residue, on zero emission, providing recycled, clean water supply for the city and recovering natural spaces, and at the same time, developing social capital. Today, we face a new and important challenge: to keep supplying water to millions of homes in a scenario of critical water shortage in a sustainable way, inspired by circular economy. In this way, we will achieve and maximize efficiency in the use of available water resources, respecting our environment, hearing the call of the planet, facing bigger challenges every day, playing a key role. That's why, at Aguas Andinas, we care for the environment, to improve your life.
With this conviction, we set even higher goals. We are the only water utilities company worldwide to set our decarbonization numbers with scientific support to meet United Nations initiatives down 1.5 degrees centigrade. With this endeavor, we are saving the inhabitants of Santiago from the harm of 76,000 metric tons of carbon dioxide each year. In order to achieve such goals, we develop many diverse tasks, all line up with the country's commitments to carbon neutrality by 2050, such as the decarbonization of the energy matrix and the deployment of the entire public transport fleet as electricity-powered units and 40% of private vehicles by 2050. We bet on adding renewable energy on the development and implementation of our new infrastructure. We've added more electric vehicles to our fleet and turning into the largest in Chile among all service companies. We just carried a tender featuring 100% supply of renewable sources, which certifies our efforts towards a non-polluting energy matrix. And our biofactories are 100% powered by clean energy, thanks to the ER&C deal and self-production. Facing these new challenges, we believe a robust, convincing mentality change is necessary to lead us rethink the way we use our resources and their reutilization. For that, we refocus our company strategies to evolve from a simple water treatment company to one adding value and generating new products. So we did, with the strong conviction we needed to change the paradigm to lead us to the concept of circular economy. One of our most gratifying achievements, which brings us pride day by day as a company and consolidates this new frame of mind, has been the Biofactories project, already praised at the COP24 for their contribution to planetary health. We are the first company dedicated to environmental services to implement this model of circular economy, which transform our water treatment plants into a factory for new resources, such as biofertilizers for agriculture, regenerating degraded soil, producing natural gas for residential use, and electricity with new power plants, thermal energy for home use, and fresh, reusable, clean water back to the city.
¿Cómo superar los desafíos que están enfrentando las ciudades en el siglo XXI? En Aguas Andinas estamos convencidos de que la infraestructura sanitaria puede jugar un rol clave para contar con ciudades cada vez más sustentables para todos y todas. Por eso, con innovación, buscamos que además de prestar servicios sanitarios a los hogares, logremos avanzar en la entrega de servicios medioambientales para la ciudad, inspirados en la economía circular, Así hacemos hoy con nuestras biofactorías, las que además de descontaminar las aguas hervidas de los hogares del Gran Santiago, están generando nuevos recursos como electricidad, gas natural, abono orgánico y agua limpia para la ciudad. Una opción real y sustentable para contribuir en el mediano y largo plazo a superar la escasez hídrica y el cambio climático, entregando agua regenerada para el riego de parques y plazas. Un cambio de paradigma al modelo lineal para pasar a la expresión máxima de la economía circular. Un modelo chileno pionero en la industria sanitaria mundial y de exportación que fue reconocido en la COP24, realizada en Polonia, en la categoría Salud Planetaria, por ser un ejemplo para el resto del mundo y una acción efectiva en el desafío de combatir los efectos del cambio climático. Un aval, también, a la gestión que Aguas Andinas viene realizando en Chile. Una factoría de vida, en la que concebimos la autonomía energética de la propia instalación, cero residuos y cero emisiones al medio ambiente, y donde, además, recuperamos todos los espacios naturales y desarrollamos capital social en el entorno. ¿Qué nuevas soluciones ambientales prestaremos en las ciudades del futuro? Los desafíos son cada vez mayores y en ellos, sin duda, tendremos un rol fundamental. Lo mejor está por venir. Aguas Andinas, innovando contigo y con Santiago.
This journey has been possible thanks to the execution of a model to create value from financial management, making the needs of the community and nature compatible with corporative and shareholders' requirements, generating and redistributing value, promoting development on a long-term plan for the company, the city and its surroundings. Every action with a commitment to reduce the impact of our operations on the environment and the people, and the planet. In this scheme of circular economy, we took innovative solutions, improving the management of several resources, adding value to society and contributing to mitigate the effects of climate change and of our main challenges. On this new and always challenging scenario, which the current world sanitary crisis leaves us with COVID-19, we need fast, decisive and coordinated global action and safeguard the progress of world objectives. That's how we deploy our green and social rebuilding initiative, because we know what Chile needs after the post-pandemic situation: jobs, nationwide projects to motivate progress and development. But all this growth must be built on the foundation of an environmentally friendly economy, in constant attention and commitment to nature and the city's surroundings, facing climate change and, most of all, integrating our community as a whole, leaving no one behind. Thank you very much.
Ya no sirve para nada decir que no lo vimos venir.
La pandemia llegó y nos quitó la tranquilidad.
Nos quitó el trabajo.
Nuestras rutinas.
Pero no nos quitó la esperanza, po.
Hoy comienza la reconstrucción verde y social, una inversión de más de 100.000 millones de pesos anuales para combatir el cambio climático, generando miles de nuevos empleos, miles de nuevas esperanzas, porque invertir en medio ambiente es motor de desarrollo. Bienvenida a la reconstrucción verde y social. Aguas Andinas.
Are you excited? Isn't this amazing? I mean, we had a fantastic initiatives coming from Chile, which was COP25 presidency, going forward towards the UK with the COP26 presidency. So Gonzalo and Nigel, I really hope that you're listening to us right now and that you'll see how the water community and all of the different actors and sectors who are also water dependent are really striving towards the net zero future that we want to reach. Net zero mission. So I'm very excited and definitely even more intrigued to hear what you out there have to share with us. We've been telling you all day, you can post your initiatives, your commitments on the Mentimeter. We will be sharing them also. So please continue to bring in all your wonderful solutions and all your ambitious plans of how we can reach the Paris Agreement and the goals together. For the next part of our Water Day, I would like to hand over to Anthony Curry, who is Associate Editor at Reuters Breaking Views. He will be guiding you through a special segment that's dedicated to building business water resilience in uncertain times. This session is coordinated by UN Global Compact, CO Water Mandate, and CDP. Anthony, over to you.
Great, thank you, Maggie, and thanks for inviting me to take part in this. It's an honour. I apologise for what I think is a bit of an echo. We have just moved to Melbourne, and not everything is quite as it should be, so it's a bit of an echo in the study here. But anyway, since I'm in Melbourne, I can welcome you from tomorrow. It's 2 o'clock in the morning here. And if you take nothing else away from my introduction, let it be that I'm so passionate about playing a part in shedding more light on the global water crisis that I'll stay up at all hours to do so. Now, for those who don't know me, I'm one of the editors for Breaking Views, which is the financial commentary unit for Reuters. We're known for writing, as we like to think of it, insightful takes on the financial news of the day, be that Wall Street earnings, big corporate mergers, or the financial and economic consequences of, say, the US election last week. In other words, water might not really seem to be our beat, but as we discovered with our first major piece on the economic and financial issues of water around 7 years ago now, our readers are very interested. And just to be clear, those readers are generally senior bankers, investment bankers, institutional investors, hedge funds, corporate CEOs and CFOs and the like. And they generally love reading about the deals they do, how good their results are, and whether their rivals are beating or trailing them. Yet that first piece was one of the 10 most read stories of the month back then, out of about 250, 300 pieces. So its success surprised us a bit, but it also helped spawn not just regular Breaking Views coverage of water issues, but also our overall climate coverage, just in case you were looking for a media data point on the interrelationship of climate and water. Now, for all the interest, though, that I've got from our readership base over the years, and of course those outside of it, I do speak a lot to SUI and to CDP and others, it still amazes me, and yes, depresses me, how little attention big companies and investors pay to water issues, both the risks and the opportunities. Even as worsting aridification in cities from Chennai to Cape Town to Sao Paulo hit the news, and even as allegedly perennially rain-stricken countries like where I'm from in the UK ponder whether to spend billions of pounds to pipe water from the north of the country to the south as climate change hits. Now here's just one case in point of how I'm surprised at how little companies and investors look at it. Last year, I mapped the ups and downs of the 7 US states negotiating over the much reduced water flowing along the Colorado River over the previous 2 years, just at the same time as we were talking about a lot of other issues with water in other countries. Yet the share prices of the companies, either based in the watershed or with large operations along it, there was no correlation whatsoever with the negotiations that were happening with them. Up, down, look bad, ugly, indifferent. No one seemed to care, even for a company like weapons maker Raytheon that had told CDP that 10% or more of its revenue could be at risk if the water scarcity in the basin continued or worsened. I then looked further afield and found that no investors in public, at least, even raised the issue with Raytheon over the previous 2 or 3 years. So what this told me, and yes, I think things have changed a bit over the past year and a half with various other issues, not least COVID, not least the various fires that have been happening in California, in Brazil, in Australia, that this has pushed some of these issues even further to the fore. But it's clear to me that we need to push companies and financiers to turn what may often, too often, be just academic interest in the topic into action. Now, I'm a journalist, so almost by nature, I have to be skeptical. But it's a relief to see water elevated to such a prominent role at COP26 and to see outfits like the CEO Water Mandate and others find new ways to try and tackle the problems. Now, our panel for this session, which we'll get to in a few minutes, will delve into some of these issues from a business and financial perspective in more detail. But first, I'd like to hand over to Jason Morrison, head of the CEO Water Mandate and president of the Pacific Institute, for his opening remarks. Over to you, Jason.
Thanks, Anthony. And thanks for the heroic effort shepherding our discussion today in the middle of the night. I am just beginning my workday here on the West Coast of the US, and I can't claim to have stayed up through the night seeing the previous sessions. But if I could get my slides up, and before I get into my slides, I just want to start with a top-line message that may have been brought to the fore in the previous sessions, and I look forward to seeing the recordings and to seeing how this was articulated in prior sessions. But When it comes to the issue of the opportunity and imperative for the business sector for action on water and climate, I think a top message is that on the climate adaptation side of the equation, the notion that water resilience is a key strategy that companies must pursue in order to alleviate and mitigate water-related risk is well understood. Water stewardship practice for a decade now has really been driven by this sense of risk and water resilience being a response. I will say that many companies that are taking this approach are probably not yet fully aware of the depth and extent of their risk as we face climate change and weirdification of the weather. But that whole notion that resiliency needs to be front and center is there. On the climate mitigation side, I put that where opportunity resides for water, but not necessarily well understood yet. There are some companies that are leading in this area and beginning to understand the potential for water also to serve and have benefit around climate mitigation, but we're still early days. So those are some of my top line messages. If I can get the next slide, please. Let me go through some of the ideas as I tee up and set the stage for the panel discussion that Anthony will shepherd. So for those not familiar with the CO Water Mandate, it is a corporate water stewardship commitment platform that is co-managed between the Pacific Institute and the UN Global Compact. It was launched by the Secretary General Ban Ki-moon in 2007, and today have roughly 180 companies from a wide range of industry sectors and headquartered in regions around the world. And companies that endorse the CO Water Mandate commit to taking action in these 6 areas that you see along the bottom of the screen, and to reporting progress annually against those commitments. We have an agreement with CDP such that any company that makes the water questionnaire or the water survey of CDPs automatically suffices for their annual reporting requirement under the CO Water Mandate. So next slide, please. When people talk about the global water crisis, what are they talking about? And just really quickly want to give the top line contours of what this is about. Oftentimes it's having too little water. Sometimes it's too much water. That can happen in the same location in the same year. We also have a long-standing trend toward degradation in water quality due to human pollution. There's a social equity dimension to water and the fact that hundreds of millions of people still do not have access to clean water or safely managed sanitation services. When it comes to the global pandemic, we still have over 3 billion people that don't have access to hand washing facilities in their homes. We also have dewatered natural systems. They're under incredible pressure globally. And this has had impacts on their functioning, but also the degree to which they can manage storm events, and I'll come back to that later. And then lastly, this issue of either aging infrastructure that was built without climate change in mind and is not satisfactory to deal with today's storm events, and then also in the global south, infrastructure that's yet to be built. I've also been interested in how many times during the course of this day people have used the analogy that if climate change were the shark, water would be its teeth. And that's it's very poignant because it speaks to how the real bite of climate change happens through water. If you look at natural disasters, 9 and 10 are water related. And if you look well out into the future, there's estimates that global flood damage will cost upwards of $1 trillion a year. We'll have 5 billion people who will lack sufficient water at least 1 month out of the year. And this is all due to changes in precipitation, more extreme wets, drier, longer dries. But you don't have to look to 2050 to see the impacts on companies. These impacts related to climate change and water are happening today around the world in different ways. Just a number of examples here, just to see, you can see the breadth and depth of it. Going back a few years now, in Thailand, the major flooding there had huge disruption on global supply chains. Ford Motor Company alone lost 34,000 vehicles due to the flooding in Thailand. In 2019 in Brazil, low rainfall year reduced production of soy by 30%, had impacts on global reserves of soy. Ghana, like many other parts of the world that has hydroelectric reliant power source, has faced outages when during prolonged dry periods, which has economic ripple effects through the country. And then in California, where I reside, in 2017, changes in weather patterns stemming from a 5-year drought that put pressure on forests and making them susceptible to beetle infestation and die-offs, then subsequently led to extreme fire damage that had such implications that one of the largest energy producers in the world declared bankruptcy in 2017. So just a few examples of how this issue is already playing out at the nexus of water and climate. Earlier this year, the organizations logoed here tried to look at what companies are doing to address issues at the water and climate nexus. And the findings are somewhat striking. First of all, it speaks to the need for companies to rapidly begin to implement water resiliency measures, because many companies are still only thinking about risk in their direct operations. There is nowhere near the amount of action at the scale and urgency that's needed. We think that is due to the lack of structured approaches. Companies are very much going it alone at this point and trying to figure it out. But the scaling of action will require better structures and approaches. I'll come back to that later. But that building more resilient water systems is going to require dramatic improvements in water efficiency and pollution reduction measures, investments in catchments, and building local adaptive capacity of governments. But I think the business community, if it was honest with itself, and I think this would probably be true for other segments of society, if we look deeply, we'll know that we really don't have integrated approaches to tackling water and carbon right now. We are somewhat siloed. Even the leading companies in the water stewardship space have had their climate programs and their GHG commitments, reduction commitments, and then they've had their water stewardship programs. And we're only now beginning to take approaches that are fully integrated, and that's the road ahead. But let me talk about a couple of examples here that I think show some promise. And you can click through one more click on the animation here. So one area, and I'm sure it's been talked about today, I've seen the agenda, is around investments in nature-based solutions. And a number of companies now have been investing in basin health initiatives through, and you can click a few times here until you fill the screen across these areas. They've been investing in basins due to a commitment around what may be called replenish or balancing, which is the notion of thinking about the volumetric or consumptive use of the company in the basin, and then investing in the watershed in a corollary amount in order to reduce the impact on that region. We have companies like Dow that for many years now have invested in green infrastructure as a pollution control technology, and found that that was so cost effective that they've now committed to 1 billion investments over the next decade in green infrastructure solutions. We have companies that have been investing in mangrove restoration and other ecosystem restoration strategies as a result of their commitments on water. And more recently, in the food sector, leading companies like Danone and others have really tried to build soil health through their programs with their supply chain partners through the lens of regenerative agriculture. And all of these investments have some greenhouse gas or carbon capture benefit. But the problem here is that we don't have agreed upon methodologies to simultaneously capture the stack benefits across how these investments in nature have both water and climate or carbon benefits. And we are working right now with Danone and the Nature Conservancy and other organizations to try to quantify these benefits. there's also this move toward circularity or circular water management. I'm just going to talk about two examples here, and I'll start on the right-hand side and move to the left. And on the right-hand side, I'm not sure, there's some text here that seems to be missing, but is a water reuse program in the Sao Paulo area. It's the largest water reuse project in Latin America called Aquapolo. It's a partnership between the sanitation district in Sao Paulo, BRK Ambiental, and the petrochemical company Braskem. And the project here allows for co-location and use of treated wastewater for industrial purposes. I believe Braskem is using about 2/3 of this supply. The size of this project annually is enough water for 33,000 residents in the Sao Paulo area. But importantly around this project, I think about is during the 2015 drought, when there was a disruption in water supply, Braskem was not forced to scale back production at its facilities, which had a cost savings of 200 million reais, which is roughly $37 million in savings as a result of not having to scale back production. On the left-hand side here is an example of some investments that are happening in California, in the Silicon Valley. This is the strategies around distributed approaches or decentralized approaches, it's also called. Here you have two examples, one Microsoft, which has a net zero water campus there, and the lower picture is the investments being made by Google around reuse, on-site reuse, and stormwater capture. And these decentralized strategies build resilience for the company itself, but also have broader resiliency benefits for the region. The Silicon Valley does rely on imported supply, and the degree to which these companies are investing in this on-site reuse and stormwater capture has community benefits such as reduced flooding, reduced heat island effect, open green space for the community, but it also allows for the municipality to lessen its dependence on imported supply. And this project right now here is about trying to understand in the Silicon Valley what is the potential for scaling these decentralized approaches and how to optimize the location of them such that they marry with the pipe system of water supply and wastewater treatment in the region, and make sure that that decentralized investment happens in the places that best complement the deficiencies in the pipe system. Next slide, please. And then lastly, I'd like to talk about an initiative that the Sea Water Mandate launched this year. And it's one that we're quite excited about, called the Water Resilience Coalition. And this perhaps is most in line with what some of the conversation of today has been around Race to Zero. And that is around having ambitious long-term enterprise level commitments coupled with strategies of how companies can work with others to implement. So if you could maybe click 3 times and get these 3 text boxes in. I'm mostly going to focus on the first element of this strategy, which is the notion of net positive water impact. And what Water Resilience Coalition members are committing to here is to have net positive water impact in the water stress basin where the member or the company has operations. And when we talk about the dimensions of stress here, we have 3 important pillars of water stress to think about: the water quantity piece or water availability, the water quality piece, and then the accessibility piece, the degree to which communities have access to water and sanitation. And so the notion of having net positive water impact in this area is to invest in ways that alleviate stress in all 3 components of these where the company has operations. And the way to get there is through a combination of investing on in-site operational efficiencies and pollution reductions, coupled with investment in basin initiatives with partners who are going to try to address these different dimensions of stress. Next slide, please. And the Global Compact has a really strong conviction that we can lead the way in creating a more water resilient future by 2050. And an analysis that McKinsey has done for the Global Compact shows that if you look at just the 150 largest water-using members of the UN Global Compact, it would account for 1/3 of global annual water withdrawals that you could be addressing. So a huge potential for impact. And then some of you may be familiar with an initiative that was launched by the Global Compact around raising the ambition on the various goals that are not on track for being achieved under the SDGs, water being one of the 10. And you'll see here that the notion of net positive water impact in water stress basins is the cornerstone of how companies that are interested in elevating its ambition on water and to do so in a way that can help achieve the SDG 6 goal can do so through commitments in this domain. Last slide here. And the reason that we're also excited about this is that we see it as a corollary to the ambition loop that will be talked about later in this session as it pertains to climate. And here's how you can think about it. So the Water Resilience Coalition Pledge directly advances 4 of the 6 targets of SDG 6, the 2 on WASH, the water access and sanitation, the 1 on water quality, and the 1 on water quantity through availability, sustainable withdrawals, and efficiency. The structural approach to the WRC to working collectively in basins of shared interest will also address the water governance, IWRM target, and also the investments in basins around water. Nature-based solutions will address the SDG 6.6 target. So we see this long-term commitment that the business community is taking on water through the WRC is aligning with their public sector counterparts who have also made long-term commitments on achievement of SDG 6. And we think this architecture has a really powerful way of reinforcing the commitments that companies have on water in a way that aligns with their public sector counterparts. Thank you, and I look forward to seeing where the conversation heads. Back over to you, Anthony.
Great, thank you, Jason. And I must confess I haven't today, but I have in the past used the water, sharks and teeth analogy. And actually just thinking about the point you're making about natural capital, we wrote a piece last year, since we're talking about financial investments here, where we basically ascertained if you look at the top 100 emitters of greenhouse gases, and you look at their returns, it turns out that okay, there's some big ifs in this, but if you were to invest your money as one of those big emitters into sustainable forestry, then the majority of them would probably earn a better return from sustainable forestry than they would from their core businesses. So there's an even more reason for them to get involved in this than they might think just from a nice branding perspective and helping out the environment. Now, before I introduce our panel, a quick update. Unfortunately, we had to postpone the fireside chats scheduled for the second part of the session because the fallout from America's presidential election last week meant that President Brad Smith of Microsoft is rather taken up with what's going on there, not least from the climate and energy perspective. On the positive side, though, we do get to hear a lot more from our own panelists, who are, if I may introduce them in order of, I think they're speaking in a few moments. We have the CEO and Executive Director of the UN Global Compact, Sandra Ojiambo, who started just a few months ago. Emilio Tenuta, who is the Chief Sustainability Officer of Ecolab. Karina Smith-Ihanacho, who is the Chief Governance and Compliance Officer with Norges Bank Investment Management, one of the largest asset managers in the world. And then a late entrant, thank you so much for joining us. We have Feroz Kaur, who is Group Head of Sustainability at Woolworth Holdings. And for those of you in the UK who think, hang on, Woolworth, I've heard that name, but not for a long time. It's not the same as Woolworths we grew up with. It's also not quite the same as the Woolworths I've got to know since arriving in Australia. This one is the South African company, just to avoid any confusion whatsoever. Now, what I want to do, we've got each of our panelists is going to take a few minutes for some opening remarks, then we'll dive into questions. Sandra, I'd like to pass the floor over to you, please, for your opening remarks.
Thank you very much, first for the warm welcome, and indeed, actually both to Anthony and Jason for the insights and really setting the tone for the discussion that we're about to have. I must say, since we did talk a little bit about Feroz and I think have known each other for a couple of years. So great to see him again representing Woolworths South Africa. So to you all, first greetings from a slightly gray and rainy New York. It's great to be with you all, and thank you for all the audience and participants who are also here with us today. I think Anthony and Jason have set the tone. The issues at hand could not be more important. Here at the UN Global Compact, for us, we work to promote responsible business practices, very much including business action on water and climate, and indeed all of the sustainable development goals. And actually at the heart of it, water is very interlinked. I can't think of many of the goals that don't have a water focus or a water imperative within them. We have about 11,000 participating companies, and all of these have made a commitment to support our 10 principles, which span human rights, labor, the environment, and anti-corruption. But also more importantly, we need these 10 principles in play to ensure a win in the most important race of our time, the race to zero, as in net zero emissions by 2050. There's no time to waste. I think we do need to take the water mandate and climate action to the next level, working through circularity, aiming for scale, aiming for impact, and driving forward those ambition loops, as Jason highlighted, which bring together private sector leadership and bold government policies to reinforce each other and stretch our ambitions. To jumpstart this transformation in the private sector, the UN Global Compact has launched 2 key initiatives this year. One, the Business Ambition for 1.5 degrees, which aims to mobilize companies to show their leadership by setting and committing to science-based targets to cut down the initiatives. To cut down their emissions. And then there's the other, the SDG Ambition Initiative, which aims to accelerate business ambition and action on achieving the global goals by 2030. Of course, water is central to this as well. This campaign calls for businesses to set meaningful, measurable benchmarks for integrating sustainability into all their operations, including benchmarks for water resilience. And now our CEO Water Mandate and its newly launched Water Resilience Coalition are raising the bar yet again. Companies that join the coalition are pledging to help lead the way towards achieving water-related sustainable development goals. These companies are tackling the global water crisis that climate change has certainly intensified. They're working towards identifying climate-positive solutions to the crisis, focusing on water resilience both internally and across their value chains. I think this was highlighted much earlier. To have impact, you can't only look at your internal footprint, you truly need to look at your supply chain, your value chain, and links to the overall broader business ecosystem. So these companies will also work to improve the watersheds where they have operations. We firmly believe that businesses taking collective action through campaigns like Water is Resilient and the recently initiated water aid response to the COVID-19 pandemic are truly the forward-looking paths that will allow us to gain much success and much impact. So let me just close my brief introductory comments by saying, by redoubling its own ambition and reinforcing positive action by government, we believe that the private sector can and must play a central role in advancing water resilience. I truly look forward to our discussion, the questions about what the most impactful, meaningful, and relevant way to do this would be. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you, Sandra. And just so you know, I keep turning my camera off because I realize there's a huge shadow from the light above me. Emilio from Ecolab, over to you. Good to see you again. It's been a while.
Good to see you as well. Thanks for having me today, and greetings from St. Paul, Minnesota. It's good to be with my fellow panelists and you, Anthony. Let me start with a brief overview of Ecolab for folks that may not know us. Ecolab is the global leader in water, hygiene, and infection prevention solutions and services for industry and institutional markets. We employ about 45,000 people, and we are active in more than 170 countries, serving more than 3 million locations around the world. So part of our solution is that we serve virtually every industry, from huge cooling systems, power stations, to auto assembly plants, to the dish machines and cleaning products that you use in your neighborhood restaurants, which obviously are being impacted because of the health crisis. We help advance food safety. We maintain clean and safe environments and optimize water and energy use, and improve operational efficiency, which is obviously very critical today during the economic crisis. So sustainability is core to what we do. And I want to build on Anthony and Jason's opening context setting by giving you a brief overview of how we at Ecolab see water solutions directly contributing to building water and climate resilience. Clearly today and tomorrow's challenges are interconnected. We see that, all of us today. And our world is facing several present day challenges, responding to the health and economic crisis, as I mentioned, but also the social and civil reckoning that are impacting us today. And we're well aware of the challenges that we'll face in the next decade related to population growth and feeding a growing population and the need for more, what is it, 40% more water, 35% more food, 25% more energy to get it done. And of course, all of that isn't enough because we're also tackling the effects of climate change. But we can't talk about climate change without talking about water, to Jason's point, and that climate change really compounds these water issues, leading to droughts, floods, and irregular weather patterns that we've been experiencing. So as a global leader in industrial water management, we're behind the scenes, working alongside of our customers and seeing this firsthand, the challenges that they're experiencing. We have a unique point of view here in terms of how the role that water plays in operations for industry around the world. To put this in perspective, every year we manage more than 1 trillion gallons, and that's with a T, of water. In 2019, we helped our customers save 206 billion gallons. That's 206 billion gallons of water, equivalent to the drinking water needs of more than 700 million people. So water requires energy to cool, heat, treat it, move it, and put it to work. By reducing water use, businesses can also reduce energy consumption and, very importantly, during an economic crisis, save money. We know that an integrated approach to smart water management is crucial to how we'll address the climate issues, both in our own operations and with our customers. So in July of 2020, we launched our most ambitious goals yet, called our 2030 impact goals. There are 2 tracks associated with these goals. The impact that we can help by helping 3 million customer locations around the world around water, climate, food, and health. For example, we have on the water pillar, we have a water goal by 2030 of working with our customers to help conserve more than 300 billion gallons of water, which is equivalent to the drinking water needs of 1 billion people. So we're ramping up our efforts also in our second track, which is our own operations. And when you look at the goals there to reduce carbon emissions and water use, we plan to achieve our carbon emissions, or to have our carbon emissions by half by 2030 and net zero by 2050. We have made the commitment to the UN Business Ambition 1.5 degrees Celsius pledge, and we are a founding member, as Jason talked about earlier, of the Water Resilience Coalition and the Net Water Positive Pledge. Further to the commitment that we plan to restore greater than 50% of our water withdrawal through nature-based solutions in our operations and certify our at-risk sites to the Alliance for Water Stewardship standard. So most organizations, with all that being said, most organizations focus on the importance of developing local solutions, which is the most critical part because water is highly localized. And at the facility level, to drive progress around water and climate within these watersheds is not easy. And understanding the shared water challenge of different stakeholders in that basin is not inherent to the way businesses think today. So the need for collaboration is clear. We can't make an impactful change alone in a vacuum. Businesses have the opportunity to band together to drive action. And this, to me, is at the heart of the Water Resilience Coalition that Jason spoke about earlier. So, Anthony, back to you. Those are my opening remarks.
Great, thank you, Emilio. And Karina from Norges Bank Investment Management, let me call on you to come forward next, please.
Yeah, thanks, Anthony, and good afternoon. Now we're in London. So we are the managers of the Norwegian Sovereign Wealth Fund, We have more than $1 trillion in asset under management, and most of that money, around 70%, is invested into listed companies around the world. So on average, we own 1.5% of all the world's listed companies. So we come very much from an investor perspective. And water has been a priority area for us since we helped start CDP Water 11 years ago. And we very much believe that the way water is managed by companies can influence their profits and hence also our long-term value creation. But it can also affect the profits of other companies we invest in that are dependent on the same sources of water. And what we also see is that water has strong links to climate change. Climate change is already leading to more floods and droughts, and in some regions, and companies need to be prepared for and mitigate a future with too much, too little, or too dirty water. In addition, the current management and mismanagement of water contributes to 10% of global greenhouse gas emissions. So managing water well at a global level means both reducing greenhouse gas emission and building resilience to the negative effects of climate change. And we believe that this would support the long-term financial returns of the fund. So we don't use a lot of water ourselves, but as an investor, we can support and we can challenge the companies in our portfolio. And we have over time developed quite an ambitious set of expectations to companies on water and climate change. Firstly, we expect companies to measure and report how much water they use and to set reduction targets. We also underline the need to understand risks, for instance, through the use of scenario analysis. And this is where all the work that has been done on climate modeling comes into practical use. Climate scenarios can help companies understand whether they should really be building that new factory in an area that's likely to see frequent flooding, or whether agriculture commodity prices will be significantly impacted by droughts. And we use such scenario analysis ourselves, for instance, to look at the exposure of our own real estate portfolio to coastal and river flooding under various climate scenarios. Another area we focus on is the concept of collective river basin management. Companies share water with so many other users, and finding collective solutions is important. And governments and regulators have a key role in facilitating collaboration with other stakeholders in water basins, providing predictability and ensuring a level playing field. And policy can itself provide a strong framework within which the private sector can find the most cost, carbon, and water efficient solutions. On the back of these solutions, policymakers can craft even more ambitious targets, creating a virtuous ambition loop. So far this year, we have had almost 150 interactions with companies on water management. And in most cases, we discuss climate change at the same time. And these topics are inextricably linked. We believe that companies should see them as such, and where relevant, set ambitious targets to manage both climate and water in a sustainable manner. So back to you, Anthony.
Great, thank you, Karina. And can I now call on you, Feroz? Thank you again for joining us. Do you have some opening remarks?
I do. Thank you very much, Anthony. Hi. I'm not sure if you can hear me.
We can hear you.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. Hello, everybody. Greetings from Cape Town in South Africa. So by way of introduction, my name is Feroz Koor. I head up sustainability for, as Anthony mentioned, the Woolworths Holdings Group. We are a Southern Hemisphere-based retailer. We're involved in food and fashion and beauty retailing. We're based primarily in South Africa,
We have small operations in 11 other African countries. And just to confuse things, we are also based in Australia, but not the Woolworths in Australia. We own other retail businesses in Australia. We have 45,000 staff across our operations. We have both retail stores as well as department stores in our portfolio, and we are primarily an own brand business. And why that is important for us is that because it's own brand, we have very strong relationships with our supply chain, and we are quite involved in the sourcing of product, and places a greater imperative on us to take into account the both environmental as well as social impacts of our sourcing behavior. Like other companies, we've recently been re-looking at our sustainability strategies and goals. We generally have a discipline of revisiting them every 5 years. And we did that again this year, having come to the end of our previous set of 5-year targets and goals. And in revising and re-looking at our processes this year, we spent a lot of time on an analysis globally around what are the big issues and what are the key things that we need to be focusing on, and narrowing them down to those that are most material. And it would be no surprise that the most dominant issue that came out of that process was climate change. By and far, climate change was the dominant issue that as a business we needed to be taking into account from upstream through operations downstream. We identified 4 others in no particular order. I think climate change was just so dominant that it automatically is number 1, but 2 to 4 in no particular order. But one of those other 4 was water. And interestingly enough, water has always been there, but it was reaffirming the importance of water as a material issue. The other ones out of interest were responsible sourcing, again, a reaffirmation of sourcing behavior. And then being a retailer, we know the impact of packaging and waste globally. And then finally, biodiversity loss, which we put in our top 5. And we then built a set of principles and targets around these. In as much as there are 5 distinct material issues, or we list them as 5, we do believe that intrinsically they're all linked, and climate change impacts them in one way or the other. So I think for convenience, they managed as 5 separate things, or they're listed as 5 separate things, but ultimately they're highly interrelated. And once we settled on those material issues, we then agreed with a set of principles with the business and the leadership to say that if we're going to address substantively these issues across the business, then there's some principles that should be non-negotiable. And the first one was that whatever we do in the space needs to be ambitious. We need to be ambitious and be pushing ourselves as a business, and not just the business, but our industry and our sector with us. Secondly, was that in doing target setting, in as much as we were in a 5-year cycle, we needed to be comfortable with setting goals in much longer time horizons. We had to be comfortable setting goals 10, 20, even 30 years out. Because given the nature of the kind of things we're dealing with, we need that level of commitment from an organization. And that's something that I think takes some doing in an organization where they're not generally, I think 5 years is generally, long-term planning in many businesses. So that was a key principle that we agreed upon. Another principle was that we should, as far as possible, be led by science or context-based target setting. I think we passed the days where we set targets because they sound good, or it seems like our stakeholders think these are good targets. The targets need to have some basis, ideally in science. And then another principle, and more a reaffirmation, was that whatever we do needs to be aligned with collective action, whether it is global collective action or regional collective action or national collective action. That the nature of the issues we're dealing with are beyond any single organization or sector to address, and that collective action is a fundamental element of that. And so, having then agreed on the material issues and the principles, and there were a few other principles as well around circularity and transparency and so on, but I think the ones I spoke about were the key dominant principles. We then agreed on a number of goals. So in the climate space, and I'll just talk about those in the climate and water space. In the climate space, we set having committed to set a science-based target about 4 years ago, we set and had approved a science-based target of halving our emissions by 2030 based on the 1.5 degree scenario. In addition, we set a stretch target of being net zero carbon by 2040. I'm not sure if that's a bit too ambitious. I know most targets are out to 2050, but we set ours out to 2040. And in addition, we set ourselves a target of sourcing all our energy from renewables by 2030. Now, what places additional complexity on this is given I mentioned where we operate. We operate primarily in South Africa and Australia, which are both highly fossil fuel dependent economies. And so it places added emphasis on direct operations. This doesn't include the work we do on our supply chain globally. And then in addition, we set a water target. And this is where it became a bit more complex, is that we've been members of the CEO Water Mandate for many years. And we are members of the Water Resilience Coalition as well. And I've had a number of conversations with stakeholders, including Jason, in the sense that we've been doing work in the water space for a number of years, again, driven by the fact that we operate in very water stressed regions of the world. But there's issues around corporate level water target setting have been quite difficult because water is quite a location-based thing, and you generally have targets at right down to site level. And so in our discussions, we felt that in the absence of us creating a new way of setting a target, we adopted the Water Resilience Coalition target of net positive water impact by 2050 as our corporate level target. And we feel that it meets, and the reason we did that is because it meets a number of the principles I just spoke about. It is aligned to collective action. It allows us to look at our supply chain. It allows us to look beyond a single, when dealing with water is a complex, you're dealing with quantity or quality or availability or access and so on. And the Water Resilience Coalition target allows us potentially to look at this multifaceted elements in the water space. And it gives us the ability then to set a very long-term target and then define within that what we mean around net water positive, whether it is country level and whether it is at own operations or in our supply chain. It also allows us to look at the work we're currently doing. And so we've got a number of initiatives in place and which have been in play for a long time. For example, in the South African context, where we have a very big food business and we source between 90 and 95% of our fresh produce in South and Southern Africa, which are water-stressed regions. We've got a program which is celebrating its 10th anniversary this year, which we call Farming for the Future. But if we were to use current nomenclature, would be known as a regenerative agriculture program. And it essentially boils down to working with our farmers, our direct the farmers we source from, on improving their soil health. The idea being the healthier the soil, the better produce we get out of it with the less inputs. And it's scientifically managed by agronomists. We track every farm across over 200 indicators. 116 of those indicators are related to water. We've got something called a water footprint index, which is part of that. And it all talks to healthy soil, contributing to healthy produce, but being good for the environment as well. And so we've done water stewardship work together with the WWF and the Alliance for Water Stewardship. We work with basin level work. We've been doing rehabilitation of water catchment areas. Studies say that in South Africa, up to 4% of fresh water is taken up by alien vegetation. In a country with very scarce water resources, this is a difficult situation. So we've been working with partners in water volumes in natural basins and so on. And then in our long supply chain, things like detox and so on in our fashion sourcing supply chains and so on. But overall, I think I'll end by saying that in order to make a difference in this space, we need to be working collaboratively and we need to be working at scale. I think the only way we can do that is through partnerships like the CEO Water Mandate, the Water Resilience Coalition, and others. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Frizz. That was really fascinating. It's good to understand how you came to use the WRC's ideas on this as well. We've got a few questions that we set up in advance, and I think we put in the agenda. Before we get to those, I just want to go through a couple of things that you guys have been saying. Sandra, firstly, I want to put this one to you, although actually, Emilio, you can talk about this as well, and others if you wish to. In fact, Jason and Karina kind of brought this up. I'm just wondering, when you discuss with your clients or with your memberships, and Sandra, I'll start with you with the membership of with UN Global Compact. How much are you discovering that your members actually do want to talk about water or can talk about water compared to, say, talking about climate, greenhouse gas emissions? I mean, I always get the sense that there's a measurable gulf, and I think others have already mentioned that. I just want to gauge what you're seeing both from the Global Compact, but then also you, Emilio, since you were talking to your clients a lot as well.
Thanks. It's a really good question here. And, you know, if I went by the statistics, I'd say probably just about 20% of the Global Compact companies are actively engaged in the water mandate. But, you know, the truth is, I think when you look at the interlinkages, and I think that's where it's really important, we had talked about making sure that you're not just looking at what goes on, you know, in your company, but, you know, in your value chain, in your supply chain, and the overall ecosystem. So through a much broader ecosystem approach, you know, through our climate dialogues and through other dialogues, we are focusing on water. So, you know, I think water is one of those, I said in my earlier comments, that is intricately linked to many of the SDGs. But if we're to raise a focus on water mandate, not enough. We've definitely seen an incremental movement in terms of companies engaging more on the water mandate. I think we've doubled this over the last couple of years or so. But I think, you know, what is really more important is, you know, how can we amplify the speed? How can we continue to show the relevance, the interlinkages, the importance of the water mandate, and really the impact that it has on the overall climate mandate. And I think with that, so we tend to take a dual and a very holistic approach to the question, the discussions, but I do think there's definitely more we can do to put the singular focus on water, but I emphasize that I do think the interlinkages also provide additional platforms for interrogation and for addressing the issues.
Yeah, absolutely, I'd agree. I mean, Emilio, bringing you in here, I'm just thinking, a lot of your companies are thinking very specifically about site-specific water, I would think, a lot of the time. You're obviously trying to, being a founding member of the WRC, trying to get people to think much more broadly and holistically about water, including in bringing it into climate change. How much are you seeing the clients you're talking to thinking along similar lines, or how surprised are you when when you bring these kind of conversations up, these kind of ideas up?
So I would say that without a doubt, I think the point that was made earlier about, you know, maybe 20% of the mandate or the Global Compact and companies for the Compact are thinking about water in a way that is progressive. I would say that the large, big brands, multinationals, regionals, large regionals are setting targets. I think what happens, Anthony, is that we cast a wider net, and what we found is when we start to think about this at the intersection of water and climate. And the point being that, you know, that what is sometimes forgotten, more often than not, is that when you conserve water and drive a smart water management strategy at a local level, that saves energy. And that ultimately leads to greenhouse gas reduction that also addresses their climate commitments as well. And I think that's one thing that we sometimes see is missing. The other is this gap between corporate target setting and actually cascading that down to the local level where the action needs to take place. And I think some of the comments that were made earlier by the panelists related to context-based setting and starting to use a at-risk watershed mindset in terms of action enables folks to resource and prioritize where they do need to take action, as opposed to feeling overwhelmed and trying to take on too much.
Okay, and Karina, can I bring you in here as well, because you did mention it as well, and also, of course, you talked about the number of companies you're engaging with. I think about 150 of them I think if I'm right, looking at the data you sent through, maybe half of those were companies you're dealing with, talking to about both water and climate. But it's also quite a small subset, isn't it, of the 9,000 or so companies that NBIM's invested in. So how do you choose who you talk to about these issues?
Yeah, I mean, it's a very good question. I mean, it's a small part of our portfolio. If you think 150 companies, we are investing more than 9,000 companies. But if you think on the other hand, by speaking with the management teams of more than 100 of the world's largest companies about water, that's not bad, actually. That should not be underestimated. But just to compare again, we have spoken and had interaction with companies this year on climate more than 500 times, so you can definitely see the difference here. What we see really is that most companies are definitely aware of the water issue and very willing to talk to us about that. But I think the difference we see that with a lot of companies, there are lots of expertise on water issues at technical level. But what we experience is that executives and board members that we talk to quite often are more comfortable with speaking about climate change. We definitely see a difference there. And whilst that has been a good step, we're very happy to see board engaging on climate issues. We truly need or see a need for companies to understand, you know, the interlinkages between those issues that Sandra talks so well about. And then a little bit on how we choose these companies. You know, we choose them based on materiality. You know, where is water most relevant for the companies? Where is water mostly a risk issue? And although we prioritize companies based on size and also where we have portfolio management coverage, we also, you know, look at controversies that may arise during the year. So it's sort of a mixed way of picking out the companies we engage with.
Okay, and also just, sorry, let me just go back to this one. So, I mean, obviously you've been targeting, I think as you mentioned earlier on, you've been targeting water issues for quite a while. You've been heavily involved with CDP for some time on getting data. How would you characterize how companies think about data on water now? Do you think they're getting a better handle on it? Do you think it's improved a lot in recent years? Do you think it's still lacking? Obviously, from the conversations you're having, I guess that it's still a bit lacking, and it's arguably harder to get data on water than it is on greenhouse gas emissions, although please correct me if I'm wrong. But I mean, how would you characterize how those conversations on data have changed over the past few years?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we have measured companies' disclosure on water for almost 10 years, actually. And we have definitely seen improvements over that time, but still only around 10% of companies in our portfolio reported total water consumption. And so this is actually, you know, less than 1,000 companies. And for the rest, we have to sort of do our best, use best efforts to calculate how much the rest use. So the companies that do report, though, are generally the larger companies. So in a way, they represent more than 50% of the actual water consumption. So even though it's only 10% of the companies, we do get roughly 50% of the actual consumption of water reported into us. But, you know, this is only the total consumption. And when it comes to water use at a basin or facility level, we see that only around 500 companies in our portfolio give such detailed data. So the basic here is that there's a huge way to go. It's a huge gap to close for companies to report properly on water data. And we as an investor, we really need that to do a proper risk assessment.
Great, thank you. And for us, I'd like to bring you in on this one. If I look at the questions that we'd outlined in advance, so the first one is what kind of leadership can and should be expected from companies to create the ambition loops needed for change, which I know is one of the themes of this week. Let me put this slightly differently to you. Given your company's presence in South Africa, and also, as you said, you're sourcing a lot of your food from suppliers in water-stressed regions. How well have you done, and how well have you seen companies and other institutions come together in South Africa, especially given the problems that Cape Town was going through, to try and come up with collaborative solutions that so many people are talking about, and certainly what we're talking about on this panel?
Yeah, so I think, I mean, water is in South Africa, it's always been an issue, just given the nature of the situation, right? So we get under half the average annual global rainfall in the country. We have very little surface water. We don't have any major navigable rivers in the country. Also, I think, so that's from an environmental perspective. Water is also not just an environmental issue. And in South Africa, we see that. I think in many cases, water is often more importantly a social issue. And by that, I mean, it's who has access to water and what quality of water do they have access to and how much water do they have access to and when do they have access to it and so on. And so water generally tends to be much more front of mind in the South African context than it might be in other parts of the world. So it's not necessarily a new issue looking at water. Certainly in the corporate environment, I think there's still, having said that, there's still challenges, touching on what Karina said, on water data and water management and quality of data and so on. I mean, that can be improved, but the principle around water and the focus on water is not a new thing. So having said that, there's a lot going on in the sense of initiatives on the ground, whether government-led, NGO-led, industry-led, or collaboratively together, looking at addressing the various elements that I spoke about. I mean, the water that we have available is the water that we have available, but we also face same challenges that are faced all over elsewhere in the world. Agriculture accounts for up to 60% of all surface water withdrawals. In addition, we have significant mining operations in South Africa, which use lots of water. Interestingly enough, in the last, I'd say, decade or so, a lot of the mines have realized that many of them have spun out water businesses where they realize, given the amount of water they use in the operations, which historically would end up in polluted underground shafts where they would pump it down, they are now processing the water down up to potable level and have started water businesses and supplementing municipal water systems and so on. So there's a lot of activity in the water space. I do think, though, that we're going to have future challenges, as given the long-term scenarios of what climate impact is going to be in South Africa, and just given what the natural state is, as I mentioned, of low surface water and poor rainfall. We're already seeing some of the forecasts around changing water availability. So in the area that we're in the Western Cape, increasingly becoming drier. We already know that certain suppliers of fresh produce are looking to have started setting up farming operations further north in the country, where the long-term scenarios are wetter weather, for example. And so we already see business impact of that. Suppliers moving. We have to look at our supply chains and start looking at, do we move out of sourcing in certain areas and start sourcing in others and so on. So within that broader context, there's actually quite a bit going on at a collaborative level.
Great, thank you. Sorry, just flutzing over, unmuting myself there. Emilio, let me bring you in on this one as well. I mean, this may be just because I spent far too much of my career looking at what investment banks have been doing, so maybe I'm just far too jaded by this. But as I said at the beginning, also as a journalist, I kind of have to be skeptical. But collaborative action by various companies is often, it kind of goes against the grain sometimes for the corporate executives' DNA. And as a government, from a purely governance, I mean that within a company, I'm not talking water governance here, but a corporate governance perspective, can be quite messy to have multi-stakeholders involved in trying to push the envelope on something. Yet on the other hand, it's something that we actually crucially need to happen with water. You've been involved in pushing this for quite a while. You're a founding member of WRC. How do you envisage tackling those challenges, and how do you judge success?
It is, Anthony, absolutely a challenge. So I won't kid you about that. But I do believe that the mindset is shifting, right? I think a big component of any successful strategy is water stewardship, and beyond the four walls of your own facilities is a concept that is gaining traction year by year, more and more by big companies and medium-sized companies. And an excellent example of that, I think, is the collaboration that has been formed in California, and you and I have talked about this in previous meetings, the California Water Action Collaborative, and Jason has been a very active member in QAC, an acronym that you'll never forget, of course. QAC was founded in 2014 to focus on the critical water stress issues in the Santa Ana watershed in Southern California, and brings together dozens of non-government organizations and agricultural producers, investors, but also global companies to address the challenges related to the state's water supply. And some of the biggest brands have come together, some of them part of the WRC. And the goal is to improve local water management and drive corporate water stewardship and return water back to its natural systems. And you have a cluster of organizations that get it. It's companies like Ecolab. We have 2 facilities in Southern California. You have General Mills, you have PepsiCo, you have Coca-Cola, you have a number of big companies. So these initiatives that we're collaborating on, besides being able to share best practices, is restoring headwaters, it's building sustainable landscapes, it's recharging aquifers. And so this will help, as we talked about earlier, about the climate adaptation and mitigation strategies that we need to take, and that the state needs to take to be more resilient. And so, to me, Anthony, I think it has become more of a business imperative, and that the impetus for the Water Resilience Coalition, in this case, as we talked about, to unite the CEOs of the world's largest, most influential companies, says a lot about the shared purpose that these big companies have. And I know there's, I think, 17 companies to date, and I know that we have a target to grow that by more than twice next year. I think that says a lot to the fact that, yes, we still have a lot more to do, and it is against the grain of how executives think, but I think that's shifting and changing.
So some good hope, at least, and to build on which I suppose can help build those ambition loops, to point at those examples and say, look, this is where it's coming from. Karina, let me quickly bring you in on here. Do you see much evidence of the desire for cooperation growing among the companies you talk to about water issues?
Absolutely, we do. But as I said, there's still a long way to go. But what I think it's important here is that companies, the companies need to really understand the role of water in mitigating climate change. And again, how climate change then will affect their business critical water resources. And when the companies understand that, hopefully, with collaboration, innovation, they can find maybe sustainable water and hopefully better climate solutions. So again, I think this interlinkage it's an important point there.
Great. And on the other side of that, Sandra, let me bring you back in on this, and others please do chip in. What do we need from governments on the other side of this ambition loop? What do we push them for? And I think water governance in general can and often is one of the biggest issues behind so-called droughts. I hate using the word drought, but I'll use it in various places that we've seen around the world. But government also has to get involved in solving governance and other issues. So what do we need to see them do? Let's go with you, Sandra.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, governments are a key part of this equation, and the action and the partnerships needed, as has been alluded to earlier. I mean, first, as just policy setters, what's the framework within which we're going to execute this water governance? I think is really important. And we'll all recall, of course, when the Sustainable Development Goals are created, governments were at the table as well. So there should be cognizance, importance, and resources put towards addressing the overall water mandate. So for me, policy setting is one. Secondly, I think they can signal or create the environment that can shift or drive investment towards the water mandate and water priorities. I think that's another very important role that governments can play. And then thirdly, I think just overall shifting, how partnerships are leveraged, that scale and impact that we seek to get. We can certainly get it through a lot of private sector initiative, but I don't think we'll get to the level where we're fully addressing, as we've seen, a couple of countries where, water resilience and water stress is it's a national issue. It's getting at crisis level. I think you do need government at the center to be able to drive and facilitate this conversation. So for me, it's setting policy, it's signaling where investments should go, and I think bringing urgency to where there is really a need for critical response, going forward. I think for me, those are the three key things I'd say for government.
Right, and look, we're running out of time here, which how lucky in some respects that we didn't have the second part of the panel. So let's get on to question 3. In some respects, we're sort of asking you to go against the grain here as well. What is the one critical lever of change, if there is one, that must be activated for us to achieve our race to zero? Feroz, let me start with you. We've mentioned a fair number of things already. I think collaboration is probably one of the main ones for people, but is there anything else you would say, if there's one big lever you can think of that you would like to see more work done on? And it, of course, won't be the only lever, but let's go with what you think for one of the big ones.
Yeah, at the risk of repeating myself, I think it would be collaboration. I just think we're dealing with issues that are so fundamentally large and important globally that unless we've got some kind of collaboration and some kind of common purpose here, we're not going to make any significant impact.
Yeah, Karina, thoughts from you?
Yeah, I agree. Collaboration is very important. That is probably not one thing, because then it maybe would have been solved already. But if I can mention another important thing is for companies to really understand their water usage and key water data from their operation and business and their water risk. And not only understand it, but also report on it to their investors and other stakeholders. Because by getting real data, good data, detailed, disaggregated data, then we can really understand the risk, and then investors can also take the right decisions.
Emilio, over to you on this one.
Yeah. So Anthony, I agree with the previous points. I would just add that during the pandemic, the one thing that I would say is that water risk and stress hasn't gone away, clearly, right? And that all three challenges that we talked about, availability, quality, and accessibility, are major issues. But of course, during the pandemic, the realization that public health and water and climate change couldn't be more relevant to all of us, and that being healthy aids resilience, and that climate impacts water and health risks, and that poor water quality is a threat to health, and then ultimately that water enables health through good hygiene. And so companies are stepping up in a big way to make commitments related to water access. And I think that's an area like Ecolab has made commitments around with water.org that will enable access to sustainable drinking water and improve sanitation for 100,000 people in India. You're going to see more of that from organizations. And I think that's an area that we need to continue to focus on.
Great, thank you. And Sandra, last word to you on this. What are your thoughts on the one lever to solve it all?
Well, since I'm sure partnerships is a synonym for collaboration, let me go for something else. And I'm going to talk about financing. I think, we need to be able to get sustainable financing to address some of the challenges that we need to look at in water resilience. So I think the signaling around what the long-term investment is needed, getting, either private sector, because I know private sector is obviously engaged in the water mandate, but looking at private sector financing to mobilize resources for this and have that supplement government funding and government financing as well.
Great, thank you. Look, we've got to close it there. I'm sorry if I didn't get to your questions, people in the audience. Just let you know, you are invited to come back for the closing session, which begins at 5 p.m. GMT, 6 p.m. Central European Time, which I believe is 4 a.m. my time, so I might not make it. Just in case, Jason, are you coming in for any last minute comments, or should we close it?
Yeah, no, I'm planning to do some closing remarks to synthesize some of what we've heard. And thanks, Anthony, for working through the topics with our panelists today. It's been fascinating, and I really do wish we had another 20 minutes to respond to some of the questions that we received in the chat function, because they're terrific. So my takeaway from this conversation today was the essential nature of collaboration, partnerships, and collective action on water. And I would like to do my remarks in a way that that builds up to how we at the Seawater Mandate have been thinking of the promise and potential of the WRC because of the way that it can deal with the issue of collective action. But I want to do so by answering the question you asked, Anthony, of why aren't there more companies along on this? Why are the leaders outpacing? And I want to go back in time to the beginning of the Seawater Mandate and just speak to the evolution, even for the leaders, and the fact that the changing circumstances have made other companies also now interested in water due to what they're facing in their businesses across their value chain. When we launched in 2007, some of the first debates that we had within the membership of the Seawater Mandate was around why are we only thinking about water as it relates to direct operations? Because for many companies, the biggest risk and impact relating to water was their indirect water use through their value chain. That's where the conversation was 13 years ago. And if you look at CDP reporting even 7 or 8 or 9 years ago, the leading companies would put in place corporate goals around more or less enterprise level water reduction and efficiency goals. It was annual withdrawals reductions by 3% cubic meters. Those data are what many companies, even the leaders, were starting to think about and collect data on and report and set goals around. The big leap now toward net water positive impact is this idea of it's not just about absolute water volumes. It's about multiple dimensions of water, quality and quantity, and accessibility, a key aspect of water in the regions where these companies operate. But that you need to take an approach that allows the company to tailor and prioritize the issues based on local context, and to do so in a way that allows for companies to allow the C-suite to have a long-term ambition that they can understand. And I think one of the things that's hampered the water stewardship community is we've insisted on the technical complexity of water in a way that most CEOs cannot understand. And this very clean concept of a long-term ambition around net positive water impact is something that leadership at companies can understand, and that allows for all of that tailoring and local application, as Firas mentioned, to whatever that local contexts are. But the beauty about having a shared ambition, such as net positive water impact, is that these companies now have a shared purpose in regions where they have overlapping interests. And so now the potential to open the door for these companies to work together in those water-stressed regions is allowing us to do the collective action work. And the fact that the commitment itself ladders and tailors to SDG 6 also opens the door for public-private collaboration that can be advancing water in those areas, because it's connected to and aligns with SDG 6. So the structure of it is set up to open the door for collective action in these regions and to tailor that action to what those key issues are in that region. And I think that's the big step forward evolutionarily for the water stewardship space as a whole, and for the work that the Seawater Mandate is going to be doing specifically. So that's my final synthesis, and I just want to wrap us up before we adjourn to say, first of all, thank you, Anthony, for joining us and shepherding this conversation today in the wee hours. I can't believe you're not going to stay up until 4 for the closing plenary remarks, but
I may do. Yeah, you never know.
We'll see how long it takes for the coffee to wear off. Also want to very much thank our co-organizers, AGWA and CDP, and particularly CWE, who's done a lot of the lift on this, and IUCN. It's been phenomenal working with these 4 partners, and look forward to continuing the collaboration as we move into 2021 as well. And again, the closing plenary, as I understand, will start in 35 minutes. I hope people will be able to join that session as well. For those that are interested in learning more about the WRC, on the homepage of the Water Resilience Coalition is a short 3-minute video that describes what the consortium is up to. That's at the at the CO Water Mandates website at cowatermandate.org/resilience. And very much welcome and encourage any of the businesses that are on today's session to be in touch with us and to learn more about the initiative and how you can engage. So thank you very much to everybody for taking time out of your days to join this session. And hopefully we'll be able to work with you as we move into next year.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
Hi, Jennifer, we hear you. We're
Okay,
actually going to turn off your camera manually and until it's time for you to speak. Would that be okay?
That's fine, but can I just see if it's adjusted correctly? Because I haven't, can I just look real quick?
Sure.
I mean, unless you let me know it's fine. I just don't know.
It looks fine, Jennifer.
Okay, fine.
We can see you and we can hear you.
All right, then we're all set. So I'll turn off I'll mute and I'll stop my video until you call me.
Wonderful. Thank you, Jennifer.
Okay, welcome back everybody. Or good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on where you are. I'm sitting in London at the moment and it's currently very dark outside. I must start by also welcoming those who perhaps may be joining us for the very first time today. We have been running since 8 a.m. Greenwich Mean Time this morning, and running is literally, I think, the verb that I would use. This is, after all, the race to zero. And it's been quite a day. We have battled with cyber security and some of our sessions being somewhat interrupted by a few hackers, which was rather interesting and not something that we put on the event risk register, but certainly caused a few giggles, not to mention a few little stressed heads in the organizing group. But we managed and we came through really successfully. In addition, we've had celebrity A-listers, we've had envoys from the Vatican, we've had Indigenous leaders from communities all around the world. It's been a truly inspiring day. We have had 3 thematic sessions, 3 spotlight sessions, and 8 breakout sessions, and just 1 break half an hour ago today, during which we explored the 3 dominant pillars of our water climate action pathway: protect and restore, reduce and reuse water. We had, in my view at least, and I'm probably somewhat biased, one of the richest water and climate dialogues to date. And we've certainly come a long way since Water Day at COP22, as my co-MC Maggie mentioned earlier today. To Maggie, Danny, and my other excellent co-MCs today, I'd like to say a huge thank you. Thanks also to Jennifer Jun, James Dalton, and Ingrid Timbo for their support, energy, and enthusiasm in pulling not only today together, but also the pathway itself together. There have been a number of late night calls, stressed out conversations, and real moments of joy and celebration and excitement between us. And it's really thanks to them that this day has been what it is today. So can I ask everybody maybe please to switch your cameras on so that everybody knows who I'm talking about, at least for a moment or so. These types of events, when we're, there's many of us online, it can often feel a little bit impersonal when we're not allowed really to share everybody's videos because of said hackers mentioned earlier in the day. Thanks, team. So on behalf of all of us, I'd like to thank all of our partners, especially those that convene the breakout sessions and presented during the spotlight sessions. For your crucial contribution and support for this day, we thank you gratefully. I'd also like to thank, of course, the extensive list of speakers from around the world, across time zones, and those people that joined us to inspire us with their solutions and actions along the climate action pathway for water. And of course, I should thank the climate champions themselves, Gonzalo Munoz and Nigel Topping, for being the inspiration for these days overall. Now, speaking of the pathway itself, I think we'd like to take a moment to check in on the Mentimeter poll that we've been running throughout the day. The aim of this Mentimeter poll was to collect and map your individual and organizational goals and actions that you've already taken or indeed plan to take on water in the face of the race to zero. My goodness, it certainly looks like we have got a lot there, a lot of actions captured there. I think we can truly say that there are solutions and that there's clearly ambition to do more, from binational group of Americans and Mexicans working to restore a living and sustainable environment in the Colorado River Basin, to Wetlands International, who we also heard from earlier, driving building with nature in Asia to restore coastal resilience. Jennifer, James, and Ingrid and I will continue to work on our pathway for the rest of the year. Now, don't worry, there is ample opportunity to engage with us on it and contribute to it. Indeed, this is our sole objective in the weeks and months ahead. We want to create a common vision and pathway for water in both the global north and the global south. In order for this pathway to succeed, to be legitimate, and for ultimately it to ensure that we do run successfully and swiftly along our race to zero, this cross-collaborative input from all of you is essential. Now, to help us summarize this succinctly for us, I'd like to now invite Torgny Holmgren of CIWI for his synthesis of Water Day. Torgny will be followed by remarks from John Matthews from AGWA and Paul Dickinson of CDP. Thank you, Torgny.
Thank you, Kate. And even if it's dark outside my window as well, I will try to shed some light on what we have been discussing today in this full day, rich day. So thank you all speakers and presenters for inspiring us with the possibility of reaching the zero carbon resilient future through water. What today has shown us is that there are significant water solutions to climate change, and they deliver sustainable, lasting outcomes for people, planet, and our collective prosperity. This will play an even more important role in years to come, as we are facing an existential risk if we're not reversing the climate crisis, referring to what Matt Damon and Johan Rockström told us earlier today in the opening session. Now, let me share some main messages emanating from our dialogue today, the water dialogue. Smart management of water and freshwater ecosystems can offer a range of impactful solutions to mitigate carbon emissions that remain largely untapped. A triple transformation is required in order to succeed. The adequate protection of water resources, freshwater ecosystems, and people. Second, a water use revolution in the production of food and energy and the water infrastructure to service citizens, human settlements, and industries. And third, a paradigm shift in the reuse of water and wastewater. To reach this transformation, we need levers of change in a number of areas, and I will have 10 of them. First, policy and regulation at local, national, international to take the lead on this transformation. Second, governance. Water-wise governance must ensure sustainable, universal, and fair access to water, sanitation, and hygiene. Reallocate water for society's most essential needs and for ecosystems such as wetlands. Third, finance. The finance and investor communities are catalysts of systemic change, and we learned that there are now increasing and promising blue bonds raising funds on the bond market, and the importance of water funds were also mentioned in many countries. And the financial risk of running out of water is high in any business, meaning that with no water, you actually risk getting out of business. Fourth, demand from industry, agriculture, and domestic consumers will need to shift from their ever-increasing reliance on scarce water resources and unchecked pollutions towards restorative approaches that align with the protection of freshwater resources, ecosystems, and people. Fifth, the adoption of demand-side public commitments to practicing and embracing circular economy principles will be essential in triggering the wastewater revolution. There is a profound need to better value water and ensure that the most vulnerable and the indigenous people with their traditional knowledge are recognized as agents of change. Seventh, technology and innovation generators are needed to deliver and scale water reuse techniques and zero carbon desalination. Eight, I have added biodiversity. The importance of wetlands was highlighted in a number of sessions as main, if not the main carbon sink, actually outnumbering forests in this respect. And I would like to also mention what Inger Andersen, the head of UNEP, told us: we need a new contract with nature. Number 9 on my list is energy. We learn more about the very close connection and correlation between fresh water and energy. Energy sector water consumption is on the increase, as is water sector energy consumption. This tells us, if not something, that there is a real connection between water and most areas in our daily lives. Water connects. And number 10, cities. Mentioned a number of sessions. Cities, 2% of landmass, but soon 70% of people. There we have the future for most human beings. Now, in our spotlight sessions, we have seen and been inspired by a range of actions taken by a variety of actors, multilateral organizations, industries, indigenous peoples, and multi-stakeholder platform. All with an ambition to contribute to a water-wise world that reduces our greenhouse gas emissions, facilitates our adaptation to climate change, and builds a greener, bluer, and more resilient future. Let me finally say that we at CIVI will do our part for climate action, like advocating for systems transformation through, among other things, an integrated approach to implementing the global climate and sustainable development agendas, their source to sea framework, pushing for increased investments in climate solutions, such as rain for agriculture, or providing expertise on how to waterproof the NDCs during the current enhancement process. We are definitely in this race to zero, and we look forward to sharing this endeavor with you. Next year, on the route to COP26, please join us the final week of August for World Water Week, when we will address the theme of building resilience faster. Thank you.
Thank you, Torgny. Really comprehensive, and seems like we're going to have a very busy and complex and wonderfully wicked year ahead. Thank you. Over to John.
Thank you so much, Kate. That was a very impressive summary that Torgny just provided, very comprehensive. If it is darkness in Sweden right now, it's dawn in Oregon at the moment. So it's been a long night here. I've been asked to talk a little bit about the path forward. I was fortunate enough just over 4 years ago to be one of the two chairs at the very first Water Day that Maggie White was mentioning in Morocco at the Marrakesh COP. It was an impressive session. There were maybe 50 globally important organizations that were sitting around the table talking about water and climate. What I've seen today, what I've seen over the past 4 years is we've set a lot more tables. There are many more people who are with us. What's also maybe more impressive is that there are water people at many of the other tables, energy, agriculture, cities, business. We see a lot more action. But maybe the most important point that I want to emphasize is that we've seen a real evolution in what water and climate change mean in practice. And the evolution of the implementation is really significant, and it's important. In many cases, we see institutions that are still in early days, while we see others that are running, and maybe a few that are flying. I want to end with a quick story that I heard last year from some colleagues in the Western Cape in South Africa. Many of you are probably quite aware, maybe even personally affected by the Day Zero crisis that happened in Cape Town. I was really struck in talking to some of the businesses that were involved in the Day Zero event. And they went through a very distinct evolution in how they thought about water and climate risks. At the beginning of the crisis, many of these businesses really thought of their water concerns as something that was external to them. It was the mayor, it was the city council, it was the water utility. What they realized very quickly in that, during the evolution of Day Zero was that that pipe from the city stopped at their business. It stopped at essentially their front door, and the water that was inside the building was their problem. And so they immediately, the next step of their evolution was to begin to focus very strongly on where water was in their manufacturing, in their data centers, in the energy systems that they were drawing on, even in areas like transport. They were looking at the water they could see. They were also looking at the water they couldn't see that was hidden inside of the larger systems. But the last stage, the stage that many businesses in Cape Town reached by the end of the Day Zero crisis, was that they realized that the most important water was actually not the water that was in their business. It was the water that was across the community. It was the water that their employees needed in order to take a shower, to cook their food, for their children to be able to go to school. That this is a broad vision of resilience. It means bringing whole communities together. And this larger vision, what in Agua we've been referring to as deep resilience, is a much more comprehensive vision that says we can't just protect ourselves. The way we protect ourselves is we protect everyone. And this bigger message around resilience, I think, is what the water community has to offer to the rest of the climate change community around both mitigation and adaptation. I think this is going to be the critical message that comes out from the Water Action Track with the Global Commission on Adaptation in January. This is the message that's coming out of a major UNESCO conference on water resilience that's going to happen immediately before COP26 next year. And it is also, in my deepest hope, the message that's going to come out of COP26 as a whole, which I hope is the first resilience COP and really the first true water COP. Thank you very much.
Thank you, John. Really inspiring again and fabulous storytelling. As you heard earlier this morning from both Nigel and Gonzalo, the climate champions are truly committed to not only running and kicking off this race to zero, but really enabling the race for resilience to gather momentum and speed. And I think we will be central to that race. So get your trainers on again. Don't put them away too far in the back of your wardrobe. I'm now going to introduce Paul Dickinson, thank you, John, who's the chair of CDP. Thank you, Paul.
Look, thank you so much, Kate, and great to be with you right now. And I just want to remind the audience that we have a huge number of non-state actors already committed to working on climate through water. And my colleague Emily Krebs was talking earlier about how capital markets are particularly interested in the reuse of water. But we have sufficient evidence now of market demand to be more ambitious. We've had 18 annual cycles of CDP, and the key point is an ambition loop that builds. But we need more ambition from government. Just briefly on CDP, this year we're pleased to have had 10,000 organizations reporting through us, 3,000 giving three major details on their water use, large corporations, 1,000 cities, states and regions also all reporting on their water use through CDP and to the market. Our colleague Kira Appleby talking about that earlier. But this is a way of measuring the innovation of a company and its ability to respond to real world problems to achieve outcomes for all of us. You know, I want to particularly highlight on how we deliver climate goals through water and the outstanding contribution, particularly from Indigenous communities. I had the privilege actually last night to interview Shia Bastida, an 18-year-old youth activist, Indigenous community representative, who this time last year was with the Secretary General of the United Nations. And she told me these are not natural resources. She said these are sacred elements. And I think we need to develop some of that attention, some of that mindset. So CDP is extremely proud, as I said, to have 10,000 organizations reporting to us in 2020 and using the CDP process to benchmark their performance, track their delivery and report that data to the market. And behind all of this is the move to focus capital and organizational attention on developing technologies to deliver the outcomes that we want. You know, we've learned at CDP that we need to focus on water to deliver on our Paris outcomes in Glasgow. They are all enormously linked. And we agree that ambition is needed, and we call for greater ambition from governments. Let's remember at this critical moment, governments around the world are developing their NDCs, and they need to get water into that strategy. They need to get their cabinet committees looking at water and ensuring that the NDCs represent water as part of their climate solutions. As we all, and this is the genius of the champions, as we all come together to race to zero, because this is a race that we must win, we can win, and we will all win, provided we work together. Thank you, Kate. Thank you all.
Thank you, Paul. Really, really inspiring. Thank you. I am now going to introduce a video. This is been sent in to us over the last few days, and we're really, really very proud to be able to present it to you today. It is a video from Minister Carolina Schmidt, who is the Minister for Environment of Chile and the COP25 president. Thank you.
Dear ministers, authorities and friends, global warming is the most significant challenge that we will face this century. Fighting it decisively is an ethical imperative. Climate change exacerbates the frequency and intensity of local water crises with serious implications for public health, environmental sustainability, food and energy security, and economic development. Floods and droughts already impose huge social and economic costs around the world. Global warming is making these water extremes much worse. If the world continues its current path, projections suggest that we may face a 40% shortfall in water availability by 2030. The consequences of hydrological stress are local, national, regional, and global in today's interconnected and rapidly changing world, with disproportionately impacts that will be felt by the poorest and most vulnerable people. Water and sanitation are at the core of sustainable development. The world must now transform the way it manages its water resources and the way it delivers water and sanitation services for billions of people. Nature-based solution is the most efficient way for a sustainable water management and building resilient societies. Water was a priority area within Chile's enhanced new NDCs that we presented last April in the middle of the COVID pandemic. For the first time in an NDC, it includes a social pillar with our commitment to the Sustainable Development Goals and the 2030 Agenda to improve the quality of life of our people in their territories. Multiple instruments and measures set out in our new NDC specifically seek to enhance water access in terms of both quantity and quality. This includes the commitment to develop targeted management plans for all the Chile's 100 major hydrological basins, recognizing the importance of water availability for health, socioeconomic development, and ecosystem conservation. As we know, COVID-19 has postponed COP26, but it has not delayed the need for parties to deliver on their commitments under the Paris Agreement. Most importantly, the submission of more ambitious NDCs this year, 2020. Updating NDC is not an unnecessary distraction from the pandemic. On the contrary, new updated NDCs can be the beacon establishing a blueprint to guide a sustainable economic recovery from this pandemic. They offer a key framework for unlock vast investment and job creation opportunities in the ever-expanding green sectors, from clean energy and electromobility to nature-based and water-focused solutions. The economic and environmental benefits could be vast. So let us all come together, states, region, business, municipalities, universities, and others, to commit to targets that will lead the way to a cleaner, more resilient, and more sustainable future. A crystal future with innovation and nature-based solution that ensures clean and available water as a key element for all life in our planet. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister Schmidt. I think we can all agree that there is a whole lot of leadership that's coming out of Chile. We've heard from, not only from Minister Schmidt today, but we've also heard from Aguas Andinas and a number of the other communities that are located in that country. If you're looking for an NDC that does it well, that's the one. That's one of the blueprints that we would advertise and advocate for other countries to look at, consider, and adopt as best practice. There are a number of others, of course, out there, and we'll be more than happy to signpost to those. But I was talking with the champions earlier, and I think we're convinced within the water community we have an awful lot of lessons that would benefit the climate community even further to engage in. The specific piece around cooperation is one that I would like to labour for just one moment while I have the floor. There's a misperception, I think, about water many times that often more water will lead to more conflict rather than cooperation. But in fact, evidence suggests that in fact the reverse is absolutely opposite, and that water holds the key to really ultimately enabling true political collaboration to take place. A couple of little stats I've got written down here. Since 1948, history shows that there's only been 37 incidents of acute conflict over water across the 145 states that share river basins around the world. Approximately in that same period, approximately 295 international water agreements were negotiated and signed. That is a real demonstration of how water can bring not only companies and cities and states and regions and citizens together, but ultimately policymakers and decision makers in order to deliver on our low carbon, net zero, water secure ambitions. Now I'd like to hand over the floor to another two amazing women. I think we've knocked it out the park today, actually, with female representation from right across the world. And that's another thing that I'm really very proud of. It's my great honor to introduce Akona Shotieni with her live remarks, live from South Africa. Over to you, Akona.
Thank you for having me, Kate. I would like to greet everyone. My name is Akona Shotieni from South Africa, and I'm a climate and human rights activist. I am very honored to be speaking to you tonight. This is such a prestigious platform, but it's very important for young Africans such as myself. For many young Africans, climate change has become personal. It is not something we just hear about on the news or read about online. It is part of our lived experiences. From the droughts, the floods, the heat waves, the storms, to the food insecurity, lack of fresh water systems, deteriorating biodiversity, and unreliable energy systems. Most of us find ourselves caught up in the biggest environmental, social, and economic crisis of our time. And I heard earlier the 2017 Western Cape Day Zero droughts being mentioned, and I also wanted to highlight on that. During that time, I was in a residence in a university in Stellenbosch. We found ourselves having to think of solutions in a residence space of how to conserve water because we were preparing ourselves for the Day Zero drought. We had to think of solutions such as placing bricks in our toilets, showering for 2 minutes, installing gray water systems, using shower water to flush our toilets, and not watering our gardens and our lawns. What was so unfortunate was that even though the drought passed and some of us never made it to Day Zero, there were many South Africans who still find themselves in constant Day Zero with a never-ending drought. With the COVID-19 pandemic affecting many people across the world this year, clean water for consumption and sanitation became mandatory, but many people still find themselves without their basic water needs being met. It has become increasingly important to conserve water and other natural resources successfully in the present and future generations. And we need to understand not just the instrumental values of water, but also the intrinsic value, cultural and spiritual values that people hold for these resources such as water. In order to do that, natural resource managers need to integrate scientific and indigenous knowledge systems to create a holistic understanding of the importance of our resources, as well as to promote climate literacy amongst all through formal and informal education systems. We also need to create dialogues between public, private, and civil society partnerships. These dialogues will support the green transition and make it just and fair, because in the past, the socio-metabolic transitions weren't fair. Many people of color, women and children were left behind. And we need to acknowledge these social injustices and human rights violations before we can move forward. Lastly, young people have been largely credited for being at the forefront of driving the climate movement. But I also want to applaud the many adults, particularly those from indigenous communities, who have been passing down knowledge for years to their younger generations. Knowledge about conserving water and natural resources and protecting animals. I grew up in a small community in King Williamstown in the Eastern Cape, South Africa. And regularly on school holidays, I would visit my grandmother. During those visits, she would teach me how to farm organically, find joy and healing in nature, save water and electricity, as well as have various ways of collecting rainwater and reusing grey water. So in 2017, when we started reusing some of these methods during a drought, I realized the importance of going back to our elders and appreciating the knowledge and wisdom they instilled in us. Intergenerational dialogues and mentorship are vital during this time. On the road to COP26, we must realize that in order to address the most pressing issues of our time, we need to invite the past, present, and future generations into the room. We need to prioritize having intergenerational dialogues and young people in places and spaces where decisions are being made. Thank you.
Thank you, Akona. Really powerful words. And on behalf of the adults in the room today, I can tell you that we're committed to standing shoulder to shoulder with you on the road to Glasgow and beyond, of course, doing all we can. Thank you. Now over to one of our...
Thank you very much, Kate.
Thank you, Akona. Our final speakers before we introduce the climate champions to end the day is over to Jennifer Sarah, who is the Global Director of the World Bank's Global Water Practice. Jennifer is very familiar with the COP process and has been a champion for water for a very long time. So I'm really excited to hear from you today, Jennifer. Over to you.
Well, thank you so much, Kate. And Akona, those are really inspirational words. I know it's been a really, really long day for many of you. I also got up very early and was able to join a number of these sessions, as was my colleague, Monica. It's been a fantastic session. This is an incredibly important agenda. And we actually have to recognize that we are meeting today in the midst of really extraordinary times. And only last month at the World Bank, we released our third Poverty and Shared Prosperity report. And this reminds us that in addition to the immense death toll of COVID-19, hundreds of millions of people have been thrown back into poverty. So we have three converging forces that drive the increase in global poverty: COVID-19, armed conflict, and you just mentioned conflict, Kate, that's very important, and climate change. And in many cases, these three drivers are directly and indirectly related to water. I am therefore pleased to be able to help close this auspicious event and its efforts to mobilize and coordinate non-state actors in the water sector. And I really do agree with Maggie, that would be nice to find a new terminology for this group. Only together can we help countries formulate ambitious goals and take meaningful decisions related to water in preparing for the Glasgow COP. And in so doing, I would like to offer three key action areas. Firstly, yes, the race to zero is on, and everyone must up their game, setting serious targets and be accountable to deliver them. At the World Bank, we are finalizing our new climate action plan, and one of the key cornerstones will be the commitment to increase direct climate financing to 35% of our portfolio each year. At the same time, we're making sure that all of our investments are designed to maximize climate co-benefits, and this will apply to all of our 100% of our water portfolio, over $26 billion in the water portfolio. To do this, we'll need to increase support for activities that spur transformational change, commit to parity between mitigation and adaptation, and be more strategic on key themes that touch upon water, including integrated land management, biodiversity, among others. I was inspired to hear about the concrete commitments made by others in setting targets, such as Water UK today, Aguas Andinas, and our colleagues from the private sector. Secondly, action must happen at the country level. And for this, we need strong and bold country leadership, like we just heard from Chile. We particularly need country level reforms in the policy area to pave the way for climate smart investments and building back better and greener. The World Bank facilitates policy reforms through dedicated policy reform finance. And already now, over 80% of our policy finance loans are being monitored and designed to have some climate co-benefits. But we also know that advancing policy reform is not always easy, especially when there's a perception of winners and losers. But where non-state actors can play a key role is helping to advance the quantifiable evidence to substantiate policy reforms and to support governments in moving forward the reform agenda. Specifically, policy areas which we heard about today, which could be relevant to the mitigation and adaptation goals in the water sector, could include setting efficiency and emission standards for water and sanitation utilities, updating environmental standards to allow for wastewater reuse, as we heard from our presenters from Chennai in Mexico earlier today, or establishing clear rules for allocating water across competing needs and provisions for dealing with water variability caused by climate impacts. And finally, as financing gets tight and challenges mount, let's look for win-win investments, working with countries to integrate climate mitigation and adaptation into their regular investment planning, rather than doing it on top or on the side of everything else. There are many ways of doing this, designing projects so they can generate their own revenue while also generating public benefits. For example, in Indonesia, we are working with the government to improve irrigation service delivery for farmers, which enables them to increase incomes while at the same time radically reduce methane emissions and water use. Going forward, we all need to work together to implement such approaches. I thank you so much.
Oh, no, thank you, Jennifer. I'm really, really pleased that we were, as I say, able to have you here today. I think to have an organisation as influential as the World Bank on our side is greatly encouraging, and to hear some of the very, very clear suggestions that coming out from the bank and yourself is really refreshing. The water community is sometimes we're often accused of maybe not necessarily being always that clear with our messaging, but I think that's not something that can be said of your intervention today. So thank you so much. Right, we're at the end of our day, and it gives me great pleasure to introduce the two champions, the two people whose fault it is that we're here today, essentially. Those that they've accused me last night of making them work very hard for their supper today and over the last 4 days, and they've got another good few days to go on this. But it's about time we got our own back, I think, a little bit. It's going to be fabulous to hear from Gonzalo and Nigel, their experiences over the last few days, over the last few years, and their vision for the next steps onto the road to Glasgow. And they will be saying the final words in closing. So from me, thank you, everybody, and over to Gonzalo and Nigel.
Well, first of all, thank you, Kate, for your energy and skill in guiding us through the day. It's fantastic. I also want to say hi to Paul. Paul, it's lovely to hear you. And I remember, must be over 10 years ago, when we were working on launching water disclosure at CDP, and you came up with the memorable quote. So I never forgot that if climate change was a shark, then water would be the teeth. And I think Akona's lovely contribution really brought to bear the fact this is about life. It's about human life and about life more broadly. And yes, I agree. We need a much better term than the water community. It's maybe we're the vibrant future life club or something, but not the water community. We need to rebrand ourselves. I also as Kate says, it's really clear the more and more we think about resilience, that water's at the heart of it, whether it's urban resilience, rural resilience, or I think I heard this morning that 90% of disasters are water related. So water really runs through the whole resilience. I just want to thank all the great partners, CIWI, IUCN, CEO Water Mandate, AGWA, CDP, Global Compact. It's really exciting to see the extent to which radical collaboration is at the heart of us all coming together to make these kind of changes. Also thrilled that we continued the poetry today with the wetlands inspired. The world is better when the bits are kept wetter. I like that. And also really encouraging to hear initiatives building momentum, more announcements. Of course, the Water UK and Aguas Andinas commitments. Great growth in the number of companies and cities taking specific actions. And also to hear about the launch of lots of early stage net zero aligned platforms and initiatives from UN Water, CDP, WCSD, CIWI, WaterAid, Water Action Track. Of course, all these are going to be crucial to supporting organizations and all kinds of actors in taking action to conserve, preserve, and reduce as well. So with that, though, I'll hand over to my dear friend. I just wanted to say, I don't know what happened here. We've been pushing one team, two champions for a long time, and then for some reason we had it down on the agenda for Gonzalo to close on his own. But you can't keep me out, Gonzalo.
I know. Yeah. Oh, we're testing you, and it worked properly, right? The pack still connected. So, well, I would like to also start my words by referring to my two personal water obsessions. And being absolutely proud of the work that Aguas Andinas and Minister Schmidt showed today. Well, having that in Chile, that type of example, makes me feel also embarrassed of still having some underwater emissaries in Chile. I mean, that's absolutely unacceptable. So part of my personal expectation is that Chile, from here to Glasgow, somehow commits to removing all submarine emissaries, so we can go into embedding circular economy in our water, the sewage treatment in all of the cities, mostly starting with the coastal zones, right? So that's part of one of my personal obsessions, and the other one, as some of you might know, is dry farming, right? I'm proud to be a wine farmer. That, when we started the winery 20-something years ago, we had 20 liters per second for the winery. And we knew that we were working in an area that was suffering an incremental draw, and now we have less than 1.5 liters per second. That's the level of change that we have suffered in almost 20 years. So what we did is that we started working first with dry farming, and one of our best wine is a dry farm wine that we don't irrigate at all, and had so many good recognition. So I have a bottle of it here. So Nigel, next time, you can have a taste of it.
I am so ready for lockdown. I can't drink your.
I know. He was expecting to be in Nigel's house today, so I'm sorry for that, but it will remain. But the other thing that we were very surprised, and let me change the narrative. It's like we started working with a technique that is called partial root drying, and I don't want to go into the detail of what it means, but we started working with that, and we discovered few weeks ago, or maybe 1 month and a little bit ago, that we were one of the 2 wineries in the world that are using that technique in the whole winery. And you know what is happening is that we're starting to detect the type of organoleptic descriptors. And you can find some sense of peach and melon when you produce a wine without that much water or directly drying farm. And that is becoming somehow a characteristic that even the clients and the customers and the market is trying to appreciate because of the value that it's carrying, but at the same time, how much is that it's carrying some new elements into the wine. So it's a fantastic story that also can give us a new momentum for some agriculture sectors to really position on the idea of using less water. We're using less than 50% of the water that we were using initially for hectare. And well, I would like to refer to what Cardinal Taxon said this morning. Climate change, both on mitigation and adaptation, is an issue of water. And we can see that happening with so many solutions through the water lens, the climate resilient water sanitation system, nature-based solutions like wetlands, and the paradigm shift on revaluing wastewater. All of that is allowing us to have innovations in the agriculture, in energy, in wetland restoration that should allow us also to position all of those social aspects that he was referring to, and Nigel as well. So we're absolutely, not only happy and proud to be part of this, the Ecuador Prize 2020 winner, spotlighted indigenous nature-based solutions to climate change. We are a solution to our climate crisis. That spirit should be in the center of our work in mitigation and adaptation. We want to tell the story in Glasgow of a world with a clear plan and decisive momentum on track to a zero carbon world, protecting our vital natural resources, starting with water. Kate, I don't want to end this without referring to how much I like the way you run and with the whole team the whole day. I was trying to describe it, the way it was led, it's like, it came to my mind, so elegant and smart soul. And I love everything that you put it in terms of all of the intelligence and the depth of the information, but also all of the soul that is represented into the agenda. So thanks so much for that. Water community, that is no longer the water community, we'll find the new name. Thanks so much. Now it's time for the global community to work together to live up and scale up on water solutions to climate change, and definitely win this race to zero together, as Paul was referring to. Thanks so much to everybody that's watching. Tomorrow we continue with land use. See you tomorrow.